Hello, esports fans. My name is Dicehart. I'm joined today by Jay Beto here at Nemesis Productions to bring you the Nemesis Pro League Tournament for Deadlock. Hello, Jay Beto.
Hello, Dicehart. I am keen. I'm excited. Hopefully, Nemesis Productions one day gets a studio, and then we can really be at Nemesis Productions.
Imagine being on the desk instead of the beautiful background that I've got
I think
going
your
on here.
background
What
be
a different world.
what you're talking about. I got
Nah,
my
I've been
sock
working on it.
as a pop filter.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's perfect.
Well, Jay Beto, let's have a little bit of a discussion quickly before we jump into everything about what Deadlock is and what this tournament is all about. So maybe for the audience at home, maybe for some of our typical Smite viewers who are not used to a game like Deadlock, do you want to give them a bit of a rundown of what we're going to be looking at today?
Essentially, all you need to know, or the very basics of it, to be able to watch this is it's 4 lanes instead of 3, which typical MOBAs like League or Smite that you would see quite often have 3 lanes and a jungle. There is a small jungle in Deadlock, but there is no jungler. So there's 4 lanes, 2 duo mid lanes is what we are primarily seeing. Obviously, as the meta changes up in the future, this is still a constantly developing game. We might see that change up. Currently, we have 2 solo laners on each
Mm-hmm.
side, 2 duo mid laners, and there is a few jungle camps that just give you essentially gold, but in this game it's called souls.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, so a lot of laning. The distance between the lanes is quite short, so a lot of fast rotations, and there is no wards. There's no wards that you can place down.
True, but no fog of war either, so it's a little
True.
bit easier to see everything across the
Mm.
map and what's going on everywhere else. Well, Jay Beto, we won't take too long before we get into it, but this tournament today is the Nemesis Pro League 4 Deadlock. The Oceanic community have
Woo!
gotten behind us for the in the Deadlock community and supporting us, and we're bringing them a wonderful little tournament spread out over this weekend with all of the top teams currently in Oceanic competing for a $500 prize pool funded and put together by Nemesis Productions. So very exciting for the Deadlock community, and it will be exciting to see them competing. Let's take a quick look over at the bracket for how things are going to look starting from day number 1 here.
There we go.
Yep, so as
Right.
we can see, we've got a double elim bracket going on there, Jay Beto.
Yep.
Everything is best of ones until right up into the grand finals, where we're going to have a best of 3. I
Mm.
won't talk too much about all of the team names and that just yet. Instead, we will get into the picks and bans for the first game so that we can look at some team names, and it will be Team Girl Failures versus Late Night Demons.
I got some favorites there in the names quickly while we wait for these first picks to come through. I saw question mark. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's like fish. How do you say that? Is it just huh? And
Huh?
then I think what was it? Low key, just a chill guy or something like that. That's a good team name too. I think that was
The team name. What is it? Low key chill. Low key
yeah,
chill team. Yeah.
low key chill team. There we go. That's a good. I like that name too.
Look, Gang didn't have to make a bunch of graphics for these team names this time around, so he's been safe from that one. We will see first ban coming through here will be the Viscous from Girl Failures, trying to alleviate some of the pressure that particular hero puts in. A lot of CC potential there and
Yeah.
healing, so removing that early, not too bad of an idea. Followed up by the Kelvin there, Jay Beto from Late Night Demons.
Yeah, from what I've seen from some of the NA that I've been watching, Viscous is quite frequently banned away. Obviously, like, just does a lot of stuff, right? Having CC and healing and safety with yourself and your teammates and an ult that has, more CC constantly for a lot of duration is very frustrating. But the Mo and Krill locked in first.
Well, that Moen Krill is exactly what you're talking about with all of that CCJ. Beto has that knock up and has the combo ultimate too, which can be cancelled, and he's a little bit vulnerable while firing off that ultimate, but trust me, from being on the business end of it, that's going to completely remove a character from the game, especially during the team fights, and make them quite irrelevant. On the other side, though, a bit of a counter pick maybe in this Vindicta. Moen Krill's going to have a bit of a hard time locking her down, and the Lady Geist as well, Jay Beto.
Yeah, lots of range coming through right now. Obviously, Vindicta having the primary driving force of that range, but still range nonetheless. Monkrill going to have to be smart about the engage, how he's going to get in there, how he's going to get out if the engage doesn't go perfect, because, we talk sometimes about different characters that have, like, full commit CC where you have to go in completely to start the fight. There's no like a Sylvanas pull as an example from Smite is something that we might talk about, or even in Deadlock, a
Bebop pill.
Bebop hook is a non-committal CC. But catching back up with the picks and bans, we have a Dynamo and Haze and a Paradox on the other side. Like a lot of team fight potential from the girl failures right now.
Now having that pocket as well, the Dynamo Haze pocket combination,
Yeah,
very team fight oriented picks right here. Being able to fire off that singularity Dynamo ultimate, lock and pull in a bunch of opponents that will be silenced as well. Straight into Haze's high damage ultimate against multiple targets and Pocket's affliction, being able to tick everybody down to pretty much 1 HP very quickly and lower their reduce their healing through that anti-heal. But Jay Beto, that Paradox and Shiv on the other side, now Late Night Demons are deciding that they're very interested in single target damage and are displacing their opponents with that Paradox ultimate and with Shiv's ability to execute.
Yeah, that execute going to be coming in decent here. However, there is a bit of counterplay if you're very good at timing it with the briefcase. But we've got a Lash locked in here against this Vindicta. If you're able to hit that ultimate, obviously, I'm assuming we're going to see some knockdown in here too, or even slowing Hex. You know, obviously those items pretty favored. But I mean, we've got a lot of like Sky heroes, I guess you could call, with this Ivy coming in too.
Yeah, surprised we haven't seen a Grey Talon yet, Jay Beto, to really cement that in. But
they go melee. Right. We go 3 Sky characters.
Yeah, absolutely. Just remove Mo and Krill from being relevant. Seeing the Abrams locked in here is quite interesting from Gale Failures, though, Jay Beto, because he will have a hard time locking down this Vindicta and this Ivy without having a knockdown available. So it's going to be a bit difficult there. And Bebop on the other side, too. Very, very control-oriented hero pick here.
I think that what we see from the left side, the Amber Hand team is tanky, like a very kind of standard MOBA team comp where you've got like a front line, you've got CC engaged, it's very telegraphed. You've got backline damage, the 1v1 potential with the Haze and the Pocket joining as well, very strong. But on the other hand, a very pick-oriented comp, rotations with the Ivy ult carrying over a hero. Obviously the hook going to be very, very potential for the late. But I think, I'm interested to see how these two playstyles end up paying off, because are you going to be hooking an Abrams in? That sounds like a pretty scary idea to me. If you're able to land onto a Haze, even canceling the ult, if you're able to do that, that's going to get a lot of value. But will we be able to get that?
Well, let's find out, Jay Beto, as we're going to get into game number 1 here between these two teams. Girl Failures versus Late Night Demons. Here we go, Jay Beto.
I'm ready.
Oh, and a pause immediately.
Classic
Straight
OCE.
into the pause. Combat, at least it wasn't a combat pause this time. We're going to have Abrams POV here, a little bit of a cooked POV as we're seeing from the spectator. Point out now might be a good time to mention that we are playing an alpha game here, so worth knowing for sure as we're seeing these duo lanes start to meet up here. Lash and Abrams, very, very strong duo lane. A lot of early game melee potential here. And this Abrams going to be trying to lock people down early, I would say, Jay Beto. Over in the solo lanes, we can see Shiv matched up against Haze. Pocket matched up against Lady Geist as well. So a lot of farming for these characters here. The Pocket and Haze really want to get into the late game.
Haze already done a lot of HP as well. Very, below half HP, not too much healing going to be coming through from there. But something that I want to mention, obviously there's a lot going on the screen, especially because, there's 4 lanes, right? And it's a little hard to see with the map being kind of small. The number one thing that you want to look at is obviously health bars, soul counts at the top to see, how everyone's doing in lane. It's really good that we can see, the economy, I guess you could say, from every character at all times. But the other thing is which lanes have the push. Right now, the Sapphire have pushing side lanes. Both of their side lanes are winning the push, but the mid lanes for Amber Hand are winning the push. So either of those two are able to get the rotation. Obviously, we are going to be focusing on that 3k soul ultimate ability for, something like the Ivy, something like the Haze. I mean, the Dynamo as well. Like, all of them. A lot of the ults in this game are very, very impactful. But, yeah, have a look for the pushing potential from these sides and see how that impacts the rotations coming in.
Low health here for this Krill in the duo lane, has to back off a little bit, and that's going to alleviate some of the pressure that Girl Failures have in this lane right now, meaning that the Demons are able to push up a little bit further, start aggressing on the farm, and we can see a little bit of a lead here for the Demons, about 1,000 souls over Girl Failures right now. So you can see where the farming is sort of starting to kick in, and Bebop going to find that hook into the bomb. Low health here for the Dynamo, and down he goes. First blood for Bebop immediately. Great hook bomb play, good use of aggression there, and just target selection, very intelligent. And also, Jay Beto, we saw just intelligent sort of timing with getting some poke off there. Pocket will also fall as well, so Demons 2-0 already on the board.
Yeah, really good start, about 3k souls right now. That's going to be bit unfortunate to have happen to you, but you know, there is 6 people in the game, so soul difference is different to when it's, you know, a 1k lead in one lane. So we haven't seen anything crazy like that. You know, it's unlucky, you get killed, just try to reset, don't let yourself like get tilted, mental, stay strong.
I'm tilted at this point, Jay Beto.
Yeah, I'm flaming my team already in all chat.
Oh, Lady Guys looking for the 1v1 with a pocket here. We'll see that briefcase come out, but not going to be able to lock down any more damage.
This is so good.
Yeah, Alpha Games.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing you can say, right? Like, it's a bug, whatever. But I think it's funny. Like, it's funny to have happen. The only people who get affected by it is us, so we have to do...
Thankfully, it's not game ruining or spectator ruining.
No.
As we are getting to nearly the 5-minute mark, and as you said earlier, Joe Beto, about a 3,000 souls difference here off the back of the 2 kills that have come out already here for the late night Demons.
Lady
Moving
Guys,
in.
Look at her soul. She's about to hit ult already. She is really accelerated right now.
Oh, another bomb onto this Krill in the duo lane as well. And did you see that already half-healthing a big tank like the Krill? This Bebop is going to have potential, Jay Beto, to really be popping off in the late game. In the meantime, Lash trying to take this 1v1 with the Vindicta, failing at it as well, though, as Vindicta gets up into the air and finds another kill. 3-0 on the board for Late Night Demons.
Ult available for her now, too. Ivy shortly followed behind. This is a really strong start. Now, something, again, Dice, that I want to mention here is they are ahead, but this Ivy Vindicta duo mid lane right here, right side duo lane, is going to be really potent in these rotations. Being able to carry the Vindicta around, there's so much verticality and movement as shooting to a 1v1 here.
Flash was trying to take the fight with the Bebop. Paradox ult will come out to reposition the Girl Failures team as Bebop going to push through and find the bomb onto the Lash. It's going to be a little bit of damage. It's going to be enough. Lash goes down, Pocket falls immediately afterwards, solo down by the Lady Guys there. Bebop was traded out there, giving the first kill for Girl Failures over to them, but Paradox still pushing through onto this Krill, finding some poke underneath the Guardian, and the lead, Jay Beto, gets further and further ahead. 6k now at nearly 6 minutes for the Late Night Demons.
This Pocket's not having the best time so far this game. You know, not being able to get into that mid game where he wants to be. Just, you know, having a as we can see against this guy, it's just kind of getting the hands right now.
Yeah, copping a lot of damage there.
2k soul lead on just him from Geist. Geist is mega ahead, and we haven't even seen like any rotations coming through so far. Just absolutely smashing this solo lane, looking for that first tower.
Lash making a rotation over towards this opposing solo lane, potentially going to try to punish out Shiv's aggressive positioning, but not really in a spot with this Haze to be able to find that right now. And Haze actually a little bit behind as well. You're right, Shiv's making a rotation, but Abrams also coming over towards this Bebop and Paradox, maybe trying to look for the punish, is in deep, looking for that damage onto the Paradox. Krill going to push up as well, but there's a bomb already onto one, and the punch is on, but the combo's even better. Dynamo ultimate, the singularity is good. Paradox goes down, and Abrams is going to find one melee. Will he find the second one? A little bit more damage necessary here from the Krill to find the kill. Bebop goes down, and the Girl Failures have had a little catch up here. Now only down 4k. Vindicta rotates over, looking for the snipe, though Dynamo's still low. Will she be able to find the execute onto this Dynamo? Down it goes. Vindicta finds the counter kill and is looking for more. Abrams being chased underneath the tower. The ultimate comes out again. The snipe is good. Double kill for the Vindicta. Down goes Krill. She's absolutely huge right now, Jay Beto.
That was crazy. What a good rotation. And didn't even have the Ivy with her. You know, let's Ivy stay there. Mark that Lash. Make sure that, you know, that lane isn't going to get pushed in. No tower pressure getting lost there. But Yeah, that's massive right now. She's even with the Lady Geist right now after those kills.
Yeah, absolutely crazy that Vindicta was able to rotate in and find so much value. We can't discredit what her team was able to do there, though. Before, while they were being pushed up on, before that singularity came out, Bebop and Paradox were able to find enough poke to be able to set up so that when Vindicta came in, it was one snipe kill, a little bit of
Yeah,
damage,
he's such a
and just
fun
finding
hero
that
to watch.
value.
We will see this happen quite often, where he's up that top looking for that ground slam, getting the enhanced damage with the distance traveled. Something I want to highlight the wall paradox wall that we saw. I know that the fight didn't go in the way that Sapphire Fire wanted it to. Hold that thought though. So
In goes Krill looking for another kill onto this Paradox. Combo comes out and down goes the Paradox, but Krill immediately traded out. Hayes, we also saw fall across the map as Lady Geist has made a rotation over. Dynamo will try to defend his lane partner here as Lady Geist is going to push up looking for this Lash kill. One health is going to do a great parry coming out from the Lash though. Will he be able to find another? Oh, the melee back and forth. The parry is good Lash. Will he get the better side of these trades? 20 health for the Geist. Huge. Massive trade there between the parries, and Lash will be credited with that kill. One bullet would have done it, Jay Beto.
I didn't even know what to say about that. Oh boy.
That was ridiculous.
That was insane.
One interesting gameplay coming out from both teams here, putting on a show for us on this stream.
That was a full, like, I feel like either person is just like, you have to mutually decide with no words, no shooting here. It's a melee to the death battle, no parries.
Only parries, Jay Beto. Well, we did see that Lash did punch harder in that situation.
Yep.
As we draw closer to the 10-minute mark, an 8,000 souls lead right now for the Late Night Demons, pushing decently far into the lead. But Jay Beto, it's not over yet, and Deadlock does have some comeback and catch-up mechanics, especially in the form of that soul earn. If you want to tell the audience a little bit about how that works, Jay Beto.
Well, soul's good.
Soul's good.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So essentially what happens is we're going to be seeing on the map a little urn spawn. Once a team picks it up, the drop zone is going to be placed typically on the other side of the map. Once the team is able to put that down, you're going to get a big boon of souls, typical to like a Gold Fury or some kind of like, think of it as a second objective towards, that's different to the main big mid boss or Fire Giant or Baron. The big part about the soul urn is that you can't fire or use abilities while you are carrying it, so while you are very vulnerable. Look to see some team fights. We can see right now on the right side of the map, there is a little canister that has spawned. You can see the soul urn right there. You can see Shiv looking at it right there. There it is on the map. But neither team looking to prioritize that too heavily, looking for these bridge buffs instead, Dice.
Bridge buff, very important at the 10-minute mark. However, Pocket has made a rotation over near where the soul urn would typically be, dropped off, trying to chase down on this Lady Guys, has been disarmed by the Krill. Will the ultimate come out? Great parry there to prevent that melee from the Krill coming down, and Dynamo trying to chase as Lady Guys gets up onto the roof here and finds her way through the nursery out of trouble. Pocket does fall as well as a rotation comes down from Vindicta. Once again, the sniper is huge. Now looking for the kill onto Krill, will pick up some farm instead, opting to push her lead further and further ahead. 12,000 souls for this Vindicta, Jay Beto. She's at least 3k ahead of the next highest person, and she gets another kill onto the Krill. Kraken OCE is popping off. Will he be able to find some more, Jay Beto?
Vindicta being able to sit behind that paradox wall there and just kind of dome anybody who comes in the way, that is such an awesome mechanic that I didn't even think about happening. But so much poke coming out from Sapphire right now, Sapphire's side. Another kill from Vindicta getting that snipe. Whew, she is so fed right now. 14k souls on her. And the next closest is this Lash and almost Abrams as well, nearly the Haze, but only 9k from them.
Pocket has rotated over and uses that affliction onto the Ivy, forcing the Gargoyle ult for some the Gargoyle out for some iframes here for Ivy. Not a great Pocket ult, Jay Beto, not to be negative in that situation, but you want to try to, in the team fight, find as many targets as possible to hit with that affliction ultimate, as down goes the Abrams, and some healing coming out from this Ivy as well to allow Vindicta the opportunity to start sniping down some members of the girl failures here. Looking now for this Dynamo, is going to immune out some of the damage, but falling closer and closer into the execute range, will go down. to Lady Geist there as Demons push further and further into the lead. 11,000 souls, Jay Beto.
15k souls on that Vindicta, by the way. That's a lot. That's nearly 10k
Math.
on this poor Pocket, who's not having the best time of his life this game. Whew.
Oh, look, Vindicta's taking a little bit of poke. Maybe she'll die here, Jay Beto. Lash is chasing it down.
Fly away.
Has the solo potential here alongside Abrams. Unfortunate movement around the mid-boss here. Abrams might be able to chase it down. Does find that dash into the wall. Not quite going to lock down the stun, though, as Vindicta's able to get up into the air and find her way back to the zip line to escape, Jay Beto.
I mean, maybe Vindicta overextends there, but because she's so far ahead, they just don't have enough damage to take her out. You know, if they were 15k souls as well, maybe that Vindicta is way out of position there and is able to fall down. But this urn dive still hasn't been picked up by anyone. The solo lane is over in right side, kind of looking at it, kind of juggling. Dynamo rotating over there to see if it's an option, but you know, Bebop doing the same.
Well, Jay Beto, we're at the point now with one of the more recent updates as well that when the teams have a disparity of at least 10% on the souls, Jay Beto. Oh no. Oh no. When there's a 10% disparity on the souls, Jay Beto, the position of where you drop off that urn in order to benefit from it does change. So the losing team or the team with that disparity will have the urn drop off location much closer to or deep within their sort of jungle, their side of the map, and that makes it a lot easier. It's kind of a catch-up mechanic to be able to return into the game and catch up.
This is content right now.
Yeah, we gotta look at stuff there, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how we could turn this off, but obviously probably not the best thing to have on. But yeah, I think that is absolutely one of the best things that Amber Hand is
Yeah, girl failures, yep.
Yeah, would be able to do in this game. However, would the Demons allow that to happen is the question. Because yeah, it's all great to say, oh well, if girl failures are just able to grab the urn and dump it off, they're going to get a big boon of souls. You know, maybe if they're just able to pick this Vindicta for free. The problem is that I don't know if that's going to be able to happen. Not saying that it won't, but I think the best. Oh, they're ready. They're typing R. We're all ready to go back in, as we can see right there. Looks good. Ready to go back in. Now, Dice. When we're talking about this urn, we've got some prioritization.
I am hoping to see an urn play here, Jay Better, but Shiv is going to be engaged on by the Dynamo. Knock-up is found and straight into the Singularity Pocket for looking for some damage, but this Shiv's so healthy, barely took any poke there for his trouble, and Vindicta's rotated over and found a lot of damage off onto this Dynamo. Lady Guy's going to chase through as well, trying to find that kill. Dynamo goes down, and it's credited to Shiv. Double kill here for the Shiv as Facehugger finds himself into this game. Abrams has to dash away, but still being chased down. Will his Shiv be able to find 3? No, credited to the Ivy, but girl failures will take a fair spill there, and Late Night Demons, Jay Beto, they continue to push that lead further and further. Now 13k souls, and they're the ones holding the urn, as Ivy is going to rotate around into one of these mid lanes here and find some poke onto this Mo and Krill. Disarm out, but straight into the gargoyle. Stun won't be found here, but Mo and Krill still trying to push up into this tower, steal away that urn. Ivy's holding onto it tight though, as Mo and Krill going to push up and try to take down this Guardian.
Yeah, there is a big lead for Demons, but remember, it's all on the back of this Vindicta.
Wow, Lady Guys finds the kill onto the Mo and Krill. Does have a bomb on her, though, but won't take any damage. And that means that Ivy has a comfortable rotation over towards this urn spot and can drop it off without any issues at all.
They're rotating over, Dice. Girl failures are privy to this. They've got 4 people over in this left lane that is getting pushed up towards this Walker. I don't know if you're going to be able to drop off this urn at this time, so Ivy just opting to drop it down in a safe position as it slowly moves back over. Have enough time to potentially look for a fight and defend this Walker first, because you don't want to lose this right now.
Yeah, very important urn here. If girl failures are able to lock that down, they're going to find themselves a good bit of catch-up potential, but locked down for the time being is this Bebop. Late Night Demons might be not taking a great fight underneath the Walker right now. Lash silenced out as well, can't find his way in to pick up a kill. Down goes Dynamo early though, and not going to be able to find any kills is the Lash either. Facehug credited with a triple kill here as he picks up another one. Haze falls. And that's so much for girl failures to lose in that moment there. Late Night Demons are pushing further and further ahead, Jay Beto.
I hate to to see that happen because I feel like that play was actually pretty good. They had a rotation, like a timer on that left lane to get this Walker to start getting these,
Oh,
later flex slots in. Pocket as well, that's going to get taken down.
Fancy ultimate from the pocket there, but you're right, sniped out by Vindicta.
Hey, she's so strong, but I think that play was good, but the problem is that, have a look. Like, what is this? Coming up on a 40k stole lead, 35k stole lead right now. Vindicta finally getting taken down. Over a 10 from her.
Does go down as we also see a kill onto Lady Geist too. Dynamo was able to find another one.
Could be a mid potential right now. Obviously you got to still take the fight, but Dice, a lot of this lead on the Vindicta right now. The Soul's not that bad across the board when Vindicta is not here, but opting to look for these towers right now. The safer play. Get some of these flex slots that
good damage coming out from this haze here onto the Shiv. Might be able to find a kill. Lashes in the area as well, but Ivy gonna rotate over and use that gargoyle to zone away the haze.
Beautiful. I love that gargoyle. I love it. I love the slam. It's so fun. I haven't seen too many Ivy ults right now. Maybe we just haven't been able to see them on the spectator, but feels like Vindicta's kind of just doing her own thing.
As we can see, Ern has been picked up by the Girl Failures and going to be dropped off on their side of the map due to that soul disparity, giving them the area and positioning for a
7k souls right there that they just got across the board. So massive, massive boon for them. Going to feel really, really good. Now, Dice, what do we think about this end game, late game? We're still technically in the mid game here, as late game deadlock items are very, very expensive. Going to be doing some punching of this. I love this. I love this thing.
A bit of sin and sacrifice.
But I think this Vindicta is really an issue right now. If they're able to lock her down and get the pick on her early, they do have a lot of lockdown, right? We've got Abrams CC, Dynamo, Hayes 1v1 potential. Again, with that Affliction from the pocket, Mo and Krill lockdown, they are able to, if they land this CC onto the Vindicta, she can fall. And that is a lot of Demons damage. However, I think that Demons, obviously, they're a good team. They're going to know this. Vindicta has to play safe. You can't get overexcited. You can't get greedy. You need to know, well, I'm sure they do, that Vindicta is a lot of the damage right now. If she falls down, mid boss is open. These walkers, left walker pretty low. Mid right side walker pretty low as well.
Ooh, low pocket. Indeed. Pocket does fall there, and now
pocket.
The advantage once again is over here to the late night Demons. They've got an opportunity to push forward in this lane right now. But instead, going to group up towards the mid-boss area, Jay Beto, and this could be the good opportunity to pick up that mid-boss. This is, we're at the point 19 minutes in with a 18,000 souls lead where mid-boss is definitely viable, or even you could look at baiting in the mid-boss once it gets down to half health. It is going to make that very loud noise that makes it very clear that a team is doing that mid-boss, and you can kind of use that to bait in.
They're opting to fix up some wave states, as Girl Failures had some pretty decent wave states other than that left mid one. All the other lanes were very, very heavily pushed in favor of Girl Failures. So Demons opting to use their timer right there to just fix up some of the waves. Maybe they're grouping over to mid towards mid now after they've fixed up those waves, but still not looking too bad for Girl Failures in terms of wave state. This is stalling out quite a bit.
It is indeed stalling out, and this is a catch-up opportunity that the Girl Failures need to build up some farm, get themselves a few more souls. But Jaybeto, without those walkers being knocked down, there's no flex slots available really yet for the Girl Failures. They've only got one. Do you want to explain to our audience, for those who haven't played Deadlock, how those flex slots work, what they're going to provide, and how you're able to get them for your team?
Yeah, well, the most important thing is how you're getting them, right? So you're going to get them for... they're essentially extra item slots. You're going to get them for essentially progressing the game. So it's an incentive to continue to push the game forward and not just scale late game. But hold that thought, fight starting off. Vindicta taken down already. Didn't even see that.
Yeah, already falls there as we're seeing a big 3-man rotation out from the Demons. However, Ivy will be taken out already as well. by this great grouping from Girl Failures. Going to pick up that kill on the rotating Ivy. Shiv and Geisto, they're looking to try to stop this Walker push over in the mid lane. Will they be able to find it? The 4 members of the Girl Failures here as Molenkrill goes to step straight back into a lot of damage here from Shiv. Great defense coming out from this Shiv as well, as Abrams going to knock one into the wall, but falls immediately. Double kill, or 2 kills here for the Girl Failures. For Late Night Demons, as they're going to continue to defend this Walker. It does go down, but many members of Girl Failures fall in the process, Jay Beto.
Oh man, I felt that was so good. Again, I just feel like there's just a little bit too much of a deficit right now in some of the characters. This Abrams not quite tanky enough at the moment. Mid boss, our first mid boss getting looked at. And Dice, do you even look for this? You even look for a sneaky punch steal right now? Potentially Dynamo looking for a steal, but no, gonna smarten up. Decide that it's better for him to be alive.
Unfortunate, Jay Beto, because that Dynamo has the ability to provide steal potential for his team when he uses that singularity inside of the mid-boss pit, inside of the Rejuvenator pit. He can lock down the entire opposing team and give one of his team members the opportunity to come in and melee the Rejuvenator. That is how you lock in that buff for your team. However, unfortunately, he was the only person close enough to do anything, and he can't ult and melee at the same time.
Unfortunate. Now, Girlfay is looking at these but have a look at the response from Demons right now. Look at the map movement over towards that left side, just camping that. Yeah, perfect position right now. They're going to drop the down in the base. I think someone's holding it, actually. Not dropped quite yet. Dynamo looks like he's holding it, but I don't think Demons are going to let this happen, Dice. Because, all the walkers have been pushed down. They're looking for to start cracking this base right now.
And this is the team fight, you're right, the Demons want to be able to take. They want to look for kills onto Girl Failures, but crucially, they want those kills to happen outside of the base. They want to bait them towards that urn, and Abrams is going to be the first one to take that bait. Knockdown straight away as Abrams gets up into the air looking for that ultimate.
Poor guy.
That's enough, Jay Beto. That's enough for the Demons to start pushing into the base here.
Yeah, it is. But Dice, these two side lanes, the two right side mid and right side lane, are pushed up. So not going to be able to look at those. I think this Haze needs to base right now, take that zip line back and help protect the base, because these left side of the map is getting taken down. Both of those towers getting taken down. The shrine getting looked at as well now. There we go.
I'm hoping to see a Dynamo Haze combo coming out here. This is probably the opportunity to have those team fighting ultimates being used as this left side try will go down. But there's the Lash ultimate looking to pull people in. Won't be able to find any kills off of it. Paradox does finally go down off the back of a singularity from the Dynamo 2 as Lash is going to try to push forward alongside his Molenkrill here. Will the Lady Geist go down? Combo onto the Vindicta. This is the hyper carry. And if she goes down, Jay Beto, that's huge here for the Girl Failures. But she will survive as Molenkrill taken lower and lower and it gets sniped out. Vindicta turns it around with that execute. Ivy is going to come in and start healing up this Vindicta as well, repositioning as well to try to get into the backline here, and is going to find that Gargoyle looking for the Lash. The bombs are on as well. Bebop pushes in and takes down Lash. Pocket left alive here alongside Abrams, Haze, and Dynamo, but here comes the Bebop ultimate, and that laser beam is zoning out the Girl Failures here, and Dynamo falls lower and lower. Will survive, but Jay Beto, here comes that final push. Demons are looking to end the game.
Dice, you are absolutely right about the Vindicta. If you're able to take down the hyper carry, we all know what that means. But the hyper carry is still the hyper carry if you aren't able to get her down. If you use your, gap close onto her and then aren't able to kill her, she's going to wipe the floor with you. She's going to clean up, which is exactly what we saw there. Haze wasn't even in that fight, opted for the split push. This Patron is getting focused down.
Abrams will come out and find that dash immediately. Here comes another big Lash ult into the base. Bebop is trapped. He will use a Warp Stone to get himself out of trouble there. Only Vindicta died, but Jay Beto, Vindicta's the hyper carriers we were talking about. Patron is falling low here as Abrams will get off an ult, look for a stun, but Demons, they're going to try to push into the base one more time here with this Bebop looking for a bomb. Lower and lower health, doesn't fall, and Jay Beto is going to go down. Demons take the win.
GG, man, that ult into the base was so good. Look, only one more person alive for the Demons, but just too far ahead for them. They're able to, finish out that game. Yeah, I thought they were able to pick off that Vindicta there. Really, really important pick there, but man, look at the Geist damage, actually. That was crazy.
Yeah, huge damage there from the Geist, and we also see that 14 and 3 kills for Vindicta, 29,000 souls Great game had there by Kraken OCE, and this Lady Geist as well, also having a pretty standout performance. But good game from both teams. That defense around the base right at the end there, Jay Beto, the lash ult was absolutely massive. That was the defense potential. Had that worked, the game could have been turned around. We saw a
Yeah.
few opportunities for the girl failures where they might have been able to get back into the game, took some good fights, but that Vindicta just a little bit too far ahead to punish out correctly.
Yeah.
And unfortunate gameplay around that mid boss, allowing the late night demons to push in for the victory there.
Yeah. Also, you got to hype up the positioning of the Vindicta not getting picked off, basically at all until the very end of the game, where you gotta assume that some of the confidence starts to set in, and you start playing a little bit more relaxed. But that early game from the Vindicta was insane, and the Geist as well. That pocket had a really just uncomfortable game. I would imagine. I don't know how that would feel. I can assume that it probably didn't feel very good, but yeah, Geist absolutely giving the hands over in that side lane, and that's a thing,
All right.
right? In
Sorry,
these,
go on, Jay Beto. Yeah, yeah.
oh, can I yap, guys? This is what
You
I'm
can
here
yap. You
for.
can yap. I'm sorry. That's your job.
This is the thing
Yap
about
away.
these, side lanes where in games where you're able to just sit in an isolated 1-for-1 for a while and you aren't able to just kind of like stalemate the lane out, where both teams kind of have to just leave it alone. No one wants to rotate out that early to help the pocket out there, but then you're just getting smashed under tower all game, getting poked out. I think I saw 2, maybe even 3 solo kills there. Yeah, but really good job from the demons. Unfortunate for the girl failures, but some really good fights from both teams there.
Well, Jay Beto, we are going to send it on over to a break very, very shortly before our next game does start to kick in here. We'll be back in just 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We have a long stream ahead of us today. A lot of Deadlock games to bring you. We'll be back very shortly for more of the Nemesis Pro League. Welcome back, esports fans. My name is once again Dicehart, and I'm continuing to be joined here by Jay Beto for the Nemesis Pro League Deadlock Tournament. Currently, we're running a cheeky little giveaway in chat for a $25 Steam gift card code. So type exclamation mark giveaway. We'll run it for 1 more minute before we announce this first winner. We will be doing more throughout the day and throughout the broadcast. So make sure you type exclamation mark giveaway to get into the chance for that $25 Steam gift card. Don't worry, if you don't win this first one, there'll be many more opportunities down the line. And there you go, many more entries suddenly now that we've mentioned it. Maybe a few
Wow.
people watching without video on there, but
Or watching with no
Jay
chatting.
Beto,
Tisk, tisk.
we saw a very exciting first game, didn't we, there between Girl Failures and the Late Night Demons. Not too close of a game. Late Night Demons did
Yeah.
seem to have the dominance throughout that game, but we definitely saw the opportunities for Girl Failures to find their way back into the match at different points there.
Yeah, definitely. I thought that the late game felt like it might have been a bit closer if the souls were a bit closer. The earn getting completed made sorry, pardon me, quite a big difference there. But
That's so funny.
someone check this man. I don't know. Admin abuse?
At least it wasn't me. Go on, Jay Beto.
Yeah, I think that the souls coming back in did make quite a big difference. But yeah, I think that some of those team fights might have been a bit closer if the early game didn't go as rough as it did for Girl Failures. I think I think that the early game from Demons there was really, really strong. Look, it was a good look. That
It was a
Vindicta.
great look.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that Vindicta was looking very, very strong, and definitely an opportunity there for excuse me, sorry, for some punishment. We saw that the Girl Failures were looking for their chances to prevent that Vindicta from popping off so hard. Now, that was our first Steam gift card giveaway. Congratulations to Dicey for winning that one. Don't worry, there will be more giveaways coming up shortly. But for now, Jbetter, we're going to send it over to a round 2 game with Low Key Chill Team versus Delirium. Let's go to the picks and bans for this one now.
I don't even know these teams, but man, I'm a low key Chill Team fan. I'm going for them till the end. I love that name. Although Delirium is a pretty cool name too, but you reckon they are a low key Chill Team, or you reckon it's like the opposite, where they're actually just really toxic?
I think they're probably a chill team, Jay Beto. I think that from our experience,
low key though.
low key. But from our experience with everybody that we have casted throughout different tournaments and different games, their names tend to be pretty accurate.
Yeah, but what does that mean for fish?
That they're probably fish.
Really?
Either way, Jay Beto, Mo and Krill going to be banned out by said low-key chill team. And on the other side, Pocket taken down by Delirium. We saw both of those heroes in the last game. Mo and Krill, very high CC single target with a little bit of group knock up there and group disarm. But Pocket is really, for me personally, I know a few of the other casters, a very strong character, that Affliction, very strong team fight oriented, being able to take someone down to 1 HP. And you're right, Jay Beto, speaking of team fight oriented, there's the Dynamo, has that Singularity ultimate to suck in and really deal damage to people.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Hey, Jay Beto, look, a Lash.
Yeah, Lash getting picked up, and the Paradox getting, pardon me, locked in as well. All picks that we saw in our last game. So, we know what we're going to be seeing. Potentially, we're going to be seeing the Vindicta picked alongside this Paradox again for that, shot through the wall protection where she doesn't need to fly up, can poke from quite a far away distance. But obviously, Vindicta doesn't need to do that as much. Haze, another character that we saw in the last game, didn't really get as much value as I would have hoped in that last game. Didn't really get to see the Haze in action, but locked in here. Again, a really good ult team, synergy between those two, the Haze and the Dynamo, and the Shiv now locked in as well, getting that execute in a lot of team fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, Hayes has a lot of that sort of high single target damage available to her in that kit, but you're right, being able to sort of be instrumental in the team fights with her own ultimate. Definitely a very highly valued hero at the moment as well for her ability to kind of solo someone out completely and continue to team fight after the fact. But this
Mm,
Warden being locked in adds to the team fight potential here for Delirium with that ultimate.
lots
Very,
of strong
very
ults.
very high life steal in that ultimate and a lot of damage available from the Warden there. Great lockdown here as well between the Warden Paradox right now too.
Taking the Geist away as well. No counter into the Haze with the health bar swap there available. You know, obviously not just a counter, but can take, health bar away from anybody. Really good for that Paradox swap, You get, pardon me, thrown in, then you change the health bars with her. Kelvin as well. Imagine getting Paradox swapped into a Kelvin ult. That sounds awful.
Yeah, that's definitely quite rough there, Jay Beto. And having this Kelvin locked in now as well, we saw it banned last game, so didn't get an opportunity to see the potential that he has. But that very high lockdown with the ultimate and the great rotation potential that we see with Kelvin too. We saw how quickly Ivy was able to rotate around the map
Yeah.
for herself and one other player, but Kelvin's able to fire up that ice path,
Yep.
move anybody from their team around the map quite quickly. But
Frozone.
especially himself with that zoning. Although
My boy.
Bebop has been locked in here, and again, we're going to see a lot of high single target damage coming
Yeah.
out with that hook into bomb combo. We saw the work that it was able to do last game, Jay Beto.
Hook
I
into
wonder how
Dynamo ult.
this.
Oof.
Oof, painful. We'll have
Yeah.
to see how this 7 goes against it, though, Jay Beto.
A 7's an interesting one because we didn't see any prior towards it last game. That Kelvin, pardon me, I got some bubbles in my throat, my bad. Kelvin we didn't see last game but was banned away, so obviously there was some prior towards that in the last game, but 7, haven't seen that in the last game, and this Yamato as well. So a lot of
Wow.
damage coming out from low-key Chill Team right now. Hoping that they can take off the Chill and, kind of go a bit crazy right now with this
Just
Yamato.
be team.
Just be chill.
Just chill. No, just team.
Chill out.
Just
Just
team.
team.
Just team.
Just low-key team.
Look, this is a very high damage single target sort of team comp that Low Key Chill Team have put together here. Obviously, they do have Dynamo's Singularity Ultimate, which is going to group up a lot of members of the Delirium squad here and force them into an easy position for a team fight. But this Yamato, the Bebop, Lady Geist, they all have very high single target oriented abilities and ultimates. And so I would imagine that it's going to be a lot of early to mid-game rotations looking for picks and trying to avoid team fighting until this Dynamo is quite tanky and has the opportunities to find those big ultimates and set up for characters like this Haze and potentially even this Bebop in the mid to late game.
7 ult inside of Kelvin ult? That sounds awful. Paradox ult swap into 7 ult sounds pretty awful too. Lots of team fight potential for the Delirium squad as well, whether it's a pick potential with the Paradox ult or just an AoE. Pardon me, man, like an Abrams 7 combo could be really nice too. I'm really excited to see how this goes.
Well, Jay Beto, let's get into it. Our round
good luck,
2
have
game for the tournament, and it's going to be between Low Key Chill Team versus Delirium. Let's get into game number 2.
I don't know if you guys will see that in the cast there, but lots of good luck, have fun's coming through in all chat. Love to see that. Love to see that.
Here we go, Jay Beto. We're going to see a bit of switching around of the lanes there, but Shiv is going to be lined up with this Paradox here in the solo lane on the right side. Haze and 7 matching up on the far left side there, looking for as much farm as they're going to be able to find themselves. Over in those duo lanes, we have a Yamato Bebop lining up against Kelvin and Lash versus Lady Geist and Dynamo lining up against Warden and Abrams. That Warden Abrams is a very tanky lane, but first blood has already come through as Yamato was able to find it immediately onto Kelvin. Deep dive early, right before the Guardian line. Great team play between the Bebop Yamato.
Dice, I spoke last game about these, in this situation, you just want to look at the pushing lanes, but have a look right now at low-key Chill Team. Maybe they were lying. No, not low-key Chill at all. They're pushing into your towers, getting a first blood at 1 minute into the game. That Haze as well, chunking early right now as well in that other lane. But, something I want to quickly mention as well, Dice. You'll see a lot of the players typically kite towards the left side of the map. As we can see, though, like almost every character will do that. If people are unfamiliar with why people are doing that.
Ooh.
It's because of the left side orientation that the characters have in this game, which means that you see primarily the right side of your camera, so you can jiggle peek with your cam really easily by hugging left side cover and letting your
Mm-hmm.
camera be open to the right side. So
Mm-hmm.
tend to see that quite often in a game like this. That comes, see that a lot in games like Fortnite, other games that have a third person aspect where you are tilted to one side, not directly down the middle. So if you have a look, a lot of the characters will be onto the left side, but Bieber getting aggressive with that punch.
Yeah, thankfully this Kelvin isn't going to take too much damage for his trouble there, able to heal up a fair bit of his abilities up. Bebop will be taking a lot off the back of that Frost Grenade coming out, and actually a few steals on the souls there as well. So we're seeing that despite the fact that Yamato did get that first blood, it's only about 1,000 soul lead at the moment for the low-key chill team. But we are leading into a game state where that 1,000 souls could quickly be the difference in an ultimate. But Yamato going to rotate over, looking to get this kill onto the 7. Great gank! And Solace OCE will fall there to the Yamato rotation. Well timed, and this is what we were talking about earlier on, Jay Beto, is early rotations and looking for quick picks there. And that's what this Yamato is great at right now.
Wow, this Yamato off to a massive start already. That is 2 kills for her, I believe, if she was able to land the final blow on that first one. But this Yamato is going to become a bit of an issue, guys. That was a great rotation. I spoke a little bit about it after the post-game about, it's a bit hard to find gank timers onto side lanes in the early game, but Yamato getting a great gank off, right there, off into that side lane. Very impressive.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be doing. And we did see that Hayes was managing to keep this 7 locked down underneath his Guardian for the vast majority of that early game. And that is very, very crucial to be able to kind of keep him down like that. But, off the back of all of that as well is the ability for Yamato to time a good rotation over there. When the 7 had just stepped out and wasn't quite out of position, but another kill is going to come out, and this time it will be a punish onto a member of low-key chill team.
But this Yamato getting active again, rotating over to that left side solo lane and taking this 7 down. Dice, she has 3.4k souls right now. She's massive.
Oh, damage out onto this Shiv against Paradox, trying to take the 1v1 now. Very close range, and that's where Shiv wants to be, though, as Paradox will be poked down in response, although has this range potential to be able to find off a shot here with that time bomb as well. Could be able to find it. One more headshot might just be able to take it down here, though, for the Paradox, charging up that shot. Oh, the knife connects. Is it going to kill, though? Not quite yet. Paradox has the health available to survive, but now Shiv is just healthy enough that he could potentially look to take a dive there. Yamato, in the meantime, is being collapsed on hard here by the Delirium roster. Stun out from this 7 as well. Is going to be trapped underneath this Guardian. Lash looking to dive deep here as well as Yamato fires off the ultimate and gains that immunity immediately. Cannot die here for the time being, and that's a dive completely wasted out there for Delirium, J-Beto.
That was beautiful on that ult. I was sure she was dead there. That was like skin of the teeth timing right there.
Yeah, definitely scary, terrifying, well-timed to be able to survive that, get those iframes off. A bit of a correction for me as well. She actually can now die in her ultimate. Yamato's been getting a lot of changes back and forth, but it's actually a 50% spirit and bullet resist that Yamato gets there. So she could have died, but being able to have those iframes when the ultimate's going off there means that she survived the Lash's damage there and was able to turn around a lot.
I mean, these characters' kits getting changed all the time, like Alpha. So big parts of the kit. Speaking of, oh, that was going to do a lot of damage right there. As I talked about in our last game, Lash coming through, getting that RKO from the top ropes right there, does a lot of damage. But yeah, like Hazelt getting a big change, completely kind of changing the function of it and how it works. It's hard to keep up sometimes.
Yeah, you look, Jay, but we're in an alpha for a game at the moment where the developers are clearly very, very focused on competitive gameplay and trying to make the game as
hard,
functional as possible in the early game, in the early stages right now. Is Kelvin going to use that ice path to try to find his way back underneath the Guardian? Has to use that ult as well to prevent any damage from incoming here, but Dynamo uses that singularity to punish out the dive as Yamato comes in and finds a kill alongside Bebop there. It's a great counter engage from Delirium, J-Beto.
That was beautiful. The fight's
Abrams pushes up and he's got a bomb on him. Yamato's going to look for the dive, but Bebop's already found the kill. The bomb already doing so much damage in this early game, J-Beto. Kelvin and Lash, though, they're rotating back in, and this Bebop, he's already down to half health. Lash is looking for it. He's going to try to dive just beyond this bridge here as Kelvin comes in too, looking for the ice beam. Is he going to be able to find it behind the wall? Is this Bebop? He goes down to the grenade as Yamato gets back underneath the Guardian and will survive. It's a counter kill here for Delirium, but J-Beto, low-key chill team, they have a 2,000 souls lead right now, and I think they're going to push for more.
It was more before that shutdown right there onto that Bebop, but the 7 ult coming through.
It's not going to be enough though as Hayes shoots off her own ultimate and finds the kill on the 7 in the air. Solos once more taking a spill against this Hayes. 1,000 souls difference between these two characters, J-Beto.
That was beautiful from the Hayes there. Didn't panic, just sat there, ulted back, took the trade. There is a resistance in 7 ult if I'm not mistaken, so Hayes' damage is very, very high right now. 6k souls, you mentioned it, that lead up against the 7. I still want to talk about like that fight in mid where Kelvin's caught out, can't get out with his Frozone ice skate, and then he is forced to ult. It immunes the last hit damage right there, but then Dynamo walks right up and ults as the Kelvin ult walks or fades away. Sorry, they're both pulled in, and then Yamato is able to do so much damage right there. Good sleep.
It was great movement from the Lash, being able to use the walls back and forth to create himself some space and stay in the air for as long as possible, gain himself that extra bit of damage. But yeah, good sleep there from the Hayes as Yamato is going to rotate in here and try to punish the Lash 7, dive onto that Guardian, create some space for the Hayes there, and that's enough that she will stay ahead of this 7 now, 1,600 souls in the lead. And I would expect that this Hayes is going to start rotating soon and going to be able to find some big kills. But speaking of big kills, down goes Shiv, punished immediately here by the Paradox Abrams combo, J-Beto.
Beautiful rotation over there towards that side lane. I've been talking about it a bit. We see the lane swap over here now from the Yamato going into the right lane up against this Paradox. Pardon me.
Whoa. Taken down is this Hayes as 7 and Lash were able to finally find that combo play onto her. And we saw, J-Beto, that Delirium have been putting a lot of pressure over to try to remove this Hayes from the game. It's meant that 7 and Lash are a little bit behind at the moment, but being able to finally get that kill, they're now going to push into this Guardian, take that down. In response, though, Yamato going to take down a Guardian on the other side of the map, chasing down, looking for this Paradox as well. Damage is good. Paradox will use that ultimate in the shield to prevent a little bit of the damage coming through. However, Yamato is just too fast into the backline, finds that melee and gets the kill. Down goes Paradox. In the meantime, Lash has rotated over in towards this mid lane, looking for this Kelvin and the Bebop. In goes the Lash, but back goes the Bebop. Disengage here. Fights across the map, J-Beto, but low-key chill team have managed to maintain a 3k soul lead.
Just before that, Dice, it was only a 1k lead, so a big swing back towards their favor now about... Oh, no, it just ticked over to 3k. So very nice from them. But yeah, that was a really crucial fight right there as the the Urn has just spawned, the bridge buffs as well. And it was looking towards even, Delirium was evening out the game, but now low-key chill team back low-key in the lead.
They are in the lead, and not too comfortably. This is still anyone's game, realistically. However, it is going to be Delirium grouping up to try to push down this... try to defend their Guardian here, as low-key chill team are trying to take the fight. Dynamo has to use his immunity early, but Paradox is going to find that switcheroo ultimate onto the Shiv there, forces him back, and Lady Geist has made a rotation alongside Bebop into the backline here. Here comes the Hyper Beam ultimate, and Lash is taking so much damage to it! The tracking's too good! Down goes Lash, and that's a huge kill to find. Great rotation from the Bebop there. Abrams trying to hide from that ultimate and wait out the zoning potential that it has. In the meantime, the rest of the team are pushing into this Guardian, but Abrams finds 2 with his dash, immediately turned around on though as Bebop finds a great bomb, and Shiv is credited with the kill. Guardian still low health here, but the 4 members of the chill team can't quite push in just yet. Waiting now for this Warden to step up a little bit further. Yamato is here, but Lash is rotating in, and he's got his ultimate up. He's going to pick up one and send him straight back back into the Guardian range. Abrams here as well to try to find the kill. Paradox is still down here, and Dynamo, 1 HP, has to find his way out. No kills found there off the back of that Lash ult, J Beto, but Shiv is falling lower and lower. Will Lash go down? He will. Bebop credited with the kill.
Oh, so back and forth, but, you know, all the depleted health bars, unfortunately, on the side of Delirium. I want to quickly have a bit of fun and say that Abrams' POV with the laser in that room was terrifying. That was so funny.
Yeah, we love to see that.
Whew.
But Jay Beto, what a team fight coming out there, and it's meant that now there's about a 6,000 souls lead in favor of the low-key chill team. Not too excessive. It's about 7, between 7 and 6k. It seems to be fluctuating a bit, so it's not too excessive, Jay Beto, but it's enough that that lead is really going to start to push towards the 10k mark soon as we start seeing these Guardians fall. Another one goes down, and flex slots are also going to start opening up soon as well, Jay Beto.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the team synergy that low-key chill team have right now, that they're showing this kind of in and out. The, you know, Bebop ult was so great. The Yamato being able to dive so deep as well, like just trust in the team that there's going to be follow-up damage or follow-up CC, sorry, so that she can follow-up damage, but a teleport over right now for this gank in left side solo.
Yeah, this is a great teleport, looking to try to prevent this Bebop from falling here, and instead going to try to get this kill onto the Lash. 7, though, is going to fire off that ultimate. Yamato goes into her own ult and gets those iframes for a time, immediately turns the kill around onto 7, but not before he got that kill onto the Bebop. Singularity does come out, though, and trying to find this kill onto the members of Delirium. Will be able to pick off that Lash there, and now Yamato forced to rotate away, still being chased down, but does find a kill onto the... who fell there, Jay Beto? The Abrams.
The Abrams, yes, indeed. This lead, Dice, is coming close to 10k, 8k lead so far. Kelvin desperately trying to defend that there. Walker. Yeah, it looks like mid boss potentially could get looked at, but maybe just going back to pushing some lanes. Soul Urn still on the table as well, hasn't been picked up yet. Yeah, it is pretty hard to run away like a full Urn across the side of the map, especially when you're in the lead, but I guess just denying it from the other team is as much as you really need, as long as the enemy team secure that, you know, you just make sure that...
no, this Kelvin's likely to fall. He's going to get off his ultimate, so a lot of lifesteal available here in that Frostbeam, doing a lot of work, but Shiv is just taking no damage to it, Jay Beto. Lash, though, comes in and fires that ultimate before Kelvin can fall. The Executor's there, though, and down goes the Kelvin. Lash now trying to take the 1v1 with the Shiv, but too much movement available with that kinetic dash. Is going to get Shiv out of trouble, but not before Abrams rotates in here, actually. He has that dash available, but can't chase up as he spotted out the rotation here from the Yamato. Lash does go in, but Yamato is likely to pick him off if he goes too deep.
Was a grouping on that left side with the numbers advantage for Delirium, but choosing not to take that fight as the Bebop rotation would have made it an even numbers. Solar and still hasn't been picked up. It looks like Abrams might be looking for it right now. That's going to be a big boon if they're able to drop that down. Haven't really seen where the drop position is quite yet. Wow, it's on the other side of the map. Even though they're down 9k souls right now, still a very, very rough spot to try to escort to. And have a look at the map right now. Loki Chill team immediately pathing over to that square. Pings coming out as well onto the Abrams that just TP'd over. This is going to be a big fight over here, Dice.
Delirium are going to struggle to defend this one, Jay Beto. They're not quite positioned as much as they want to be to defend this at the moment, to lock this in at the moment. And we can see that Lash is the one walking this over here, and he really wants to be the one kind of engaging and using his ultimate to deal damage and to reposition people. Abrams has already fallen, though, as Shiv is going to try to get into the backline, chasing down that Kelvin here. We see that Frost Path coming out as Yamato and Bebop are going to chase towards that Walker, locking down that 7. In the meantime, the Urn has already been dropped, and Dynamo is going to be the one to pick it up here for low-key chill team. They have the position, and they've completely prevented Delirium from getting in, Jay Beto. This is a free Urn now.
4k lead. Sorry, 4k, 10k lead for them. Over 10k after that Urn has been picked up right there. Finally returned. Now, coming up on a 15k lead, this Walker. Finally getting focused down in the left side mid. On like left side mid getting focused down too. But another team fight is Abrams dashing in.
Bebop might be punished here. We saw that 7 ultimate coming out, and down he does go. Warden, not quite credited with that kill. Abrams does find it, but it was a great dash from the Abrams to force a Bebop inside that Walker, and just a little bit too deep there to try to pick off that Walker. In the meantime, Paradox has used that ultimate to defend herself, but goes down to the Shiv execute once more. This Shiv is absolutely popping off Jay Beto, and really isn't necessarily carrying low-key Chill team, but is certainly equal with that. Hayes has a great lead, 15,000 souls at the moment, and gets scarier and scarier as the game goes on, Jay Beto.
Absolutely, and Dice, this lead opens up a potential for a mid-boss soon. You know, you don't have to force it and give the opportunity to have it stolen, but you know, you talked about it in that last game, like to see the box maxing there. But you saw it in the last go. So you mentioned in the last game where you can get it down to the half health mark, let the sound come through, and then try to bait in a team fight. Oh,
Pushed off the zip line there is the Abrams by the shot. Wouldn't quite have that immunity, and the hook is going to allow Bebop to find the kill.
Wow.
Great play there from this Bebop. Credited is the Hayes with the kill, but realistically, that was all the Bebop, Jay Beto.
Love to see it. Lower souls than his team too, just opting to give all his team the farm. But he's going to hit the hook, so it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need the farm.
No, he doesn't even need the farm, as 7 is going to try to... Oh, wow, Paradox ult straight away onto this Hayes, trying to punish her out for, again, playing over-aggressive. This left side Walker is really where the fights are breaking down, and the Paradox, we credited with the kill off the back, once again, of this Hyper Beam coming out, trying to push into the Walker, but already down to half health here, and the chase is on. 7 doing a lot of damage alongside this... Oh my god, 7 goes down though. Singularity does come out. Hayes is already down. 7 and Paradox have fallen, and that's enough now for the push in from low-key Chill team to start picking off this Walker. Yamato's made a rotation as well and completely zoning out the Warden and the Abrams. Walker goes down, Jay Beto. First one of the game, 18 minutes in. But we're likely to see a push off into the next Walker as well, as it's actually Delirium trying to counter-push a Walker out from low-key Chill team, but have to back away as rotation's coming out. Shiv might be able to find some kills here, Jay Beto.
This is nice rotation from low-key Chill team. Delirium might have overstepped here.
Lash didn't quite get punished there for his aggression onto the Shiv, and it's given his team, his Kelvin and Abrams, an opportunity to back away from that Walker that they were pushed up aggressively into. This is an opportunity now, though, Jay Beto, for low-key Chill team to counter-push the same Walker in the same lane.
I agree, and have a look at the side lanes for low-key Chill team right now. Left side not looking too great, but, you know, neutral, which is a good spot to be in. Will push in the favor of Delirium, however, but that right side solo lane, right side lane getting pushed up very, very heavily right now. Low-key Chill team have so much map pressure, guys. Look at their positions on the map. Delirium can't really move anywhere.
I love sending off this Shiv into that mid lane and that mid left lane by themselves there, because he's got the potential to 2v1 or potentially even 3v1. So he's able to distract a lot of members of Delirium here and allow the rest of low-key Chill team to group where they need to be. Hayes is making a rotation over to get a little bit more farm in that left lane as well. We can see a lot of minions grouped up there, but doing a good job are Delirium right now, Jay Beto. They're comfortably defending their Walkers, not too hard of a push coming in, and now Abrams is actually rotating. He might be able to punish out this Shiv if he can get in behind. Called out though, as that kinetic dash will pull Shiv right out of, right back into position. So no punish just yet, but good defense there, Jay Beto, from Delirium.
Dice, we've got a 20k soul lead right now for low-key Chill team. That is massive. They've got, you know, flex slots available for themselves too. Not as many as, you know, you are able to get, but, you know, having more items, just having more items available than Delirium is going to feel bad. And this soul lead, you're going to be able to put those to use. You know, if you're able to unlock those flexes but not buy the items, is Lash taking a lot of damage there. I love the rope climbing animation, by the way. It's
Whoa, Hyper Beam once more. It's more used for zoning here, and this could be an opportunity for Yamato to get into the backline and prevent this Lash N7 from getting out, and down goes the Lash already. Hayes credited with that kill, and we see the single target damage that she has potential for. Stunned out, though, as I don't think she got into the zip line, so I'm not sure what quite stunned her there. Maybe, actually, it was probably 7 finding his stun, but Abrams way out of position here, pushed up deep into the Walker, and will be chased down and taken out, stunned out by that Walker there. Yamato very likely to be credited with this kill, and he is going to take it down. 8k streak there for the Yamato, Jay Beto.
Well, that was a Paradox swap and then a 2v2 over in that mid side, left side mid right now. Can't really see what's going on right there, but that Kelvin did rotate over. Looks like was able to pick up the Shiv potentially? Or no, the Abrams is the one who died there.
Yeah, the Abrams did fall there.
That is unfortunate.
good punish to be able to... Whoa, 7 goes down, though, and it's off the back of Dynamo and Yamato finding a bit of a combo play here and looking for more onto this Lash. This is a good push potential into the Walker here, although Paradox is making a rotation and has the ability to reposition her opponents. Nice little use of the gun there to slow and kind of stun out temporarily that Dynamo, but it's not going to be enough, and now Dynamo, Yamato, and Geist are making a rotation into this right side mid lane alongside this Kelvin's defensive position, and they could look for a great punish here. And potentially this last... Oh, another Walker.
Another Urn as well. Dias on that left side. Just spawning now. Ping's coming out towards that. I believe that is... Warden, I believe. I mean, the images on the map are kind of hard to see what character is what. But some grouping over on that left side means that the Urn potentially is what's getting looked at right now. Bit of jungle farm coming through right now. Farm lead is... It's a lot. It's not too bad, you know, not lost by any means at all. But yeah, this Urn, not what you wanted to be losing right now. Abrams is able to sneak that away, and it is in a much better position for them. Abrams potentially going to be able to sneak that around through the backside of his team. I think that in times like this, maybe if you have a full team grouping, that a mid boss might potentially be able to get looked at while, you know, the whole team is getting escorted over towards that solo, because you really want to get those from behind. We saw how much that gave to the to Girl Failures last game. We'll have a look right here.
Ooh,
yeah,
this is an opportunity here.
Plus.
They've decided, low-key Chill team have decided, knowing that how many people would be going over to that Urn, that instead they could push in and look for this left mid Walker, and it will go down here, open up the opportunity for some flex slots to come out, and maybe a team fight. Although Abrams has found a deep ult into the backline, and we're going to see 7 firing off his own. A lot of damage coming out from that ultimate here, and it's a great defensive play for Delirium. They do lose the Walker, but they found so much damage, and the kill onto the Bebop. Paradox will be credited with that one, and it could be a chase over into this right side, or left side, sorry, lane. In the meantime, though, Lady Geist being chased down still. Lash might be able to find this alongside the Kelvin. Ultimate does come down and knocks the Lady Geist down onto the floor here. Kelvin is a little bit low, but has his ultimate, so a lot of life still coming out. Geist should still have her... doesn't have her own ultimate, so she can't switch health here. So Kelvin will find enough damage, and Lash will pick up the kill. Great defensive plays here from Delirium. They've managed to turn that fight around. Meantime, in the right side, no Walker available here, but 7 is going to look for the stun onto the Haze. Has the chase potential available here, and another one lashes in, and 7 finds the kill. Great defensive plays here for Delirium. They're starting to catch up, Jay Beto. Yes, the lead is 15,000 in favor of the low-key Chill team, but Jay Beto, Delirium hold their base and manage to get enough kills that they're still in this game.
And Dice, talk about the stuff after the stuff quite often in MOBAs, as Yamato looking for the 1v1 up against Warden right here, and she does a lot of damage at Warden.
Oh, God, Warden. This
yeah,
Warden is likely to fall. Credited to that Dynamo there.
Really nice trade back in favor of low-key Chill team. You know, lots of push potential before that, but Respawn's now coming through.
Cheeky push here from the 7 is going to find that second Walker here for Delirium, although knocked off the zipline immediately in Paradox. And this is the fight that Yamato wants to take. Does have the stun channeled up on her by the 7, but it's not going to last long enough for him to get this teleport off. Yamato's going to come straight in there and take Solace down. I like the macro play, Jay Beto. It was off the back of a good push up there and some kills for Delirium. And getting that flex slot is really important, but unfortunate that the Yamato was in position to punish there.
Yeah, this Yamato does so much damage at this point in the game. 23k souls to her now. No mid-boss potential right now, as neither team is really in the position to look for it. Dynamo hovering to make sure nothing sneaky's going on, standing up the top potentially. Hard to see the verticality on the map. But yeah, good on the box maxing right there. These walkers... I feel like there was a potential to get them all for Delirium, but no longer available. One, I believe, still remaining for Delirium that Loki Chill team can get, but Kelvin getting focused out right now. So much damage from the Shiv.
A lot of damage from that Shiv as Kelvin will go down. Credited with the kill is that Bebop, and further ahead does his damage go. The more bombs he's able to find and the more hooks he's able to find, the higher his damage is going to get into the late game there, as Paradox trying to find a pick off on to Dynamo. Hook just barely missing 7 there. Defending this final Walker is important right now, but not as important as the lives of these players. potential here to push in, but Lash has great defense potential right now as well. With that ultimate, in goes Yamato, but Lash and Abrams are up in the air. Abrams tries to find that ultimate, but isn't going to find any stuns off the back of it. Meantime, Yamato going into her own ult, but Seven finding a lot of damage with his ult, pulled straight in by Bebop, and the bomb is on. Seven way out of position, but pushing up further, looking for some damage, might be able to find this Abrams, but this is where Abrams wants to be, as the Warden is going to fire off his own ultimate and look for the damage. Dynamo has fallen, but in the meantime, so many members of Delirium do go down. Kelvin, Abrams, Paradox is still alive, but they're kiting back towards the Walker here. Abrams barely any health left, as Paradox is going to be chased into the Walker and taken low by Hayes. Finally goes down to the gun damage here as Kelvin up on that ice path, trying to find a little bit of damage onto the Hayes, but it's not going to be enough. Fires off that ult to hold the Walker for a little bit, but Jay Beto, it's only Kelvin and Abrams left alive here. They can't hold this Walker. A stun coming out from the Walker. It will hold it for a little bit, but down it goes, and that's going to give low-key Chill Team enough pressure that they can start rotating this map harder and maybe look for the mid-boss, and that's exactly where they are.
Nice low-key Chill Team fight right there. I have to highlight some of the aspects for that. Obviously, there's some mechanics there with the Bebop hooking the, I believe it was the Abrams out of midair, or no, it was Seven. Sorry, he hooked Seven out of midair.
Yeah.
But the kite back that they did there, I don't see a lot of teams, like even in Smite, doing that when they should. Where the idea that Delirium, their fighters, they're kind of using all of their abilities, all their team fighting ultimates too early. They're not able to get onto Loki Chill Team, and they're just moving back. They keep moving back, and they want to be doing that, right? Because the hook comes through, the dagger comes through, the sleep dagger, that is, Yamato dash and poke from the distance, and eventually Delirium is kited too far in that it's just too much. They've used everything. They're not able to land it on any key targets that they need it to. Then obviously the hook comes out, rip to Seven there, falling down. So much damage right now from the Haze. But yeah, that
Oh, Yamato has found a position on this Kelvin, but has to fight inside of the ultimate. The damage is good from the Kelvin, but it's not quite enough to take that 1v1. In the meantime, here we'll see Bebop immediately falling. This is a good fight here for Delirium. The 7 is down, but we did see the Bebop and guys take a spill there. Warden pushing up alongside Hayes here, but Dynamo goes in with the ultimate. Singularity is good, but he's taking a lot of damage for his trouble there. Down goes the Dynamo, and Delirium are pushing in for more. Sorry, low-keep Chill Team are pushing in for more of a fight. This is a defensive position that this is the aggressive position that low-key Chill Team won. It was a decent defense there from Delirium, but down goes Lash, and it's just not quite enough. They found 3 kills, Jay Beto, but just the Dynamo ultimate was a little bit too much and bought too much time, despite the fact that he died there.
Wow, look at the movement and the speed coming out to try to end this game right now, or at least, take out the base. Patron potentially going to get looked at now too, as yeah, it is getting looked at right now. Remember, there is that weakened state available, and Respawn not quite in, actually. Only 7 still available. Maybe a reset coming through from low-key Chill Team right now. Got their flex slots all done, but Bebop.
Oh, 7 immediately taken down by Bebop there. Great look into the double bomb. And Jay Beto, something I want to talk about between these two teams as well is the seeding difference. Low-key Chill Team is much, much higher seeded than Delirium right now, coming into this particular tournament, which means that realistically, this could have been a very, very blowout game, but seeing some of these team fights, even that last one there where we saw a 3-kill trade out there from Delirium, despite the lead that low-key Chill Team have, really goes to show that this is a team worth fighting for, as Dynamo's going to find another big 2-man Singularity ultimate, not going to find any kills off the back of it just yet, but Kelvin and 7 are already down, and Delirium struggling to hold on. Lash finding a little bit of healing there, but still taking the fight. Warden has used his ultimate and is going to hold for a little bit, but the moment that it finishes off, he's going down. Abrams does fall, and now into the base do go low-key Chill Team. They're pushing into the Patron and looking for the damage. Lash is going to come in and find a little bit of damage for himself, but it's not going to quite be enough, as down goes the Patron, and the game is over, Jay Beto.
GG's in the chat, indeed. Good game, I agree. There were some great team fights over there, but overall, low-key Chill Team coming out superior in most of their fights. I really think that team fight that I highlighted about the, near that right side Walker was just a beautiful team fight. And this guy's damage, that it's really, like, it sneaks up on you, doesn't it? Like, it feels like Yamato was doing so much there, the Shiv, the Haze, but no, it's the Geist who's doing the most damage.
And Jay, but I talked about it a little bit there, but that is a huge, huge difference in seeds for how close that for how close that game was. Sorry,
Yeah,
um,
yeah,
you said that the guys did do a lot of damage there, but we saw some members of Delirium starting to peak up around that mark as well. And the fact that they were able to take such good team fights, and it was a bit of a draft difference coming in as well. There, they didn't have quite the best characters in comparison.
yeah,
So the fact that they were able to put up such good fights and have such a good game is a really big shout out there to Delirium.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that it's just regardless of seeding or presumed outcome, just to be able to go together, two teams playing against each other really well. It's always a good look, right? Like no one likes a stomp other than maybe the players who are stomping. But even then,
Hmm.
I've always found that stomps aren't super fun to do, especially when it's against a team where you kind of know that it's going to be a stomp. So it not being a stomp maybe feels a bit bad if if low key chill team were really, really trying, but they were low key chill, so I'm
They
sure
were low key
they're
chill.
chill about that, moving forward in the bracket. But yeah, good game. That was fun. I love the bebop hooks, man. They're so fun. They're so fun.
They are really fun. It feels awful being on the other side of it.
Oh
I've been
yeah.
pulled from some very long range hooks into the double bomb combo, and you just go down.
Yeah.
But it is fun to watch it from this perspective at the very least. So great to see that, and really good play from the Dynamo there as well. In that last team fight, we saw the Singularity ultimate come out, and it was a bit of a sacrificial play.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Delirium started winning that team fight. They managed to pick off the Dynamo in the middle of his ultimate, but it gave low key Chill Team enough time to push forward, find some damage, and as you said, Jay Beto, Lady Geist was finding a lot of that damage for herself as well.
Yeah.
Terrifying character. But we will be going into our third game of the day quite shortly,
Hmm.
and it will be a losers bracket or a losers bracket round from a team that we've seen already this morning. It was Girl Failures who had taken that loss in the first round against, who did they verse, Jay Beto? It was against the Late Night Demons.
The
So we'll
demons.
be
Yeah.
seeing them in the losers round one versing the Mystics very, very shortly.
Hmm.
And we will be going into picks and bans for that soon enough. But Jay
Yeah.
Beto, it'll be interesting to see whether or not Girl Failures can pull themselves out of this losers bracket and start pushing up a little bit further. We saw, Jay Beto, that they didn't quite win that game, but they had some potential to hold in that game. And so if they're able to take
Yeah.
some of the advice that they could have gotten there and look back at that first game, then it might be an opportunity, as we're going to get into picks and bans right now for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they did pretty decent in the late game. Had some one fights there as well, but just the early game not going in, their way. Potentially could be a bit of a, character diff, bit of a hero diff. Your lane assignment's not exactly what you want them to be, but also can just be an execution diff. It happens. People, all the time in scrims of any game where you're up against a team and you just get absolutely thrashed in the early game because you made a mistake or your whole team made a mistake, and then it's just really impossible to come back. Or not that it always is, but it can be like that in some games. So, willing to give the benefit of the doubt as we have a Geist ban coming through from the first pick side. So, I mean, I like it. We've seen Geist do top damage in both the games so far. So, seeing it banned out first, I'm not against it.
I don't mind that here, but Jay Beto, it does leave open a lot of picks that we've seen be quite potent and talked about quite strong as well. Abrams is also going to be banned away here, and Jay Beto, that leaves some strong picks open. It leaves heroes like Kelvin, it leaves heroes like Pocket, who is quite
Yep.
capable. Even Hayes and Dynamo are both available here, so there's a lot of open picks. We see this a lot in the other games that we cast as well, though, that you might ban some things out that are not the highest priority so that you can trade back and forth, and we'll
Yeah.
see that Mystics are going to pick up that Haze immediately.
I mean, typically from first side, especially when there's solo bans, you're able to essentially target ban or just pick a ban that you don't want one of their players to play, regardless of whether it's a really strong pick or not. It can be a really strong pick, but it can also just be something that you're just sniping out someone to either essentially force bans. Because your first pick, you can decide what the highest prio is for your team. You can pick that. You're able to give away some strong picks as well if you want to, but you don't have to. I think that it's very first side driven when there's so little bans.
Mm.
But yeah, here we go. We got Hayes and Pocket locked in for Mystics right now. So, and I mean, it's looking scary.
That Haze Pocket is terrifying. I'm already scared of that. On the other side, we do see Moen Krill and Paradox, and that has potential to. Oh, there's a Viscous there as well. This is scary. There's a lot of healing here. There's a lot of anti-healing here, and there's a lot of single target damage. I'm terrified already.
Some CC that I'm seeing too as well. I want to see, like, I don't know if it would ever need to happen, but a Viscous knock up into the dagger, like the sleep midair, would be insane to see happen. I don't know if that ever would be necessary. That feels like way too unnecessary and showy. But Kelvin locked in as well. We've seen a lot of prior towards him in these games so far.
Yeah.
Not too surprising to see that coming through. Again, that Paradox swap Kelvin ult potential. We saw the same combo from in the last game, but this Dynamo, this feels like a really strong comp right now, guys. I can't lie. Like, it seems like you've got everything you want so far.
I am absolutely terrified of this comp right now. We've got a lot of high CC from that Dynamo. It's going to be followed up by Pocket using that Affliction to really just burst through damage and remove people down to 1 HP. And the final follow-up from Haze, from Viscous to CC, or fully damage people down. That's a lot. That's a lot to have to deal with all at once. Pocket is already a very, very strong character. On the other side, we do see some options to try to lock down this Pocket, getting him inside of Kelvin ult or locking him down with Moen Krill. If that briefcase is down, if he doesn't have those immunity frames available, then that's definitely an option that could be done there.
Gotta remember the big old cube. I love Gooball. I love his design. He's got to be my favorite design in this game so far. I love the slime look. I love the green as Warden locked in as well. Man, I love the team fight potential from Mystics right now. So many, like, they just have so many options. They kind of do whatever they feel like, in my eyes. They can look for a side lane pick with an Invis Haze or Veil into a sleep insta-kill, or Pocket can be there. The Warden against the Vindicta is nice as well. The Ivy for the rotations now. I mean, you could put Ivy in a solo lane and have her just be a bomb damage, but I'm assuming we've seen her in the duo lane, in one of the duo lanes, I guess, as more of a rotation potential. So, taking away whoever you want to duo lane with, whether it's a Pocket or a Haze, or if they're going to be in the solo lane, just the rotation potential as Infernus locked in. Haven't seen any Infernus today so far, but, obviously we've only had 2 games, so that's not that surprising.
Look, I'm a big Infernus fan, but I'm much more of a fan of this Pocket, and it's likely going to go towards a very high caliber player of this team on the Mystics, and that is Big Red Fred, also known as Fred, who is a very, very capable Pocket player, and dangerous to give him this pick. So it might have been a mistake by the girl failures to allow him to have this hero and the carry
potential. Him on head first.
Yeah, you know what? It's even better. Winning is one thing. Beating the very competent player on one of the best picks in the game right now, that's not just winning. That's dominating Jay Beto, and that's what the Gale failures want to do. Yeah,
I think it's an alpha move. Like, have him, have Pocket, have some of the strongest characters in the game at the moment. It's fine. We'll just beat you. It's going to be no diff. But yeah, we are.
It's an uphill climb here as we're going to get into our 3rd game for the day. Losers bracket round 1 here between Girl Failures and the Mystics. Let's see whether or not Girl Failures can climb up against this Pocket Dynamo combo here that Mystics have got themselves, or whether or not the Mystics are going to push further into this losers bracket. My name is Dysart. I continue to be joined by Jay Beto here, as we're already seeing poke back and forth in this early game. Lash down to half health, but he managed to get a lot of damage out on to his opposition there as well. Viscous taking a lot of poke in response to Jay Beto, and this Pocket is a little bit low health right now.
Yeah, but Viscous taking that poke is okay, because once he gets access to that cube, he's going to have so much healing available for, and safety, I will say as well. But the healing in lane is really strong against teams who don't have as much as he does. Not saying that, they don't, but...
Ooh. Whoa, low health here for the Haze. Has to hold on. Has to go all the way back to base. That's rough for your farming here. It's going to allow the Mo and Krill to start gaining quite the lead over this Haze in the early game. And one character that you don't want getting a lead and out-rotating you is Mo and Krill. His ability to lock someone down when they're not aware of it is absolutely detrimental, J-Beto.
Yeah, basing that early feels bad. I believe that I saw that the zipline boost was already on cooldown as well, so...
Zipline boost does start on cooldown, yeah.
Right. Okay, makes sense. I was going to say that would be a bit of an interesting decision to do. But yeah, it feels bad in that early game, obviously. Getting poked out, having to base, not being able to fast reset. I guess I just haven't seen too many people get poked out that aggressively that early. Speaking of, though, Warden getting
look
chunked
how low
down
that
already.
pocket is too. And Warden does fall. First blood here for the
solo
Vindicta.
kill.
It was a complete solo kill there. Well played
beautiful.
there.
We've seen what this Vindicta can do in games like this, and getting off to a strong start already with a solo kill up against the Warden. Look at the soul diff between Vindicta is missing. Thank you. Between Warden and Vindicta right now.
Yeah, absolutely massive difference in souls there.
Whew.
You can sort of see where some of the skill gap might be here. A lot of, where that soul gap would be is obviously First Blood is going to provide a lot of a lot of souls for that First Blood as Pocket is pushing up here, looking for some damage onto the Lash. Will dive in alongside his Viscous here, but turned around there by Kelvin. He's taking some poke, but he's firing off a lot more of it with that Ice Beam. Lash, though, down to 100 HP. It won't take much for Pocket to be able to find that kill, and especially a Pocket player as confident as old Fred is, he might be able to find something here. Viscous, though, looking for that aggressive play there, with the Slime Fist, as well as all the rest of his damage. This Kelvin is just forced completely back alongside his Lash. They just can't get in to defend J-Beto, and this might be another complete back.
Look at this rotation highlighted by our spectator right now. Looking for this
Paradox
pocket.
is in, finds the damage and the stun. Kelvin pushing up as well. On top of that ice pathway, they might be able to find the damage onto the pocket, but he's into the briefcase and dashes away there. Comfortably survives, does the pocket. And J-Beto, when a rotation like that doesn't go well, that's dangerous here for the girl failures.
Yeah, it is, but because they didn't lose too much, Wave not getting crashed on the tower, not getting, looks like isn't frozen right in the middle of the lane right now for that right side, mid side. That rotation is just a bit of a help. We talked about it, or I've been speaking about it a bit. These early rotations are a bit hard to get off in the early game because they're so easily called out, but was able to catch the pocket off guard.
Down goes Kelvin. Credited with the kill is that Viscous, and it means finally that this pocket was able to find enough aggression to find a kill, J-Beto.
Yeah, this Vindicta right now seems to be the saving grace, although the Infernus and the Krill do have a decent soul count right now. But yeah, that solo lane, these duo lanes right now, struggling a little bit. Specifically that left side mid one right now, that Kelvin and the Lash.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time of it. And J-Beto, we're seeing that Paradox is making a lot of rotations to try to alleviate some of that pressure. They came over earlier and found some damage off onto the pocket, but now Dynamo, because Paradox rotated out, Dynamo is able to put that pressure onto Infernus, and we're seeing kind of the collapse in the girl failures strategy here, where because they've given Pocket over towards Mystics, now this Dynamo, 1 HP could fall. We're seeing that the lanes are starting to fall apart a little bit because of that. This aggression, though, out of girl failures is good, but Pocket's making a rotation over, and I reckon that he's going to find a great punish here. He's looking to get into the middle, and he's fired off that Affliction Ultimate straight into the briefcase as well. And the tick is coming out immediately onto Paradox, Infernus, and Lash. They are going to find their way back into base, but immediately, J-Beto, they were pushing the tower. Look how quickly the health bars have dropped, and where all of that pressure went. Viscous now going to chase out with his own ultimate and find the kill onto Paradox. That's all you need when you've got a pocket, J-Beto, with one hit from anybody.
The Vindicta rotated over, had ultimate available too, was there for the team fight, but zoned out by the Ivy rotation now as well. Wasn't able to get into that. Yeah, you're right. The Affliction doing so much damage there. Overall, obviously can't kill with that ability on its own, but so easy for Gooball to just come through and get that last hit. And that's not me paraphrasing. That is actually what the ability is called.
It is indeed, and you're right, J-Beto, that this Vindicta had a lot of early pressure, but great rotation out from the Ivy to alleviate that pressure and prevent the rotation coming out, because if she was there, I think that pocket would have likely fallen and been punished for his early rotations and probably lost the great lead that he's got right now.
Yeah, the lead on pocket is quite strong, but Dice, this Viscous up 200 souls. Obviously, that's pretty negligible, but like, the Viscous doing really good. Speaking of,
will go down. Viscous is credited with that one alongside that Hayes. Great rotation coming out there. You're right, Jay, but this Viscous has been all over the map so far. He's found himself a lot of assists and a lot of kills, and now he's going to look to try to take this fight with the Paradox. Don't think he's got his... No, he doesn't quite have his ultimate back up at the moment here, so Paradox should have the better end of this fight. But there's a Hayes and a Pocket here, and we know that they have a lot of fight potential. Pocket doesn't have his ult out just yet, but he will come back up soon.
Yeah, big grouping on the left side, but it's a bit of a what four-man situation. You know, you don't have to fight
Oh, Vindicta goes down. Warden was just able to find the gun damage over her.
Solo kill back, and that Soul evens out with the Warden now Pocket.
Pocket has made the rotation over as immediately Kelvin ult will be traded out, and down goes Paradox for that kill. 3-kill streak here for Viscous as we see him in that goo ball, diving deep underneath the Guardian. He's not done yet either, but Pocket will go down for his troubles there. Gooball, though, he's trapped inside of the Guardian and likely to fall as well as Kelvin's able to find a lot of damage. It's going to be credited to Lash. Great rotation counterplay from the deep dive out of Mystics.
Beautiful. They're playing really well. Girl Fairley is being able to get those 2 picks right there, shutting down the Pocket and the Viscous is really nice, getting them time off the map. And look at the souls now, Dice. I mean, if you have a look at the overall team diff, you know, it's a few thousand, but those individual lanes, they're not too bad. Being down, you know, 500-ish souls to 1k is not, it really doesn't feel that bad.
No, this is not the worst position in the world to be in. It is still quite early game, so you don't want to be behind really at all, of course. But this is still a position that...
being ahead.
Yeah, being ahead is being ahead, exactly. But it's a recoverable position, and it's not like team fights are going to be lost from, you know, just from the difference right now in souls. However, this Viscous might be lost as he's pushed up into a tower by himself. Lash going to come in behind and look to pull the Viscous back in, but straight into the cube. Does go that defensive play, and Viscous will hold. Although, he's still playing up aggressively, Jay Beto, and that could be a rotation opportunity here for Pocket.
Absolutely could be a rotation. But right now, just seeing some standard lanes. Nothing too crazy going on. Over in that solo lane, the most volatile one that we've seen so far, this Warden Vindicta souls have completely evened out. I know that says that she's 1k up, but that's only because, you know, you can't see the 6 point or the 5.6 or whatever it is.
Hayes is being rotated on by the Lash, and Mo and Krill will find the combo. Hayes still alive though, down to 200 health. Did find that knife onto the Mo and Krill, and she's found the position to get out. No, Lash catches up and gets the kill. Down goes the Hayes in the meantime though. Viscous actually found a kill onto Kelvin. Great macro play from the Mystics to push up when they knew that Lash wasn't able to rotate around.
Very nice 1-for-1 trade over there right now. Lash falling down, a bit unfortunate. But yeah, this Vindicta again tried to rotate, but the Warden called it out. As you see the pings coming through and kept her in lane.
Here for the counter rotation. Hayes has found the stun off or the sleep off onto this Mo and Krill, and the affliction comes out. Mo and Krill's going to have a hard time finding his way out of this one, being ticked lower and lower by that ultimate out of the Pocket. Hayes is in position alongside Pocket, but a big heal here for the Mo and Krill. Might get him back underneath the Guardian. He's going to survive. Barely gets out, does Mo and Krill. A lot of time wasted there by Lash and by Pocket and Hayes, and Lash is in position to find some damage onto Pocket. Doesn't have that Affliction ultimate available, but Hayes likely has her own ult. Nice. Knocked up by the Lash though, and he's looking for a little bit more, but turned around and straight away by this Pocket. Lash is gonna ult. He's pulling him up and straight back down, but Pocket survives it and turns it around. Viscous gets the kill, Jay Beto.
Beautiful. I believe there's a briefcase coming through there under the bridge. First flex spot available as Warden getting another kill onto this Vindicta. I believe that wasn't a 1v1 as Ivy is over there. Kelvin now as well. But over on this side of the fight, Viscous fighting over this Mo and Krill.
Ultimate coming out from the Infernus. Won't be able to connect with anyone there. The Goo Ball gets him out too quickly, and Pocket's made a rotation over as well. Might be able to find this pick off onto the Infernus. It's not a 1v1 you want to take in that position. Viscous is going to push up alongside Pocket here, maybe looking for this Lash. We've seen him rotating all over the map, and he might be looking for another fight once again. Tethered to the ground here is Viscous, doesn't have that Goovall available to rotate him outside of position here, and Vindicta's finally made a big rotation over, has these executes available, and could find some kill potential. Lash comes straight in as Pocket is forced into the briefcase early and has to dash away. Is going to prevent his position from being caught out here by the Vindicta, so should be just fine, but Viscous is still being chased down, 200 health, but the Gooball might just get out safely. Doesn't have his ultimate available, but he's passed himself out of the line of sight.
Gloob. Oh, Vindicta right now getting focused down by this Pocket that was able to reset. Bit greedy from the Vindicta. Oh man, I mean she's still doing decent, but this Viscous actually, he's developing quite a solid lead right now. Looking for this Paradox.
Whoa, that Paradox is taking so much damage, but we'll find the ultimate. Dynamo is here as well to get a knock-up off here, and it's 3v1. Paradox will go down. Kill credited to the Dynamo.
That looked really good for, you know, against the Viscous. The damage was coming through, but the healing so much. I guess it's just a bit of a bait as well. I mean, I love Viscous design, I have to say.
Yeah, Viscous is a lot of fun, and you know, when you're hearing all of the in-game voice lines as well, it's very enjoyable to listen to Viscous's voice. But an interestingly designed kit as well, Jay Beto, having those long-range sort of knock-ups, the repositioning, as well as those
micro,
sort of
like max there that you need to be hitting those, because obviously you can orb like we just saw. That's a great mechanical play right there, but the team fight is on.
Although he is trapped inside of 3 here, will get out that goo ball and straight into the back line here, looking to try to dive this Guardian. Dynamo going to look for some knockups as well alongside Ivy here, and it's a great use of the zoning ultimate here from Viscous to give space for Mystics to push into the Guardian. And with that space, Jay Beto, they're going to take down this objective. Lash is in though, and he's looking to dive into the backline. Might be able to find this Ivy, who doesn't have an immunity anymore. There's the ultimate, and Ivy is trapped inside the Guardian and does go down. Although dive out immediately from the Infernus pocket, doing a lot of damage here as well. Trapped inside the Kelvin ult are a few members of the girl failures, but Pocket is just doing so much work into the backline here. And it's going to mean that the girl failures, they just can't hold anymore, and that Guardian will go down, Jay Beto.
That was a beautiful pick there from the Lash, but then the team fight just wasn't able to follow. So much damage getting done by this Pocket, by this Viscous. The space that he was creating in that fight is crazy. This Kelvin health bar. Oh, it's risky to stay here, but...
It is risky to stay here.
Yes.
I think Jay Beto, the crucial thing to talk about after that fight as well is the power that Pocket Ult has. It was such a good winning fight there for Girl Failures. You know, the Viscous had overextended a little bit with his ult. He was doing a great job zoning, but it meant that when Lash came in, he was able to completely turn the fight around with his ultimate, found that Ivy, and then as soon as Pocket Ult came out, everyone was terrified, everyone was ticking, and the fight was just over.
I think it's okay for me to say this because this is an alpha, but I think Pocket is like gonna have to be looked at. Like that is so unfair that he can do that.
He's a bit overtuned.
Yeah, he is a bit overtuned, and obviously, you know, in a tournament you're allowed to play whatever you want. Ivy using the tech there, you can ult with the urn. But yeah, you're allowed to play whatever you want, and there's no shade towards any players who are picking the best things. But I just think, you know, from a development perspective. Yeah, from the development perspective, it is pretty crazy that an ult has very low execution potential, but has so much value. Yeah, it's strong. It's a good ult. Speaking of good ults right now, Goo Ball coming through, but counter.
Yeah, is turned around on by that combo. Viscous is still finding some stuns and some CC there with his ult, but Mo and Krill managed to heal his way through it. Kelvin and Mo are going to chase up, looking for this Goo Ball, but it looks like he's found his way out into a better position. Vindicta trying to find the sniper, won't be able to lock that down. There it is! Execution as Agent. Is it Agent Bing Bing? It is Agent Bing Bing. We know that guy. Bing?
Agent in the Deadlock right now, playing the Goo Ball.
And Infernus is actually traded out there in response as well. 3 members of the Girl Failures looking to try to pick off this Pocket inside of the Guardian, but there's the Affliction once more. And look at the speed at which Mo and Krill goes down. The ticks were too fast, and Kelvin's ult was not fast enough to respond to it there.
Yeah, strong. You see the pings coming out as well. Everyone's spamming to push lanes in chat. Obviously, that's just
Paradox being chased down here as it's going to be the base Guardians being pushed into by the Mystics. Paradox very low health, and Dynamo going to push back and start to play defensive here. This could be a mid-boss call, Jay Beto. It's early, but the lead is there. 14,000 souls.
Also, the urn has respawned over that left side. Viscous potentially looking for it, but looks also maybe to just look to deny it. Maybe waiting for this Ivy to, you know, use the ultimate ability and take it over like they did last time. I think they're just focusing out these walkers seems to be the prioritization from Mystics right now, rather than this mid-boss. Don't want to coin flip anything potential with a steal. Don't want to let the, you know, any in potential happen here, as Lash looking for this high ground. Is a bit of a low health bar right now. Flex not available. These Guardians falling down. This gets damage out onto the Kelvin right now. A bit of a team
But
fight
it's a
coming through.
2v1, Jay Beto. Viscous has to go straight into that cube as Kelvin is finding that ice beam damage into that frost grenade, but it's not enough as Viscous turns it around and finds that knock up there. Infernus trying to get some tick off with his flames, but Viscous is into the goo ball and looking for the Kelvin. He won't be able to find the stun on the first rotation of the ball, but he's coming back around and looking now for this Infernus. Will be able to find a stun on the second one and bouncing back and forth between those walls to find a lot of damage there. Pocket's made a rotation over as well, and down goes Kelvin. Finding that kill is the Pocket as Viscous is going to push forward, further forward. Might be able to find a knock up here, but either way, it's aggression into this Walker to try to find the damage. In the meantime, though, Lash is picked up and knocked back down. This Viscous inside of the Walker. Vindicta finds the kill. Great snipe, and the execute is good. Now Vindicta's pushing even further forward, looking to try to punish off this dive here from the Pocket. He has escape potential into the briefcase and the dash. Will he be able to get out, though? Lash is chasing, and he will be able to find it. Paradox gets a kill, and it's a great turnaround fight from the Girl Failures.
Lock between a rock and a hard place? No, Dust. Lock between a goo ball and a hard place. That ultimate getting so much value, but the chase was too good from Girl Failures, picking off both of the really strong members right now. Viscous and this Pocket, 17k souls on him, but he's down. Lots of time for Girl Failures to get on the map. What are they going to do, though? Not enough push in the right side of the map, but the left side of the map is available. This Urn potentially getting looked at, but Kelvin getting focused down by Hayes. Ultimate is available for her, but Dagger not available. Well, is available, but didn't get hit. This Urn dice. Urn is getting looked at by Ivy right now as we see the ultimate is available, has been used, and man, this is an interaction that, again, is this a fair interaction to have happen?
Yeah, look, it definitely is, Jay, but it's not that it's unbalanced. It's more just that you have to be aware of the potential that it has. Yeah, a little boop there for the Ivy to gain some
timed out, so has to walk all the way over. Unfortunate.
I think Ivy's going to be just fine.
Yeah, but potential to get caught out by Girl Failures here as the Warden has rotated over to that right side of the map. Potentially looking to block here, but the Mystic's positioning just looks too good.
Vindicta is in position to try to defend this one out, and we know that she isn't too far behind, and in fact is pretty much, actually, it looks like the most farmed in the game right now. So even with that, Pocket has the potential to do a lot of damage here.
Good position.
And great positioning here, although Pocket is positioned well as well. And this is a scary character inside of a team fight. Has that Affliction, and the more people groups, the more punish is going to come out. And there's the Affliction immediately doing a lot of damage, but has to go straight into the briefcase, dash into the backline here. As Ivy finds some brambles out there, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. Paradox, sorry, Warden deep into the backline here has found his ultimate and doing a little bit of damage. It's going to force Mo and Krill to fall back a little bit as the stun's going to come out. And Dynamo finds a huge singularity into the backline there. Pocket has found all of the damage in the world that he could need. The CC was too strong. The Pocket Dynamo combo too good. And now, Jay Beto, the Mystics, they're going to get the Urn. They're going to push even further forward, chasing down, looking for this Vindicta and the Kelvin inside the mid-right side lane. They're trying to push further forward. Kelvin uses that ultimate to pull himself out of trouble a little bit here, but Vindicta still being chased down that lane here. Two walkers, remain for the Girl Failures. They're not being pushed, though, by the Mystics. Instead, looking for some kills with Jay Beto. By the looks of it, mid-bosses could be coming up.
Mid-boss dice indeed, because look at the left side lanes, especially that left side solo lane, and like Kelvin did end up falling down, but there's no potential to get those remaining walkers because the minions, the creeps, were getting pushed out. So, you know, going to take a lot of time to kill those, but this mid-boss hasn't been looked at right now, and Lash is pushing out for this left side walker. Can get rotated on, but looking to get this. Yeah, he is going to be getting this walker, but this Ivy ult, I believe, is hunting.
And we did see how low Hayes fell immediately there. Infernus is doing a great job holding and defending here, but this Pocket is going to have massive damage output this game, Jay Beto, already from all the afflictions in these team fights. He's doing so much work, and I'd be terrified to see him walking towards me right now. Although Jay Beto and Mystics, they're walking towards mid-boss. It could be a bait position around this objective here as Warden is in the area to start it up. Yeah.
Ivy looking for the Soul Orb again, but the 1v1 right now between Viscous and... No, it's never a 1v1 scratch.
It's never a 1v1.
As well.
Warden will be able to find that hook and credited with the kill there. Great rotation out. Pocket also found himself an assist in that fight, so of course getting some more player damage out is very crucial. Viscous though is taking a lot of poke for his trouble there as Paradox finds a lot of damage and is going to use that ultimate, but he's used it on the cube. Stunned out by the Walker regardless of being inside the cube, but he is going to goo ball out, and look at the healing that he's already gotten inside the goo ball, Jay Beto. This Walker can't hold for much longer as Kelvin is here to try to defend it in the goo ball. Still looking to try to chase into the backline there on to anyone that he really can. Kelvin, Paradox, and Lash are here trying to defend the Walker, but the goo ball does manage to find his way out alongside this pocket. Walker still holds, and Kelvin uses his ultimate to hold it for a little bit longer, but Jay Beto, Mystics are grouped, and they're going to try to push in.
And while that's happening, Dias, this Ivy was able to get that urn over a little bit, not to escort it into that base, you know, because it is quite far into Girl Failure's side of the map that you are going to have to be taking that urn. So maybe, you know, thinking it's probably not worth it to to step too far, especially now that Warden has fallen down. But it looks like a really good push out right now for Girl Failures in this left side mid lane. Ivy inside, underground, sorry. Mo and Krill the same. And very back and forth these fights right now, regardless of this sold, if not too much. Kelvin trying to get away right now. Mo and Krill the same, but this damage, it's a lot.
Pocket might be in a little bit of trouble, but has that Warp Stone to get him out of trouble here, and we're seeing the damage coming out onto this Kelvin immediately. There's the ultimate combo as Dynamo and Pocket use their Affliction and Singularity combo to find a lot of work here. Mo and Krill chasing out alongside this Warden ult, and trapped here is the Paradox. Lash though finds a big ultimate and pulls everybody way out of position, but look at the kills coming through already. Mo and Krill, Paradox, Kelvin, they all go down, and Jay Beto is off the damage of the Affliction once more. Chasing into the Walker, one more shot will do it, and Lashy does still barely hold 100 HP, but this Walker, Jay Beto, is going to fall, and that's given Mystics the opportunity to push through and try to end this game.
Yeah, and this game might be a bit ambitious, but definitely these Walkers and these you know, inner Guardians and maybe even some of these Shrines, but respawn time is not too long. Viscous poke is a lot, and he's actually falling really far down. Mid-boss getting looked at as well. I guess Viscous, you know, I didn't quite look at the map there. I thought there was going to be a push, but they decided, you know, like I said, respawn's coming through. Bit too risky. You can look for this mid-boss, but hot on the tail are Girl Failures. Potential to get looked at right now. Obviously, there is that steal potential with the punch.
He's going to get in here trying to steal this one away. And it is stolen away, Jay Beto. Girl Failures get themselves the Rejuvenator, but now they have to find their way out of this dangerous position. Here comes the ultimate, drops once more as Hayes is going to fire off her own one inside of the Kelvin ultimate. Kelvin goes down, Lash goes down, and it's a chase on still here from the Mystics. They didn't get the Rejuvenator, but they are trying to take the fight. Looking now for this Vindicta. She's up in the air and will be able to find her way out of trouble here. Oh no, she's trying to take a trade of damage off onto this Hayes. And Jay Beto, once again, we haven't seen the use of Pocket's ultimate here. The Affliction can still do a lot of work. With that Rejuve, Jay Beto, this could be a position, though, for Girl Failures to come back into the game.
Yeah, only 2 of those down. Those respawns have finally come through now. So we've got 4 Rejuvenators on the board, but we've also got this Goo Ball on the board right now, chasing out this Infernus. So much damage from him.
Whoa, look at the stun coming out, but Infernus is going to charge up his own ultimate and prevent this Viscous from chasing in too deep. Look at the healing coming out as Infernus will fall immediately to Pocket's rotation. Hayes and Warden also are able to find that Vindicta here, so the respawn timers won't take too long, but those kills are crucial, Jay Beto. This final Walker is likely to fall very, very soon.
And beyond that final Walker Dice, those inner turrets, Shrine and Patron are waiting for Mystics, who are hungry to end this game right now. Monko getting poked very low, but these lanes aren't looking too hot for this push right now. Nearly every lane is, you know, against Mystics right now, especially that right side lane right now that looks like Pocket's rotating over to answer because his Walker is dying to those waves. Waves in this game, you know, they will solo take these towers, solo take these Walkers. As we see right there, that Walker falls down to nothing but the minions.
Yeah, that Walker does go down, and it's the last one on the map for Girl Failures, so that's a huge boon here for the Mystics. And despite the fact that Girl Failures got themselves a Rejuvenator, they're still struggling to defend here, although this Vindicta's doing a lot of work, and the Hayes will go down. She manages to finally, though, trade out that kill onto the Mo and Krill. But Jay Beto, when that Mo and Krill has Rejuvenator, that's enough to be able to happily take that trade. Kelvin now looking for this kill onto the Ivy, but there is a Viscous in the area here as the Ice Beam is going to come down, and down goes the Kelvin. Look at that damage, Jay Beto.
Whew. and this Rejuvenator, you know,
Singularity, Paradox, and Vindicta are trapped inside of this one. Paradox taking a lot of damage as Warden has made a rotation over. The Claw is good, but the Paradox ult might be even better. They're trapped inside the Alchemical Fire, though, and down goes the Paradox. Vindicta still being chased down by this Dynamo. A few more shots will do it, but the Vindicta, she's trading the damage off, but will fall finally to the Dynamo. Wow, Jay Beto, the team fight's going on, but it's the individual damage that these players of Mystics are able to find that's doing so much work.
That's all Rejuvenators off right now, so, you know, a bit of work to, you know, chip away at those. You know, towers being able to get taken due to the fast respawns that are available, but yeah, I mean, a great steal, an amazing steal potential from the Lash there. I believe that it was Lash. It was a bit hard to see who saw, but it looks like his ground slam and, you know, alongside his heavy melee was what got it, obviously. But yeah, I think it's just kind of stalled out the game, gave him a bit of time to, you know, even out these souls a little bit. But now all the Rejuvenators are off, and, you know, they're back. Yeah, backs against the wall, getting pressed back again. As another team fight, this Dynamo instantly dead, actually.
And Pocket has already found that Affliction as well. Deep into the backline does go this Lash, trying to pull some people out of position here and allow his team to be able to step forward. Vindicta up in the air and might be able to find and execute off onto this Ivy or this Warden, but it's taking a lot of damage. And Warden is going to be able to find this stun, which is going to make it hard for Vindicta to find and execute, and actually trapped on top of that roof as well. So it's hard for her to find that final shot. Warden going to chase down too and looking for the damage onto this Vindicta. Trapped here is the Mo and Krill looking for that disarm. Execute potential coming out from the Vindicta. She won't be able to find the damage though, as the Alchemical is going to come out and the chase onto this Warden. Vindicta does find a counter kill, but 4 members down already here for the Girl Failures. 3 versus 4 trade. The Ivy taking just trade. Oh, great parry there from the Vindicta. She turns it around. 1 melee, 2 melee. Great defense on the Vindicta. Girl Failures will hold once again, Jay Beto.
39 health, I believe, on that Vindicta. I thought she was dead for sure there with the parry. Beautiful. That stunned so long. Hayes? Okay. Decided it was time
shout cast that one?
Her to die. Walks under 2 turrets with no minions and dies. But yeah, all good.
Oh, look, it was still a great defense there. Great, good. We're not going to talk about that last kill. It was still a great fight there. Really good parry is going to hold through. And it was quite well predicted there as well by the Vindicta, knowing that that was going to come out. And, you know, people typically say, hey, if you're about to die, just parry. Because it could be what saves your life in the end of the day. And that was a great play there.
It did indeed. Look at the active items this Kelvin has. He has all 4 of his slots.
He does have all 4 of his slot build.
I feel like I just wouldn't press them. I just build those items and then forget. Like, oh man, I have 4 active items.
That's the difference between you and me, Jay Beto, is that I spam all my buttons and then die.
Yeah, but it's completely in a random order, and you can't aim as well.
I don't know what they do either. I do. For anybody watching, I do.
It's a joke?
Yeah, thank you. As Girl Failures are rotating this urn, it's on their side of the map, but we saw in the previous game, Jay Beto, the danger of doing this this urn into the late game here, as Viscus is going to be poked out a little bit by the Vindicta, but goes into that goo ball. Is the execute going to be a laugh? Lash ult might be, but into the backline, Affliction alongside the Dynamo Singularity ultimate is good, and it's going to be ticking on almost everybody. Into the Kelvin ultimate, do the team go, and it's going to be enough to hold their health bars alive for a little bit as Viscus go down. So too does the Vindicta. Infernus falling lower and lower, and so too is the Mo and Krill. They're taking so much damage from this Affliction, and look at the Parrot, look at the Pocket go alongside the Haze. The hyper carries are here, and they've taken down 4 Jay Beto. They're going to push into the base, and it's hard now for Girl Failures to survive. It's only the Paradox, Jay Beto, and how can they hold against this many players?
There's only one wave pushed up right now, as Girl Failures has done a really good job, as always, in this game of keeping those waves pushed up. Man, that fight, it looked really good for Girl Failures. The Affliction, I didn't think that it was going to do enough. The Dynamo the same, the Viscus went down, the Dynamo went down, but then the sustained damage finally started coming through, and this game might be looking done.
First part of the Phantom has been destroyed. Part of the Patron has been destroyed, and it's going to take that transformation to get into its weakened state here. 4 seconds remain on the respawn timers here for the Girl Failures, so they're back up in time to hold the base for now. But Jay Beto, we saw in that last fight a great Lash ultimate.
Yeah.
To completely get people out of position and deal a lot of damage there. But regardless, the Affliction and Singularity ultimate combo coming out from Pocket and Dynamo was just too much for Girl Failures to handle.
Yeah, I mean, look at their comp, right? Look at Amberhand, look at Mystic's comp right now, and how well all of them do underground indoors. As Mo and Krill looking to get a knock up onto this Warden, but he's getting out. But like almost every single one of them is like want to be. That's a perfect fight location for them. So regardless of what happened, and obviously the Dynamo and the Viscous both falling down, it was looking pretty good for Girl Failures. And maybe outside where Vindicta is able to get more damage and more spacing off and kite backwards and use her ult from a distance. Inside, that's just not a possibility.
Yeah, it's definitely a really rough position to be in, and the fact that Mystics took that fight where they did. They knew that the urn was going to happen, and they decided to take the fight inside the building where the urn was going to be. Just gave them exactly the opportunity that they wanted to fight under their terms with the Dynamo Ultimate, with the Affliction. No way to get out of it. Mid boss is going to be done here, and Jay Beto, that might mean the final push in here. Paradox is in the area, but she's gonna have. Well, they're gonna have a hard time being able to push in and steal it. You're right.
But they're looking for it.
Oh, the ultimate from the Paradox is good. The Yakamakel is on the floor as well. Lash ultimate coming down. Could it be another steal? Dynamo, though, is going to get off a huge singularity. 4 down already, J Meadow. The Affliction does so much work. Vindicta, the only person left alive, and she goes down. J Meadow, this game is over. Complete wipe for Girl Failures. The Dynamo is huge. The Pocket is huge. The game is over.
And Viscous didn't even have to use his ult. Mo and Krill, Kelvin and Vindicta, all three of them didn't get to use their ults in that final fight. That was a beautiful final fight. I mean, yeah, GG's coming out for sure. It's so pretty to watch fights like that happen. All the team fight finally comes in. You see another perfect fight, but this time it goes all well. There's no in for Girl Failures in that fight. There's no picks coming through. It's a full fight. Sorry, 6-0.
Well, Jay Beto, absolutely massive. You're right, 6-0 fight there. 5 members of the Girl Failures fell immediately. 52,191 damage for Pocket there. 31-minute game. The next closest barely didn't even crack 40k there. 39,000 for the Vindicta, who by far and away had the most damage for her team.
Yeah.
Huge gameplay by Fred there. Great damage, great timing, positioning, everything there from that Pocket. Excellently played. Jay Beto, what an excellent game there. We saw Girl Failures. They managed to steal away a Rejuvenator at one point that game. Look at the split of kills, by the way. All those 11s top kills for Mystics there. But, they managed to steal that Rejuve. They managed to hold a few times, get some good fights off. But that last fight, Jay Beto, Dynamo Pocket, ripped damage through. Everybody got a piece of the pie, getting some kills there. And it was just over.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch. I mean, there's nothing else to say, right? Like, they just got a perfect fight for their comp. And the Vindicta she was last alive, but I'm assuming that's because she was trying to stay outside, but the team just gets instantly deleted. Beautiful
Crazy.
fight.
Absolutely fantastic fight and absolutely fantastic game coming out there. It was very exciting to see how those teams matched up. And again, Girl Failures, they managed to have some opportunities there where they showed that they have the potential to really be taking these fights to some potentially higher seeded teams and players. We saw that Vindicta was doing quite well in those team fights and in the early game as well, actually maintaining the highest farm, staying quite close in souls against that Pocket. So really good gameplay coming out there. The Rejuve steal, excellently done. So great gameplay from the Girl Failures there. I believe that does knock them out of the tournament, but it allows this Mystics squad to push a little bit further forward and move up in the losers bracket, Jay Beto.
Yeah, unfortunate do or die game, but I mean, it was a good game to go out. Like, that was really fun to watch. I'm sure it was fun to play. Maybe not so much in that last fight when, if your Girl Failures and you go for the last fight, Rejuve steal again, and you just get absolutely insta-killed by every ability in the game. But yeah, I mean, it's a fun tournament anyway, right? Like, I'm hoping that everyone had fun, and I think the GG's coming out in all chat after me. Everyone's having fun. The steal was definitely the most fun part of that game for sure. That I would have loved to have heard comms for Girl Failures when Lash stole that.
Well, Jay Beto, it was exciting to see, and it's been very exciting to bring everybody this current Nemesis Pro League tournament. It's been an absolutely massive experience so far. Before we go to our next break, we're going to run another quick giveaway. Get your exclamation mark. Not yet. Don't type it yet. I've got to reset it. Hold on. Don't type it yet. I know that you want to, but we're going to do another $25 Steam gift card giveaway. in just a moment. All
Sorry,
right, you can type ! giveaway in the chat right now to try to get your hands on that $25 Steam gift card.
We got a lot of giveaway in the chat coming through right now. Good to see. I mean, $25. $25 is $25.
$25 is $25 is $25.
Oh,
And
apparently
there's
there's
a
a
Steam
Steam
sale on.
sale on the moment. So
Thanks to
let me
production for letting us
quickly
know that
open
one.
Steam right now and have a look while we wait for this to come through. Wait
We'll
for
run
this.
this giveaway for a little bit. If you're enjoying our content as well, we might have a small discussion about who we are and what we do. This is Nemesis Productions bringing you this production and broadcast. The Deadlock Nemesis Pro League tournament. We funded the prize pool for this one, and everything that you're seeing right now with these gift cards and everything is being funded by us. We're a production company bringing you a lot of different games and a lot of different broadcasts. If you want to check out some of our other work, you can check us out on YouTube. I can't post our socials individually, together. For some reason, our bot is broken. We should get it fixed up during this next break. But they are on screen, so you can check out all of our different channels just there, scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Make sure you go and follow us on Twitter. Check out our YouTube channel as well, and you can see some of our other work. Let's get a winner going for this giveaway.
Gimme.
We'll get, you know what? 3 more entries. 3 more entries. Get in now. Get your ! Giveaways out of the way. Get 3 more entries in there, and then I'll do it.
All right. Go ahead here. We need 3 more giveaways.
So make sure you do check out our other social media accounts. I'm going to quickly post them in chat here, as well as that as well. If you've come from our other areas, if you've come from our Smite or from our connections with the Rotary Club, you can check out the NPL Discord, where we've got this tournament going on for Deadlock as well. I'll post the link for that one too. Make sure you go and check them out and show some support and love to everything that the admins over there are doing. Let's select a winner for this giveaway. It's going to go to
Hey,
Fragmaz. He called it. He did
I'm
call
winning
it.
this. Woo!
He did call it. All right.
Yep. Very
Let me get
nice.
that giveaway going and done. We're going to go to a bit of a longer break now. It's going to be, we're taking the time to catch up to the live games that are going to be happening today. So things are going to play out a little bit different from this point forward, so that we can be watching those games live as they happen. Eventually, we will see the semi-finals and the finals today as well. So make sure you keep an eye out. We will be on a long break, but don't go anywhere. It helps us a lot if you keep the channel open as we run some ads and that sort of stuff. You don't have to interact in chat, but you're more than welcome to as well. We will see you all shortly. Thank you for being here, and stay tuned for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NPL tournament hosted by Nemesis Productions. My name is Jay Beto, joined on the desk right now with Nuxel. Good to have you on, Nuxel.
Yeah, good to be here. I was out this morning, so I'm keen to get into
Touching
some of
grass,
these Deadlock games, man.
doing some stuff.
Doing some stuff, but
Not us. We're here grinding away.
I'm excited. I'm excited, nevertheless. So,
Well,
oh,
you weren't
well,
here, so I was just going to go over the previous games for
yeah, give me
you.
a
And
recap. So, first game we had Team Girl Failure versus Late Night Demons. What were some of the highlights, some of the picks, and the outcome of that game?
we've seen, a lot of very similar picks, a lot of, Pocket, a lot of Haze, Prioritization, Kelvin, Paradox, Dynamo as well. But that game, it was a bit of a rough early game for the Team Girl Failure, but they were able to come back with some good team fights in the mid to late game, got very close, but weren't able to clutch it out in the end. Our second game was Loki Chill Team versus Delirium. Now, according to some tier lists from some of the Deadlock players, Loki Chill Team was very, very favored to win that match, and they did end up winning, but it was much closer than a lot of people expected. They essentially said that if it wasn't a stomp, wasn't a win that they wanted, and it was pretty close. Loki Chill Team did end up winning that out. Their team fighting was just great. We had and then our last match that we just had was Mystics versus Team Girl Failures. Girl Failures from that first match again had a bit of a rough early game, but they bring it back with a Rejuvenator Steel, which was really, really cool to see. But Mystics had some great team fighting as well. And key for me, the last team fight that they had a Dynamo, they had a Pocket, they had a Warden, an Ivy, and a Haze, I believe, as well. And all of these, they were in that Rejuvenator room. All of these ults stacking on top of each other were just too much. They had just an amazing, amazing team fight. So yeah, lots of team fighting coming across. Some some mistakes here and there with the obviously Rejuvenator getting stolen away. Maybe that was a bit of a content give. But yeah, we're going to be getting into some of the more higher rated teams later on in the day, because we've so far only seen low key chill team in the what have been called the higher echelon of teams. We always see that in every tournament, especially in OCE, where there's not that many players. But yeah, it's good to have you on for some of these games.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love a good underdog story. Tier lists aside,
I
I'm
agree.
sure we'll see some awesome gameplay come out for the rest of the day and into the night tonight. But you know, pick wise, there's skill in just that, right? It's not
Hmm.
just the gameplay, especially with the amount of characters that are in the game right now. These
Yeah.
bans, although it's only one, but these picks and bans really make a massive difference for a lot of these teams. And if some of the lower teams can pick out, or at least the lower rated teams can pick out, some of those combos, maybe the Dynamo Haze
Yep.
or the Kelvin Warden. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it could carry the team fights quite well. But it looks like we're going straight into picks and bans over here for Mystics
Yeah,
versus
speaking of,
Retirement Squad. So let's get straight into that.
yeah, we saw Mystics up against Girl Failure in that last one, where they had some really great team fighting towards the end. Obviously, they gave the Rejuve Steel, but that's all right. That was fun. Retirement Squad coming in as well. Haven't seen them today so far, but we have to see what these teams are prioritizing. Whether or not it's going to be some kind of pocket ban or a dynamo ban. Obviously, from first pick, maybe you don't want to ban that. Maybe you want to be taking those away. But we do see the pocket ban, like I just mentioned.
Yeah, Pocket's such a strong character right now in these recent buffs.
That
I'm not
new
too
items.
surprised to see that. I think he can just run a game, given the right circumstances and the right player behind it.
Yep.
What are you expecting here for second ban?
It's risky. Are you willing to give over this dynamo? If you do ban the dynamo, you're giving over something like a Haze. And it's rough, right? Because from first pick, I feel like first pick is still such a strong position to have, because you can really dictate where the game goes. Because as you can see, Retirement Squad taking their time, they're really not quite sure what they're able to go, what they want to go here. Because I do feel bad with more bans. When more bans get added, that does change. But with such low characters in the game, this is obviously something you get last pick from retirement squad, but they are opting for the Geist ban.
Okay.
I've seen a bit of that so far, doing a lot of damage, a lot of poke in lane, and the health swap obviously very strong.
I mean, especially with how tanky we're seeing a lot of the prior picks. Okay, Yamato being first picked out.
Wow.
Maybe not something that I expected, but given the games that you've seen earlier today, did you expect that?
Definitely not first pick. I would have thought maybe a little bit later, even a 3, 4, or 5, a last pick potentially. But this first pick, I mean, it's got to be a confidence pickup, surely,
I mean, again, given the right player behind it, I'm not too familiar quite yet. I'm keen to see, some highlighted players pop up and more and get these stories going for a lot of the teams and stuff. I need to get a bit of insight to some of the people in the community a little bit more. But if Mystics have that confidence, Yamato, I mean, can really run a game. But here we're getting that Haze picked up in return for retirement squad. I am kind of expecting that, and they have an open pick there for a good controller to pair alongside that.
Yeah, absolutely. This Dynamo's still available as well. Pairs very well with this Haze. Kelvin as well, still available. Potential to pick that up too. Obviously, you're only getting one more pick at this, second pick side. You pick it on 2-3 here, but potentially picking up on a 3-4. Lots of things that you're able to go here. Let's have a look at what retirement squad is opting to go here.
Second ban, they're still having a bit of a
It
think.
is the Dynamo.
Yeah. Dynamo makes sense. Dynamo is such a classic combo to do with Haze, with her ultimate ability, with both of them really, using Warpstone as well as Dynamo to just get on moving as fast as possible on top. But we've got a Mo and Krill as the controller there, and then a Kelvin in response, which absolutely makes sense there. But
yeah, I mean the Kelvin, kind of like a budget Dynamo. I mean, you're not able to pick that, but the Kelvin, quite a good support champion, or support-ish, I guess. Not really any set roles like there are in some other MOBAs, but definitely potential against the Haze, either to, lock her out, lock her in, separate her from the team fight. Let's have a look at what retirement squad are opting to go with in their 3-4 pick. Still lots of picks to come through, still a lot of potential for the team comps to go whatever direction it needs to go. Pocket, obviously banned, Geist banned as well. Maybe we're going to see a bit of a Viscus or an Abrams pick up here. A bit more over the front line. Could also opt towards... Oh, hang on. Okay, it looks like
Paradox is what I was expecting,
yeah.
It's opened up to a lot. I was going to mention the Paradox as another controller just to tag on the end of that for retirement squad, so not too surprised to see that there. Some really high prior picks that retirement squad are picking up super, like as second pick, like super well for them. I'm kind of surprised to see that Ivy in return for Mystics here. Lots of control, lots of engage now, like with that. With the Ivy ult being able to drop someone and
rotation potential as well.
Obviously,
the earn tech, very fun to watch happen. But yeah, it does look like the team names might have to be swapped. So obviously we're working on getting that done, but it doesn't really matter that much in terms of the picks and bans. The picks and bans seem to be correct, but the team names are swapped. So that'll happen when we get into game, but right now McGinnis getting picked up. Not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I was kind of going to mention it earlier, I'm not expecting at all to see it get picked, but we had a little bit of insight earlier on today saying that there's not a lot of McGinnis players in OCE, especially in the higher level of play. No one really likes to pick it up because
right now
no one really feels confident, but this is going to be a very unique game to see. We've got the Yamato in as a first pick, and then the McGinnis there on fourth for Mystics. Both things that I'm a little bit surprised about than our traditional drafts that we tend to see for Deadlock. But this is pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. A lot of lockdown as well. And that McGinnis ult into the Dynamo ult is so much damage right there. Coming through. Now, we've got our last 2 picks coming through here, the 5-6 from both teams. So whether you want to get some counter picks, now is the time. Obviously, Mystics now getting swapped over onto the other side have their 6th pick, their 12th pick counter slot. So that is going to be super valuable in, making sure that you can get the counters that you want. But Infernus picked up right now for Retirement Squad.
Okay. How do you feel about that Infernus pick? Because I am a little unsure. We've got for carries here, we've got Yamato 7 and Infernus, with our controllers being Mokrill, Kelvin, and Ivy. So a bit of a half-half there across the board. I am uncertain about this Infernus pick here.
Yeah.
I feel like...
also am a bit uncertain about this 7, because, I mean... Are you going to stand still while the McGinnis is going to be firing at you? Pardon me, obviously the Vindicta having so much range potential. Maybe seeing that up against the Mon, Krill, and Yamato, just using that range advantage in early game to kind of put them down. Abrams now getting locked in as the 12th pick counter pick towards what Retirement Squad have. So yeah, interesting drafts between both. A lot of I love the Dynamo, Hayes, McGinnis, Paradox that Mystics have got. But on the other side, we saw some good stuff from the Kelvin, Ivy, and Mo and Krill as well. We saw one Yamato today absolutely smashing. So it's gonna be interesting to see. I'm keen. I'm excited. I love Yamato's kit. I think she's really cool. I also love the Dynamo Hayes combo. What about you, Nuxel?
So I'm very much liking Mystics comp. I think that, I think that played well, they can really dominate the early here, picking the right lanes, picking the right places to rotate, maybe getting that Mo and Krill behind pretty early on with the characters that they have, especially with the Vindicta being in the game. Like, if you're Retirement Squad, you've got some things to work with, right? You've got a Kelvin that can ult, and then you can maybe use the 7 or the close range damage that Yamato has to close in and win a team fight from that. Your team likes, like, a lot of your team likes to be close range when that is happening, especially the Mo and Krill and the Yamato 7, and the Infernus can kind of work in a bit of a flex with that. Infernus obviously having that similar ult where it's a bit of a blow up there. So being inside Kelvin ult and locking down would be pretty ideal. But I think if I'm Ivy, I'm looking to ult in the Mo and Krill to sort of, or maybe, no, Kelvin just has so much like movability. I feel like Mo and Krill's who I want to ult in, lock down a target, and then it's like, cool, let's start this team fight out. We're going to be the engage. But if you're Mystics, there's just so much potential of counterplay, of engagement, of just, you have a lot of flexibility there, whether you're the Hayes Dynamo like doing your combo there, or if it's the Dynamo Vindicta and Vindicta just getting out some snipes from the Dynamo ult. I just feel like there's so much flexibility with Mystics comp that I'm preferring it a lot more.
They also have this range advantage with the Vindicta. Obviously going to be falling off towards the super late game, but if they're able to get off to a really strong start, those souls stacking up after the few points of that ult are going to be really impactful into the scaling, into the mid game. And I mean, I'm still just, these ult combos, Nuxor, it's looking really strong.
Very, very textbook for Mystics. I feel like is a good way to put it, at least with...
Yeah. Well, the McGinnis and the Abrams are a bit questionable, but the top 3 definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the McGinnis is that little bit of spice on the top, and then Abrams is a bit of a pick just to put the cherry as well with that. But yeah, I think they are the ones that favored there. If we were going to slide in a Pocket or a Lady Geist over to Retirement there, do you think, like, what is your opinion there? Do you think they win out that comp, just in the very hypothetical situation?
I mean, a Pocket first pick would have been really nice. I'm still a little confused about this Yamato first pick, because when you've got first picks, when you've got first pick side, you are really able to dictate the way that the draft is going to go. And I'm not really, I'm not sure if I'd say, a hard loss draft from Retirement Squad, but feels bad in my eyes giving taking Yamato to give Hayes Dynamo and then, Paradox as well on the other side. I mean, Kelvin and Moncrill, not too bad, but I feel like, you could have forced a pocket ban yourself, ban something else. You could have taken the Dynamo first pick. I don't think it really hurts your comp that bad to do something like that.
I think the thing is as well for retirement squad is you're looking to get, items like knockdown to really get secured for that Vindicta. She's got so much movement just to get away, stay back, poke out. But that is an item that you're having to commit to that. And as much as that is pretty decent item in general, I know Grey Talon's not really picked up that often. But as a character to pair up with that for that sort of range and stuff, having that into two of those similar characters is amazing, right? But into one, having to commit 3,000 souls to that is it's a big little stint there.
All right, well, Nuxel, we've been yapping for a bit, but it looks like we are getting into the game, so it is time to hand it over to our casters, Dice Heart and Distinct Taste.
Hello, my name is Dice Hut, and I'm joined still by Distinct Taste here on the cast. We'll be getting into game very, very shortly. A slight pause going on at the start of this game. Won't be too long till we get in, but interesting P's and B's here, Distinct, and we've got some teams lined up. I'm terrified of this Dynamo Haze already. You are still muted, sir.
Absolutely. Not only that, the swap potential with the Paradox, the Paradox as well, to even pick one out before the fight even starts might be ridiculous for this team. And in classic Deadlock fashion, a pause before the game even starts, just to really make sure we get the full experience here.
I mean, you have to do it to them, right? Why get straight into the game when you could pause instead? But this is a live game, and obviously we're doing a few things live as well to make sure that everything is functioning the way that it should be. So good to be able to get into these live games, bring a bit more excitement. Nobody here knows yet who is going to get this W, so it's exciting to kind of break into that, Distinct.
Absolutely. I can feel the tension in the chat right now. It's going to be ridiculous. Now, my only fear for this team is the McGuinness wall. It might be a you're not locked in here with me situation coming up here. With the close range from the Infernusol and the Calvin and the Ivy and the Moankrill and Yamato, I'm not sure if you actually want to put a wall in there to really make them run forward.
All right, well, let's get back into this game, Distinct Taste, as we're going to take you into our losers round 2 between these two teams. Very exciting. Let's break it down, Distinct, and see who is going to take the win.
So obviously pretty average lanes here. Haze against the 7 here, and the Infernus against the McGuinness are going to be very interesting. The Haze obviously is most likely going to have most of the pressure coming up here, maxing out the fixation, obviously, the fixation in lane.
Yeah, look, I'm very interested to see how these lanes are going to break down. Haze and 7, we've seen that matchup already today, Distinct, and the Haze definitely got the better end of it in the previous game. Look at the pressure this Infernus already has over the McGuinness, though, and this Kelvin is stepping up a little bit far in these duo lanes, but definitely has that potential with the poke that he's got.
The Vindicta already being on the high ground. I bet that's early shades of what's going to be happening in the late game. Knockdown better be coming out here. From the other team, just to really make sure she can't really stay in the air.
Yamato down to 35 health, already being chased out by this Dynamo. Great parry on 2 people! Red goes down! Will he get another one? Yamato still surviving, getting a little bit more of a juke in there. Parry's a little bit early, but won't be melee. Still holding. Dives to the Dynamo. Distinct the double parry!
Oh my god, just absolute cinema here from the Dynamo, and another parry.
Oh no, Paradox! Paradox goes down to the Ivy there. What a crazy start to this game, Distinct. Absolute cinema, as you said. Well played there. Wow, the melees. That was terrifying.
Oh, the Paradox trying to get as good as she got with the parry there at the end. Not able to get it. The Abrams just clearing wave here, making sure they can't get anything against the Moankrill shotgun lane. As you know, Moankrill with the shotgun really makes it easy for them to deny the orbs in lane here.
Wow, and look at the healing that Moankrill gets in the early game as well. Just able to tank up so much damage and completely sustain it back up with that sort of AoE heal there. Looking at the teams as well, Distinct, we've seen Retirement Squad. Oh no, we haven't seen Retirement Squad earlier today. They are our left side team as Ivy's going to look for this stun, turning around the fight and trying to keep this Yamato alive. Will survive for the time being as Dynamo is going to get that melee into the Guardian range. The Guardian's doing so much damage and down goes the Dynamo. Kill credited to the Ivy. Another parry coming out. Is it enough? No, the lay parry from the Paradox, 1 HP. Bullets will do it. Ivy gets another kill, Distinct.
And great action per minute coming out from everybody there, slamming the buttons on their keyboard. This Yamato, kind of Yamato the Undying here, with getting out with 5 HP, putting the other team on notice that you really have to be there to kill them.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. You really have to lock in, and this is already starting to seem like slightly higher level play than we've seen in the earlier rounds of this tournament so far, Distinct, where these players are up in each other's faces, they're constantly looking for parries and trying to predict the melee attacks, and really playing for that heavy pressure wherever they can get it.
It's the beauty of Deadlock. Parry is truly one of the mechanics of all time, especially if you're an Abrams player. You really enjoy that they put parry into this game.
Absolutely.
And we'll see the side lanes here. Not a lot going on. There's been a swap apparently. The McGinnis now is laning against. Is laning. Wait, was that? No, that wasn't happening earlier. Was
Oh no, that was at the start. That was at the start.
Oh, that was
yeah,
at the start. Sorry, I must have missed that. But yeah, the McGinnis having pressure on this Infernus. Actually, down 300 souls here. So even though the Infernus is on the tower, just really sitting under there clearing wave.
We saw in that very early stage of the game, Distinct, that Infernus was pushing out that McGinnis right into the tower range, but I think this McGinnis has got some of that farm that she needs to be able to get some more turrets up and some consistent healing and walls, so now she's able to push Infernus underneath that tower. In the meantime, though, Engage coming out, and already down is the Kelvin. Abrams able to find that kill early on. Look at the damage potential that Abrams has in this early game already, Distinct.
It seems like we're really going to have to be checking the damage breakdown by type here and see how much the melees are doing, because the Abrams just absolutely punching his way through the other team here.
I'm actually terrified already to see what that looks like. This Abrams, I think, given the way that this game is going, is going to have top player damage. Surely, Distinct. I
just meant the damage breakdown. The punches are going to be the top damage. Just
I know.
Overall, yeah.
I'm aware. But who punches more than anyone else, Distinct? It's Abrams. Although at the moment it's actually Yamato.
Yeah, with the melees and stuff. Oh, he's doing it again.
Oh, and another parry coming out. Although Krill stepping up, looking to try to take this Kelvin down. Execution range might come into play here as Vindicta is up in the air. Won't be able to find the kill though. Won't fire off that execute just yet. However, or not really an execute, is it, Distinct? But it does definitely come into play that snipe adds that additional bit of damage towards the lower end of the health bars.
Yeah, unless there's a really confirmed kill, you really mostly see Vindicta's players starting to shoot their ultimate when the target's to half health. And with Krill in his burrow form there, it's a lot harder to hit it, and he is a little rat. Just being able to get out and just get under his tower and get that heal up on any minions that are around him.
Well, Distinct, we're 5 minutes, 30 seconds into this game. Almost a completely even game state. It was 20k to 20k souls just a moment ago. Now ticking up a bit higher than that. Vindicta in the air, taking a lot of damage to this Kelvin. Will be poked out and forced to retreat a little bit here. But farm is basically even between these two teams. Distinct, 1,000 souls separating them. Where are you expecting this next fight to start to break out? Or, crucially, who do you think is going to start rotating soon?
I think this Dynamo needs to pop a good ult early. If you get just even a 2-man ult or a 1-man ult near or under tower, nobody's really got anything to counter it item-wise, obviously, early. And you really have to also start to look at this Vindicta rotating early. She needs to get involved super early here, or she might even just be a lame fish late game when everybody gets knocked down and is able to just take her out of the sky and make her life a living hell.
Yeah, absolutely. And knockdown, we know, is very impactful in these games. We've seen it earlier as well. We've seen the impact that it can have on a Vindicta, and being able to prevent her from getting up and sniping means that this Vindicta has to start positioning quite differently and quite intelligently. And as a Vindicta player, you don't want to have to think like that. You just want to press the snipe button. You're already focused on aiming. However, this Yamato might have to start thinking, has to go into the ultimate and get those iframes out. Ivy doing a great job zoning out for her Yamato there, but the Dynamo actually going to provide some iframes to allow his team to start escaping there. Little micro plays between these two teams starting to be really relevant, but Dynamo will go down. 3 kill streak here for this Ivy, and it was a great chase down despite the fact that the engage was coming out onto the Yamato. Meantime, now Yamato going to try to dive. This Paradox finds some good damage under the Guardian and backs off.
Yeah, Yamato just still limit testing, just saying, what can I do here? What can you do to me, really, is more the question. And the Ivy able to pick up that kill there is pretty important. Just really get them late game, get that ult online early, maybe even look towards an urn as soon as it spawns here. They've got enough of a lead that they can't really fight, and by pushing them over and having 3 people in one lane against whoever it is, either the Haze or the McGuinness, it really doesn't matter. It's not really a problem. The urn is very doable in about 2.5 minutes time.
We're going to see in that time as well that bridge buffs will be spawning, and this Ivy's rotation potential as well as the Kelvin's rotation potential can be very impactful there. There's a lot to be relevant on the map shortly. Kelvin, though, starting to rotate early now, as we would expect. Ivy looking for that stun onto the Paradox, won't be able to find it, but Kelvin does find a lot of damage with the Ice Beam, diving underneath the Guardian now, as Dynamo's making a bit of rotation over here. Kelvin does drop the ult, but falls down. Yamato diving the tower as well, looking for some more damage onto this Paradox. Will chase with that what would you call that? Distinct? A dash? Latch on? Either way, so much damage coming out, but surviving for now is the Paradox.
Absolutely, and the Kelvin is still going in. Oh, and the Paradox is able to just, like, absolutely get away further back. I wonder if the Kelvin had time to also parry that tower. If he was able to get the ice block up and carry the tower, it could have been pretty crazy. But unfortunately, going down to the tower he is and putting him back. This Vindicta trying to get involved, trying to do a little bit more from the air. Really not able to. They're doing a good job of just kind of freezing her out, not giving her any early opportunities to really get into it.
Yeah, this is, you know, like we talked about a little bit here, a dead even game state between these two teams. We're 9 minutes in, so we're getting to the point where rotations are going to be very relevant. Ivy pushing up and finding some damage onto that Vindicta. Not quite a full tower dive there, but showing the pressure that she has here. Distinct, you know, these characters, I think, given the potential that they all have, especially characters like Dynamo, like Kelvin and Abrams, who have strong team fight potential, I think we're going to start seeing them really pop off soon. And as this 10-minute mark is starting, as urn spawns and bridge buffs spawn, these fights have to start breaking out and being impactful.
Absolutely, you've got 2 choices really around the 10-minute mark. You can start going through those objectives like the urn or the bridge buffs, or if the other team is going for them, you can start pushing down all these Guardians and maybe even a Walker. As you can see, all the Guardians still up for both teams, so that first flex slot is still unavailable for both teams.
Whoa,
and
Ivy falling early here in the fight. Paradox credited with that one, and Vindicta is going to find the Mo and Krill as well. 2 kills here for the retirement squad. It's going to put them in the lead, and now pushing into this right mid lane. Guardian looking for more, as Kelvin is trapped behind the wall trying to make an escape here, but Paradox will pull him back in, and Vindicta will find the execute, but 7's here firing off that ult. Vindicta falls low, and 7 is holding. The Guardian stands firm, but 7 can't quite find a kill. Wow, Distinct. The fight did break out just like we thought it would. 2k lead now over on the side of the Mystics.
yeah, 7 able to get some value out of that ult early, which is kind of surprising, turning it into a no fun zone for everybody else. No, this Guardian is not for you. The 7 early, notoriously bad. Needs a couple souls online to really get online, but able to utilize his ult in a good situation there to nearly pick up a couple of kills and just to get them out of there.
Dynamo forced to try to hold on to this Guardian here as Ivy and Yamato pushing in. Does find a knock up there, but it's hard for Dynamo to completely defend this. Doesn't quite have enough damage, but pushing up into the Yamato, forcing the ult out. Although this ult very likely could be used aggressively. No knock up going to connect. Singularity should be available for the Dynamo as well. And there it is, trying to dive deep into this Guardian now in response to the Yamato. Will go down there from the dive. Abrams will be credited with that kill. A lot of damage coming out from the Vindicta as well. And following further in, looking for this Ivy as well, down to 400 health as Dynamo is in the backline, finds that knock-up as well. One more shot will do it, and a great dive from the Dynamo. He turns it around completely from defending his Guardian to finding kills. Distinct. Now, even lower is this Mo and Krill as the dive is here. One more shot should be able to find it, but Mo and Krill, he's managed to escape the dive from Paradox and Haze, but that Guardian's going down. Distinct.
Dynamo still finding value, even though he absolutely missed his ult. Still able to pick up both those kills there, which is pretty great. The Abrams and Dynamo just using their superior health pools and healing to just run them down, even underneath their tier 1 Guardian, which are still a little bit scary even at this point in the game. Even though we will be looking to knock them down. The Ivy's going here on the McGuinness.
McGuinness does get stunned out there, chased by this Infernus, and knockdown will come through as well, so stunned onto the ground. Melee comes out, and kill assist there for the Infernus, credited to the Ivy. That's a terrifying chase down to have. McGuinness doesn't have the greatest escape potential regardless, is able to fire off that wall, but between the dot from Infernus and the stuns between Infernus and Ivy, very difficult to get out of that position.
Yeah, and as you can see, early knockdown now. That's a 12-minute knockdown. Somebody has already put 3k souls into getting rid of this Vindicta.
Oh, yeah.
They have said, no more, sir, because he was able to pick up a couple of early kills. Now the most fed on his team, really the biggest problem here for them. And the Infernus going in on this haze.
I love seeing aggressive Infernus play like this. Dashes onto the haze, but Abrams has made a rotation over. Maybe I don't love seeing aggressive Infernus plays. Abrams, though, not able to find the kill. Knockdown connects again, and I'm very happy to see this knockdown now distinct, because that should have been a dead Infernus with the Abrams chasing him there. Great plays coming out. Very heads-up defensive, but also aggressive play from this Infernus.
Yeah, Infernus just pressing his buttons as usual. That's what we like to see. We love the dot. Infernus really looking for that Vindicta, and that's a good one because you can put the knockdown on and then dash, and if you can get her to fall into your dash, she's just going to burn. She's going to burn, and it's going to be a very easy kill for you, a very easy pick up in the middle of a fight.
Falls to a fight from Paradox and Vindicta there. So this Vindicta now has 10,000 souls, just barely below the top souls in the game, this Infernus at the moment. And, you know, she's still maintaining, despite the fact that there's knockdowns in this game. This Vindicta hasn't been taken too low. Yamato going to dive this Guardian and has to ult to get themselves out of here. We saw that wall come out. A smart defensive sort of ultimate. Just make sure you get the Guardian, get out, don't risk your life here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, as you can see, these last two Guardians are high priority to try and stop this flex lock coming out, and Infernus
gone out onto the haze. Might not be able to defend, but in comes the Abrams. The burn damage does pick up the kill onto the haze here. Abrams up in the air, looking to get a bit of a dive down here, as we do see Yamato has fallen, so too has the Paradox. 7 chasing down, looking for this Guardian. The Abrams must have gotten a little bit too low to be able to defend here. In walks Infernus as well, about half health. Abrams on top of the building there, can't defend, but does have the health to be able to go in. Going to give up this Guardian instead, though, distinct. Maybe waiting for this Dynamo to come in and help, but that's already it. The Tournament Squad have gotten the Guardian and they're stepping away.
Yeah, a little bit too much with the Kelvin there. You can't really go in on that. Even with your healing, I think you're still losing the Thunderdome battle. That is Kelvin's ult. And just making sure he picks up this farm as well on the way out. Probably could have denied some of that farm there, but well disciplined there to pick it up.
Big grouping on this left side of the map, and it could be heads up play to stick around here instead of being on the Urn side of the map, because this is where you want to be defending that Urn placement. We do also see that Guardian is up on the Retirement Squad side, so it could be a bit of an aggressive play here from the Mystics to try to take this dive in, as Dynamo is going to use that Singularity and trying to lock down this Infernus. Abrams finding quite a few melee shots there, will be able to take Infernus down early in the fight. Abrams, though, did fall down to low health, have to make his way out of this one, as Dynamo going to retreat as well. Mystics are on the back foot here, but they managed to get a successful fight off. Everything comes down now distinct to how Retirement Squad choose to take this fight from here.
Yeah, Retirement Squad need to back up a little bit here. Kelvin need to get that healing. Oh, the healing from the nade really helped out there.
If he didn't get that nade heal, the snipe would have killed him, but 7 is here, and once again trying to defend this Guardian, but there's a snipe! And the kill goes to Vindicta. This Guardian will fall, and Mystics, they now got a 5,000 souls lead distinct. They've really come back into this game.
Yeah, 7 showing the other side of 7. His last ult, they all ran away. That ult, they all decided to just turn and shoot him. And that is the downfall of him early game. But there's a good Krill ult going here. They're going to push him with the Walker.
Out onto the haze. But McGinnis is defending. Haze goes down. Yamato managing to find that little bit of damage to get the kill under the Guardian. McGinnis still trying to defend. The Mo and Krill will go down in response here. Defending well are the Retirement Squad, looking for more, as this Yamato doesn't have ult and still being chased by the Dynamo. Will go down. Credited to Abrams. Wow, this game continues to be back and forth distinct, but Mystics have a 6k souls lead. They're managing to hold this firmly in their favor, and now distinct, they're on Urn side, likely to walk this over.
Yeah, and also kind of the important thing here is, even though the Haze is only at 10k, the lowest souls in the game currently at the moment, this Vindicta, Abrams, and Dynamo are all well farmed up for who they're meant to be. This Dynamo, as you can see, is a front line compared to this Mo and Krill, and just 1k ahead is even a fair amount here in this early game before 20 minutes. That's 2 500 items, and can fill up, as you can see, down the bottom left there, they have free slots open, and so all this early game gold to fill them up and just give you extra stats really helps out. I've got a fight going on here.
Knockdown already onto this Vindicta, but managing to immune a lot of damage with that E-shift. Goes up into the air as well and might have some potential for a few snipes to come down. Pushing forward are the Mystics, looking for some damage onto the retirement squad, but we're going to see Paradox using that ultimate to completely switch positions with the with the Yamato. Snipes coming down, and the Yamato will fall. Mo and Krill goes down as well. Kelvin was already falling in the start of this fight. In goes Infernus, trying to find an ultimate off to get a stun, but Mystics pushing even further forward. Dynamo looking for the position aggressively, but McGinnis is going to come back in, stun out onto the Infernus. Abrams looking for those auto attacks, and the melees will do it. The dash into the wall was good. 7 kill streak for the Melee King.
Absolutely, as we said, the melees early game are going to be coming out, and this Abrams really showing the force of it. Just making sure nobody can really do anything. Going in there, smacking them to a wall, and then smacking them into oblivion. They're going to get this Walker for free, it seems like here.
Yeah, Walker will go down here. Retirement squad pushing... Retirement squad losing that Walker and potentially going to lose this next one as well, as the Mystics are pushing into this left mid lane.
Oh, he got caught.
Oh, he did get caught by the combo. Down goes Abrams, a little bit too aggressive there. And now this Hayes could be chased down as well. We're going to see the aggression coming out. Hayes does fall, credited to the Mo and Krill. And this is a CC that you kind of want to see. Dynamo CC is a little bit better, but with the Paradox going down as well, that's suddenly 3 kills in favor of Retirement Squad. They might find a Walker for themselves here, Distinct.
Yeah, it seems like overstaying is the name of the game here, kind of for both teams. At certain points during this game, this Yamato going in and pushing too far for the Walker for the Hayes comes to mind early for Retirement Squad, but they might be able to push that huge
Oh, Singularity! 4 members pulled in! Not a lot of follow-up there, but kills are already coming out. Yamato transforms into that ultimate form and looking to try to get a trade-off onto this Dynamo. However, Vindicta up in the air, trying to get some follow-up kills available. Will look for a snipe. Mo and Krill down. Dynamo managed to defend that Walker so comfortably, Distinct.
Yeah, I find that I'm coming to my team. Easy 4, man. Where are you guys?
Yeah, come on, guys.
Can we get any follow-up? Even though, obviously, he knew there would be no follow-up. He knew there was nobody there. He just really wanted to make sure they couldn't get that Walker, which he did achieve. We will say that nicely for him. And a good swap here.
Paradox. Going to swap position there into the Yamato, and look who's beside him. It's an Abrams. Down goes Yamato. And this is the Melee King that we wanted to be looking out for. He's absolutely massive right now, Distinct. Not quite as farmed up and fed as this Vindicta, but a 17k Abrams running at you. No, thank you.
Yeah, he's just absolutely been letting this Vindicta do jungle camps while he's running around killing everybody. Just making sure his team can really get to the late game. When you're that ahead on Abrams, you've really got to make sure you can push that tempo and make sure that you can keep going in. Almost impossible to kill with that healing. Even though it has been nerfed, it's still really hard when you're behind.
Infernus and 7 have come in. The 7 ult coming down, and Ivy going to immune away a lot of that damage, but Dynamo being chased away here doesn't have a chance to use that Singularity. Mo and Krill will be able to find a combo there, and the damage coming out is spilling down into this McGinnis. Down goes the McGinnis, down goes the Abrams. Retirement Squad managing to find kill after kill into the Mystics backline here, as Dynamo being chased down. Mo and Krill might be able to find a good knock up here. Down goes the Dynamo. Mo and Krill credited with that kill. Retirement Squad take an excellent fight over the Mystics.
And it seems like it might be a mid-angle here from the Retirement Squad. Really just got a time to take this Rejuvenator here, which might be huge for them in this position. Being able to push down this last 3 Walkers. As you can see, the mid 2 are very weak. This is absolutely going to be a free Rejuvenator. Seems like Team Mystic aren't going to try and contest.
Nah, watch this. Oh,
here we go.
Take Hayes. Come on, the Hayes. It's the classic play. Okay, all right. Fair enough.
Alright, we got popped out by the team. We do that every other time, though, in solo queue.
Bit of a cast curse there. We thought that the Hayes could do it, but I don't know, man. Maybe not today. As Retirement Squad will find themselves a Rejuvenator here, and that's going to allow them to maintain or start to bring forward a lead. Still 6,000 souls behind, but Distinct at this point in the game, that's not that impactful. It's really only 1,000 souls per player.
No, great job of just keeping that at a steady about 6k souls behind, which as the game gets later and later, it does not matter. Now with this ability, they know they might lose a fight straight up though, so I feel like they might just use this Rejuvenator just to really get the pressure up on the map and get all the jungle camps that they can. Maybe even take a couple of the other ones. There's buff spawning in 4 minutes, which Rejuvenator will be over by then. But apart from that, they just should really push it up here and try and like either get even or get ahead here, just in terms of souls. They're only 5k down.
Well, this is certainly the opportunity. Earn is up, and that could be the chance to completely even out this game state in terms of the farm. Game state in terms of, sorry, map state, however, is definitely still in favor of Retirement Squad. They've got 3 walkers up, as opposed to the 2 walkers the Mystics have remaining, as well as that Rejuvenator in hand. So good opportunities to be able to punish out the Mystics team here and start to
They
farm
had 3.
ahead.
They both have 3, sir. Sorry
Oh, they
about
do
that.
have 3.
Sorry,
No,
yeah. So this
I missed it.
No, this next walker from either team is going to free up another flex slot here, which is kind of huge at this point. Each team is, as you can see down in their bottom left, items again are starting to get filled up on them. Only 1 or 2 open slots for most people. You're going to have to start selling items pretty early here for the upgrades, which you don't hate, but you would obviously prefer to just be able to put it into a free slot to keep what the other items are doing.
Fight breaking out as the Retirement Squad try to push forward into the Mystics backline. We do see the Paradox ult coming out.
Big Dynamo ult here.
Looks like I'm gonna quickly take over while Dice seems to be DCing, so I'll quickly jump in. Vindicta in the sky. Beautiful team fight. That Dynamo ult was crazy distinct. Great fight from Mystics there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if Dice was. It seems like he's joining back very soon. Yeah, sorry, technical issues there. Yeah, great fight. Unfortunate we missed that. Able to take off some of these Rejuvenators. They are going to be spawning really quick.
Yeah.
Seems like they can just pick up this Walker here really quickly before they are able to get back. That's very interesting play there. The Dynamo ult really showing its worth here in the late game, and the follow-up. The follow-up from the rest of the team was very big.
Did manage to catch a little bit of that fight. Thank you to Jay Beto for taking over for me and covering that technical difficulty. But you're absolutely right. The Dynamo ult went hard, and we did see again that Mystics are holding against the Retirement Squad's aggressive plays right now, distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty big. Obviously, with the Rejuvenator, they're already all back up and roaring, ready to push. But now they have to be a little bit more careful. You would hope you could get a little bit more out of that Rejuvenator in terms, and it actually seems like Team Mystic have pushed the lead a little bit further here.
Yeah, still pushing that lead, as you said, and you know, it's not too massive at this point in the game, but it's starting to be more impactful as Yamato going to be forced to ult. Still could be chased down here inside of that ultimate as well. No longer completely unkillable. Sorry. However, it could be a turnaround potential here for the team. No, Yamato does go down. Good chase out there from the Mystics, continuing to push this lead further and further. 7 trying to find some damage. Didn't quite. I thought he might have ulted there, but he didn't quite. Slowing Hex out onto this Vindicta could make her a primo target for the Retirement Squad, but Ivy is going to fall credited there to the Haze too, and now this means that Mystics Distinct are able to continue pushing this lead even further. I'm worried about Retirement Squad's chances to get back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Losing these fights late game have been a massive blow to their economy. As you, the changes with the fights after about 20 minutes, kills become very valuable. So now, almost with the double wipe that they've had onto the Retirement Home, it makes it very interesting in terms of the swing of the economy here. Very close before, but now has ballooned to almost a 20k gold lead here.
Yeah, really starting to push out. Soul lead, you're right, distinct there. Good save. Yeah. You're right, it is really starting to push out to not out of control. 20,000 souls is not the end of the world, but it's what we would call a lead at this point in the game. And, you know, as items and builds are really starting to be finished off, you know, this is where the flex slots start to come in handy and start to be really impactful, and it's kind of where if you are at this point and you don't have a flex slot, you're desperate to get one, distinct, because now your build is really what's the word that I'm looking for? It's just stuck almost.
A little bit. Both teams do have 2, with Team Mystic having 3 flex slots, with all 4 walkers being down. Team Retirement Home obviously probably going to be looking for this one on the left side of the map here at some point. And the Ivy Urn coming out. We love to see this. An absolute cheese strat. As it's on their side, it's going to be pretty free here. Just dropping it in the back of their map. Just a free, putting it onto the 7, giving him the 25% extra souls and a little extra buff. We're not quite sure what it will be. I reckon it's going to be fire rate. And it was fire rate.
coming out there for Retirement Squad. Now it's only a 13,000 souls lead, so a very good catch up there for Retirement Squad. Knockdown is going to come out onto this Kelvin, though. Managed to get behind that wall, but the execute is available. Not quite going to connect with the Kelvin, so he will survive that snipe from the Vindicta. Yamato trying to chase down and punish out Vindicta's aggressive positioning there. Is going to spot out this Paradox too, as Seven comes in, does a little bit of damage, but Infernus going to use that ultimate to zone. Here comes Dynamo, though, and manages to lock down the Vindicta. Ivy coming down, though, and punishing out the Dynamo inside of his ultimate. Kills being traded back and forth here as Kelvin, Yamato, and Infernus all go down. Dynamo has fallen, and so too now has Vindicta. Hayes trying to punish out Seven inside of his ultimate. Still, though, surviving for the time being is the Seven. Managed to find a lot of damage there as Abrams trying to chase in and pick up the kill. Finally, here comes the chase, and down goes the Seven. McGinnis credited with that kill. It's a 4-for-2 trade, and the Mystics are taking the victory. They're going to push into the base distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. Not quite sure whether Yamato or Seven were the first pick, because we're not quite sure whether the picks were flipped. But leaving the Dynamo open is really biting them in the backside right now. Dynamo, even though dying in most of these team fights, able to push up a lot of pressure and pull them in. And even if it's 1 or 2, it just makes the rest of the team fight go so smoothly.
Absolutely. It's starting to get to the point where this Dynamo is just too much to be able to handle, and you kind of want to ban him out, but you can't give up a Pocket in response. Pocket is still so much better of a pick. Mo and Krill kind of discount Dynamo here to be able to do some of the job that Dynamo does, but distinct these teams really need to be able to find ways to play around the Dynamo rather than just being caught out and punished by it.
Yeah, whether they pick up something like Aegis, but then you're just standing there and you have to obviously react early to that. We can't really see the items right now. I wonder if we could hover road Dynamo and see if he has Warp Stone to see if he can really get into the team a lot earlier. I'm guessing he most likely does already. We can see down the bottom left there. He
does have that Warp Stone.
Absolutely does have a Warp Stone. So really, he's able to get in there early, and the Warp Stone with the very low cooldown makes it a lot easier for him to get in and get out whenever he really needs to. So, and as well with his little pocket dimension that he goes into, it's really hard to get him with the invulnerability.
Absolutely. Here comes the dive, though, from the Mystics. They're looking to push into these base Guardians. We'll be able to knock one lane down here. And that's going to allow for the push in. Kelvin trying to do what he can to defend inside of this lane. Huge swap, though, coming out from the Paradox. The Seven has gotten up high in the air for this ultimate. Yamato already down, as well as Mystics push in further and further, looking for a kill potentially onto this Ivy. As into the backline does go this Abrams, trying to find some damage on the dive. But Kelvin ult will be able to hold a little bit for now. But here's a huge Dynamo ult. He sucked them all in distinct, and all of them go down. Retirement Squad are left with just an Infernus. What a play. Infernus, though, will be able to turn it around and find a kill onto the Haze, still managing to defend. He's got this Ricochet, and the burning damage is good, but Paradox switches him out of base distinct. Excellent ultimate from the Paradox. Down goes the Infernus, and the Patron won't be far behind.
No, it just seems like it's over here for Retirement Home. Team Mystic playing a great game here. Able to use the Dynamo to its absolute limit. Really, even at the end there, just before they could even get into their immune area, he couldn't really do anything.
Absolutely. What a play there by the Mystics. Now that Patron is down, though, we see the cooldowns, or sorry, the respawn time is completely reset here. So Retirement Squad don't lose the game just yet. They are managing to come back out of base and defend. But, man, that team fight, distinct, it was Dynamo ult managing to lock down so many people. They all fell, and then Infernus had such potential distinct to defend, but we've talked about it before. When you know that Infernus has so much potential to deal damage with Ricochet and burns, you're going to punish him and you're going to target him, and that's exactly what Paradox did.
Yeah, absolutely, and Dynamo taking the urn away here. From Retirement Home. Sorry, it makes me laugh every time because it's such a rat behavior move to do. Just obviously it's smart and you can't do it, and obviously when it's on the other team's side, it's smart and you should do it. But it is funny every time because you know the other team is frustrated because it is one of the only comeback mechanics really in this game at the moment.
It's also a nice bait play here as well. Dynamo can have that hold on to that urn and use it to guide the Retirement Squad to where Mystics want them to go on the map, because now where normally retirement squad would want to kind of defend in a certain way and position in a certain way, they don't want to give up this urn, they don't want to give all those souls over for nothing, and they want them themselves. So look at how they're responding, they're walking towards it, and here comes the bait. Paradox immediately pulling in that Yamato and finding the kill. Insane play to be able to find that, and it's all off the bait using that urn distinct combo. Going to come out on top of this Dynamo though. Is it enough? No. Warpstone will get the Dynamo out of trouble. Kelvin on that chase down though, and Mo and Krill will be punished for that aggressive play. Kelvin now has to use that ultimate as Knockdown's going to come off onto the Ivy and find that stun. And Furnace into the backline. Does he go and finds that stun? But Dynamo is here, and Dynamo is chunking with that ultimate, but being turned around on 7, actually finding a huge chunk of value as he fires off his ultimate. Only 2 members of retirement squad, 3 members now have fallen, but they've managed to find the Dynamo in the trade. Hayes is ticking so hard right now as McGuinness falls as well. Ivy doing their best to position around this as down goes Infernus, and that's an important carry to lose right now. Abram's going to find the kill onto Ivy. All 6 members down for retirement squad. Distinct, this is likely it.
Yeah, able to split up the fight, the Dynamo once again, ulting into the backline, forcing the eyes on him while the rest of his team were able to clean up the divers there, such as the Yamato and such, making it a lot easier for the team to just clean up the rest of the fight. 4 of them alive. The Dynamo's dead, as he has been for most of the team fights afterwards, but his team has taken a very flawless victory here.
Well played there by the Mystics, able to finally find an end to that game, taking retirement squad down. Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It was very well played. The Dynamo being able to pick up that late into the draft was a very interesting decision. We usually see it either banned or picked either 1 or 2 straight away. And I'm not banned or picked 1. And I'm not sure what happened there. Obviously, we had some hiccups during the picks and bans phase, but either way, I don't believe it would have been picked up on yet. Here we go. As you can see, if those are in the correct order, it was Hayes, then Dynamo, with first pick being, I believe was it on Retirement Squad's home? No, it was on. Yeah, Retirement did have first pick. Yeah, and they decided to pick up this Yamato, opting to leave not only the Hayes, but the Dynamo open. I believe that was honestly just a team drafting dip. They played their team comp to perfection, being able to lock people down with the Mo and Krill and then follow up on it. But it was just too much with the Hayes and the Dynamo damage, just coming in or even splitting up the team fight. And the Abrams obviously getting online early with the punches and just showing what a menace he can be when he is able to snowball that game a little bit and just get a little bit ahead of your hyper carries. If he can dive on them free and with enough vitality items, it really becomes hard to knock him down.
Absolutely, and we saw the potential that Dynamo had. He even got engaged on early in that previous fight where Mo and Krill found that combo and kind of prevented Dynamo from being able to have an early impact on the fight. But then he got to Warpstone out and start to really turn that fight around, came back in and altered, and that was really where the game was completely changed, when you know that you can't even engage on this Dynamo early and be able to punish him because he's going to come back from the brink anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do we have? Who do we have coming up next here, Dysart, in our beautiful tournament here?
We will be shortly seeing Mr. Worldwide versus Low Key Chill Team. The bracket is still being worked on. There's some fixes that need to happen to that, so we'll be able to pull it up shortly after this game. I'd say we'll be able to look at the bracket, and we'll also be able to do a giveaway. So we won't pull that up just yet, but we'll be able to see it soon. For now, though, what we will do is we're going to quickly set up for this next game. We're going to go to a short 2-minute break, not a very long one at all, and we'll be right back with you shortly.
Welcome back, Deadlock fans. We're back from our short little break. We just saw Mystics versus Retirement Squad. Mystics coming out on top there. I'm here with Distinct Taste. My name's Nukesel. How you going?
Yeah, great. Absolutely great game. I'm on the desk today, as we can see, for picks and bans. I'm very excited for this matchup. The last game was a bit of a banger, but I personally think it was a bit of a draft death. And that really brings out the importance of these picks and bans with the one ban currently that we're going with in this format. Really nailing your first pick and your ban is super important. Being able to synergize that with the rest of the team, depending on what the other team picks, and what you want to pick in response. So you really want something that's flexible and opens it up to it.
And if you can play the combos that you're picking in those P's and bans as well as we saw in the last game, you'll really come in and just take out into the late game and have that advantage pretty well. We saw some amazing Dynamo ults and some really good Paradox plays as well. I saw some good swaps and just getting a pick off of that. Vindictor being able to just snipe out, you know, 7 in his ult in the early, or just snipe out the people that were caught by the Paradox ult. It was super impressive.
Yeah,
Uh,
able to use the paradox to the best of the advantage, even just getting a kill before the fight starts, and then using the dynamo for that, even the two-man ult, just breaking up the team fights, making it super difficult for them to call a target and really commit onto somebody. But it seems for our next matchup here, we're going to be having Mr. Worldwide versus Low Key Chill Team, and this is a pretty exciting matchup. Both these teams touted as some of the best in this entire region, and we will be going into picks and bans very shortly.
Yeah, I heard in my ear, 2nd seed and 3rd seed for these teams. So we're about to have a very exciting game ahead of us. And I'm curious to see if we're seeing a very standard prioritization in the bans and the picks that we're going to see. I mean, first ban straight away is going to be that pocket. We saw that similar to last game, but it's going to be the Lash as the second ban.
Yeah, absolutely. Pocket and Lash. That just really makes me think that there's somebody there that really likes to play Lash, or somebody that really doesn't like to deal with it on low-key chill team. Obviously, the Lash can be a menace. We saw Sparky earlier in the tournament steal that Rejuvenator with it and play for some huge clips there. And the first pick of Mo and Krill, and then the response to Paradox here. What do you think about that?
Interesting Mo and Krill first pick. Paradox makes sense to me, and then being able to pick maybe one of your carries straight away. Yeah, we've got the Haze being so popular. We've got Dynamo still open there for low-key chill team, though, if they're wanting to pick another controller and then possibly a carry after that. But yeah, I'm curious, you know, with the Lash getting taken away, similar to what you said, if there's just someone that is like it's their main on the other team, or if they're wanting to play something like the Vindictor on low-key chill team.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe just really wanting to or maybe they just don't want to deal with it. It's a bit of something that you have to really keep in the back of your mind, but still leaving open this Dynamo. It's going to be interesting to see if they pick it up. Obviously, already picked up this Mo and Krill, and them on the same team, it's kind of a catch-22, because obviously with the lockdown from the Mo and Krill, it doesn't synergize as well as some of the other characters like the Abrams or another tanky character like that with the Dynamo. But I personally expect something a little bit tanky coming out with low-key chill team just to really frontline with this Mo and Krill. And a Bebop even to catch them out. It seems like they're going for a more pick-orientated comp here with the Bebop hook into upcut combo to knock them really far back out of position in all these team fights, and the Mo and Krill to lock them down.
I like that. Like, come early game, Bebop can go absolutely crazy with the range of his hook. And, okay, no, never mind. We're seeing the Dynamo instead. Like, Dynamo, very classic pick that we're seeing a lot of the time. I kind of was liking that Bebop pick, like that sort of pick comp aspect, but it gets a little bit difficult when you're playing against a Paradox. Okay, we're getting the Bebop anyways, and then a 7 being hovered here for Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, they decide they like the 7, and the Dynamo still being open. If you can pick it up, you may as well. The Bebop bombs into Hyper Beam is pretty much all the combo you honestly need with the Dynamo. And the Mo and Krill lockdown into the pool, especially on this 7 that is picked up. It's very interesting they've picked up the 7. We saw it get a little bit of value with his ults, but it's going to be hard for him, especially with that Dynamo hook, being able to just pull him even out of it, down to him, and combo him, and then uppercut him away again. And the Yamato and Ivy picked up here as well. What do you think about those?
So Yamato, there's a lot of damage coming out for Mr. Worldwide's team, where in the response for Low-Key Chill team so far, we're seeing a lot of CC. Now, obviously, when Yamato's popping their ults, they are CC immune, they're completely untargetable, so being able to get that off or pop it when there's about to be something super scary in front of you can be quite nice, and then resetting your abilities, but it's going to be quite scary to be be on Mr. Worldwide right now with the amount of CC coming out. We're seeing a Kelvin as well.
I do like it. That kind of really indicates this Ivy will be going in a carry role very strong. Maybe even the Kudzu Bomb, the Kudzu Bomb angle, so she could really also help follow up if the Hyper Beam's down from this Bebop into the Dynamo ults. Being able to, obviously, the Ivy with the Urn. We love the Urn pickups here. I'm such a fan of them. It's such a really just interactive gameplay mechanic that I think the other team has a really fair and fun chance of playing against. Oh,
Apologies,
but it seems like
we have
something may have happened here with the picks and bans because of... Oh?
Okay, a bit of a swap around, which changes things up quite a bit here.
Quite a bit. Here we go.
Wow, okay, let's completely restart. So, Viscous, Ivy, Kelvin for Mr. Worldwide, and then we've got still the Bebop, but a 7 in Yamato for Low-Key Chill team, and then going into the Shiv. So that's a lot of aggression with the Shiv Bebop, and then potential from, locking down with that Mo and Krill in the later stages of the game, Dynamo throughout the whole sort of time, 7 just being able to farm, and then Geist to close it out for Mr. Worldwide. Okay, how are you feeling about these teams?
Okay, so a bit of a change up here. All of a sudden, this 7 becomes a little bit more interesting with the lockdown not being really there for everybody, to really affect him as hard as it could be. The Kelvin is kind of the thing that he's really most concerned about on the other team at the moment, I think. Obviously, the Paradox swap in the middle of his ult. But it does make it things a bit easier, and the follow-up into the Dynamo is a lot better here right now. The Bebop Dynamo does not change, obviously. We do love that, the Hyper Beam and the ability to pick up. I think that this Bebop is going to be heavy lifting here in terms of initiating a good team fight and being able to pick somebody out. Because if you can pull somebody away from this Kelvin and not give them the ability to dome everybody inside the Dynamo ult, it would be very convenient.
Well, it's kind of interesting for Mr. Worldwide, which I believe was the Emberhead side there. No, it was Low-Key Chill team that were on the left side. Yeah, Low-Key Chill team. They have a bit of a dip in everything, right? So they have the 7 that wants to farm to 30k souls to just be able to do everything that they want to do, and then you've got characters like the Bebop and the Shiv being so aggressive and making those plays early so that they can snowball into that later side of the game. Also, Mo and Krill, they're not going to be doing a whole lot, being how sort of big and chunky they are, just quite easily poked out by something like the Haze or other characters on Mr. Worldwide's team. So they have their toe dipped in a little bit of everything. Mr. Worldwide's team, I feel like coordination-wise, could come in the mid to later stages of the game in quite well. But if Low-Key Chill team, if they can take these risks and come out on top of that, I think that they can snowball this game really quickly.
Yeah, and risk is an appropriate word for it. As we could see, the Yamato from even last game, you really have to get in there to do your role and get full value out of the iframes. Hope that the other team commits on you and you can just press that 4 button to really get out of there. But it does make it a little bit more difficult here with this Kelvin being able to put up the dome, and often these Kelvins do go rescue beam, being able to pull anybody out. It does sometimes make it a lot harder to get any value out of the Bebop if he can able to ice path up and pull and rescue beam straight up into the air. It makes it harder to follow up on any damage, even if you are able to connect that bomb. But so that's where we're really looking for the Bebop to pull in and the rest of the team to commit hard. If he does get the stun on the 7 is able to connect the stun onto a Bebop, it'll be a lot easier to follow up with the Moen Krill being able to burrow towards him.
I feel like this Paradox has a very interesting role in this game that I can't quite put my hands on. I feel like they're wanting to disrupt more than anything in in these like team fights that are be coming out. Like, sure, there's the potential for getting those picks and everything like that, but I feel like with the chaos that can ensue with the teams that we have in front of us, yeah, Paradox is just looking to make that a little bit more chaotic and displace, but in favor of his own team.
Oh, absolutely. Being able to just swap somebody, especially a high value target like that Yamato or the Shiva, just get them out of position so your team can burst them early, it will be very convenient. But it seems like this game is going to be ready, so we're going to throw over to our casters though. Dicehard and Jay Beto, take it away.
Thank you very much to Distinct and Nuxel. My name is Dicehard. I'm joined on this game by Jay Beto. Two very high skill teams here. Beto, low-key chill team versus Mr. Worldwide, and quite the draft going on. We do see the Dynamo going in favor of low-key chill team, and that's going to be quite impactful here. Look how low health this Ivy is already, Jay Beto.
Yeah, I'm getting poked really far down already. Look at that pressure right now. I thought you were going to say, when you said two really high skill teams, I thought you were going to say two really high skill casters. And I was like, oh, okay. Thanks, bro.
No, I missed Distinct
What do you mean
already.
by that?
Huh?
Huh? Anyway,
So, quite the game we've got in front of us, hey?
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes for sure. Seeing, again, some, one lane getting pushed in, the other lane getting pushed in the other direction. Side lane's looking pretty even, except for, actually, this Moen Krill getting a lot of pressure out right now. With this, guys. But that healing, of that Moen Krill after, getting a few points into the ability is going to be really strong. And, I mean, Distinct touched on it last game, but the soul stealing ability with the shotgun of Moen Krill, very, very potent.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the opportunity. This is the kind of game where you're going to see that being really impactful and start to sort of change how these games start to run. At the moment, still very, very early game. I would be expecting a crazy First Blood to come out, maybe a Bebop, a cheeky Bebop hook. We've seen that this Ivy has been getting poked out quite aggressively. So this is a game where I'm really expecting quite the explosion to happen.
Speaking of Dice, explosion happening.
And there it goes.
Kelvin.
Down goes the Kelvin, and it was Dynamo and 7 who were able to find that kill together. Too much aggression coming out there, and, Dynamo we've seen all day. Jay Beto, he's just able to punish.
Oh, that hook. Did you see how close that was?
Oh, so close.
I grabbed the camera right there.
It tightened me up personally. I panicked there thinking I was getting pulled in.
I was about to get sucked into the screen right there, get bombed on and punched, man. I was terrified.
I was too. First Blood has come out, Jay Beto, but it's not the be-all, end-all. We know that this is impactful. We know that Dynamo is able to have pressure across the map pretty typically. So, this is what we're expecting. Now the question is, how do you avoid this Dynamo going too far out of control and punishing teams too much?
Well, I think that you don't have to worry about that too much. As yeah, that First Blood comes through, but the Soul diff not too bad as a knock-up, and the Q coming through from the Viscus.
Yeah, gonna hold firm there is a Viscus, but this is a stun that's coming out from the 7 onto Kelvin. Good pressure from the Kelvin, though. Jay Beto is going to allow the low-key chill team to maintain some of their... Sorry, the low-key chill team to lose some of their pressure here against Mr. Worldwide.
After that First Blood dice, the Kelvin and the Dynamo are basically even in souls as well. So Kelvin must have been getting a,
Whoa, low health here for Moen Krill. Being chased down by this lady guy's not going to be able to secure that kill, but 100 health is terrifying here, especially for a character with so much sustain. Shiv, though, will fall to the haze. We saw the rotation coming out from the Viscus, and Yamato Bebop are going to pick up the kill onto the Ivy as well. Kills breaking out across the map right now, Jay Beto.
Yeah, that lane was super volatile, just waiting for that hook to come through. Being able to gap, essentially give Yamato the early gap close. That damage from close is really strong. Obviously, the bomb damage as well coming through there. But yeah, great rotation from Viscus as well. Don't want to miss out on highlighting that. Yes, do it. I love his kit. It's so funny. But yeah, great
Yeah, it is
rotation
fun.
over there, getting a push out, rotating over to help getting a kill over there. Viscus now having his ultimate available. Yamato the same. So you gotta watch out for these potential rotations. Look at on the left side. So on the right side, Viscus rotating over with the ult again.
Yeah, Shiv being aggressed on here by this Hayes Viscus once more. Has managed to find his way behind this truck, although Viscus is looking for this knock back and will
Nice.
smash it! Excellently placed, but not enough follow-up there. Hayes didn't go all the way in too deep there. Maybe scared of a counter rotation coming out. Instead, though, Seven and Dynamo are going to push in aggressively on this Kelvin, but Kelvin has great defense, great zone, and great damage to keep himself alive and prevent this Guardian from falling.
These are two great rotations so far from Viscus. As soon as the Shiv pushes up too far, Viscus is in the lane immediately. No, so you cannot push out. That was very, very lucky that he got out there. Great boop, but was able to put enough distance between himself and the Viscus so that the boop wasn't too scary. But Yamato has made a rotation over towards this guy, potentially looking for a Guardian dive here.
This is a great opportunity here for the Yamato. Can't quite find the opportunity to get into there. Yeah, Geist playing very safe. And you see why, down to about 300 health right now. Shiv, though, is playing a little aggressive against this. Hayes knows that their team is positioned to be able to rotate, and Bebop actually finds a bomb onto this Paradox. The dive is there as well from the Yamato, trying to find some damage.
Oh.
Paradox down to 100 health. Will fall!
SS1.
To Bebop there. That's a huge, huge pick to be able to find, Jay Beto. And now, low-key chill team pushing further and further into the lead. 3k now.
3K
Souls ahead.
Yeah.
Once again, it looks like Jay Better. They're going to rotate and try to find this Lady Geist as well. There is a lot of farm in that area, so likely, stop to pick that up. There's an opportunity here, Jay Better, and I think Bebop wants to look for it.
Remember that duo lane can rotate over very quickly with that Ivy ult. Guys, as long as she's privy to this, might be getting caught, but backs up just enough. Ivy has made the rotation over as well.
In this ultimate as well, has the airdrop potential to do a lot of damage and find a knock-up. Geist managing to hold pretty firmly in this lane so far as Paradox forced to back away from Yamato and Bebop here. Ivy going to drop that bomb and just alleviate some of the pressure coming out from that lane. Slow game here so far, Jay Beto.
And Ivy's been a really fun hero for me to watch. The rotation potential match for the Ivy is so strong when you're, even though Yamato's ahead and is rotating quite frequently. Speaking of Ivy, up, down onto her. But
whoa, the bomb's coming out. Bebop finds another kill, Jay Beto. That's very impactful that this Bebop is having such an early game presence. His bombs are going to be scaling so well into the late game already. I'd be terrified of how this Bebop is going to be looking later on into the game. And alongside this Dynamo, this Robo combo is absolutely terrifying, Jay Beto.
We do love Omnix in this house. But we saw Bebop earlier today get lots of value on a player who knew what they were doing with just the hook. They were lower souls in the entire game, but the hook was just too much. And they were doing, the right thing when they needed to, hitting them like that, like this one right here.
Speaking of which, great cube coming out, though, from that Viscus, going to keep them alive. But now, because the Viscus doesn't have the cube available, he's going to be pushed up on by the Bebop. Dynamo makes a rotation over as well. Barely finding that kill is the Bebop, but find it, he does. Really heads up micro play there to go, well, the cube is down, I know who to chase.
Yeah, great target selection swap onto the Viscus after the cube was used defensively onto his duo lane as a 1v1 over here with Hayes.
Oh, Hayes taking the 1v1
available.
here. Has the damage available though, Jay Beto. Shiv goes down and Hayes finds that solo kill. Absolutely massive. And now Yamato making a rotation over as well. Might be able to punish out this Hayes and does find the kill. Great play from the Yamato to punish out that aggression from the Hayes in the meantime. Kelvin making a rotation, punched away there though by the Viscus, straight back into Dynamo ultimate. The singularity's good. Yamato damage is better, and Dynamo finds the kill. Down goes the Viscus. Unfortunate positioning there as Kelvin now being punished up and knock up from this Dynamo as well. He's all over the map, Jay Beto, and so too is the Yamato. Finds the kill. You just can't be near this Dynamo.
Dynamo setting up for this Yamato, a lot of O's, to just essentially do whatever she wants to do. Well, might be caught out here potentially in this 2v2, but is able to run away pretty safely. But yeah, beautiful Dynamo play so far. Wow, these ults. That ult specifically was beautiful.
Yeah, really great stuff coming out there from both teams, but Dynamo is so impressive, Jay Beto. He's able to constantly find the ultimates and the knockups, and be just all across the map right now and putting pressure on. How do you think, or where do you think Mr. Worldwide need to be positioning to really change the way that this Dynamo is able to have impact from this point?
Well, just remember that the Ivy rotation potential is really strong, so maybe even trying to fight on lanes where the Dynamo isn't. You know, allowing him to get these big team fight ultimates, you know, there isn't really any counterplay once he's got them. You know, you can't say, oh, well, you know, we'll just fight with him. There's lots of macro options to fight away from him where he is on the map. Is what's happening right now on the over this bridge buff that's spawning in 1 second. Going to be getting secured up, but Earn as well getting looked at by both teams.
Yeah, this is definitely the impactful point in the game where at 10 minutes, bridge buffs have spawned and already have been taken off the map, and this Earn is available. Ivy, we know, has the ultimate that can move it across the map quickly. Hayes, though, is going to find an immediate kill onto Shiv. Great timing as well, is going to potentially allow Ivy to completely transport this Hayes over across the map with that Earn, although low-key Chill team are in position to defend this, and in fact are pushing this Guardian in the mid-left lane.
Yeah, very good macro right now. Earn left alone. These towers getting pushed down, but a rotation potential could happen from this Viscous. Right now, we are tuning into a 3v1 over the Kelvin. He's just happy sitting on a tower dice all game.
Yeah, Kelvin is such a strong defensive presence for this Mr. Worldwide team right now. For the comp that they've drafted, he's just able to sit inside of one Guardian. He doesn't fall behind. He can just farm. He can zone. And he pressured, you know, we saw there that he was able to pressure 3 people away from his Guardian just with slows and damage.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, that's exactly what you want from a weak side.
Oh, pull out from the Bebop, though. Very weird positioning. I did not like the camera angle that we got there.
I feel like if that
Kelvin will get out
on the bridge there, he's dead. So maybe he has to fall. I don't know. If he gets like a, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a.
Look, Kelvin's got his ult and he's got his frost path as well, sort of ability. So I think he'd be okay, but it's still terrifying. Yamato though is going to pick up this Earn, Jay Beto.
Yeah, Yamato chasing away. It looks like the rotation though onto this Shiv is what we're looking at for low-key Chill. Sorry, for Mr. Worldwide. Leaving that Earn as it is, but the rotation hasn't resulted in a kill just yet. This Shift still hasn't fallen down.
Yeah, Ivy is up in the air and trying to find this Shiv inside of the buildings right now, but didn't find the position on it. Hayes, we do know, can take these 1v1s, but in the meantime, Yamato's fully rotated over, and low-key Chill team has secured the Earn, Jay Beto. Huge lead for them at the moment as Viscous goes into the cube, and up into the air does go to 7, but Ivy knocks him completely out of the ultimate. Trapped inside Kelvin ult now is the 1v3. Down goes the 7, trying to defend. This Guardian likely to follow as well. Great play there from the Ivy, holding the gargoyle until he could find the punish on the ult.
They got the soul Earn, but it doesn't matter. Even in souls now, after, you know, what was nearly a 10k soul lead. Actually, no, still in the lead, low-key Chill team are, as they're being able to push down the walkers in left side of the map. Numbers advantage,
nice early walker
very
there.
Split map right now happening. Right, Viscous taking down another walker against low-key Chill team, but looks like two getting traded on left side as well. So yeah, 2 for 2 walker trade right now.
Yeah, both teams seem to be confident that they don't need to defend the walker and instead are going to prioritize getting themselves the flex slots up. So they're basically put one person there, see if they can hold or slow down the push a little bit. Rest of the team going to push up and try to get the walkers for themselves. It looks like an aggressive play being called out here by a low-key Chill team. They're going to steal away some of the farm on the Mr. Worldwide side of the map and maybe bait a fight in here, Jay Beto. But actually the reason for it is so that Molekrill and Shiv can push down this Guardian.
No minions needed. He just walks in, tanks the full tower. Damn. I was not expecting that, but
no
yeah,
problems
really
here from Molekrill.
Very interesting macro plays. Interesting as in, like, I'm really surprised that teams went for that. Like, a lot of the time you'll see teams kind of just devolve down to team fighting when you don't have to, and this is a great example of that. They take the 2 for 2 trade, the cross map is good from both teams, macro answer, and, I mean, they're basically just opting for, instead of gambling these fights and, you know, potentially not having it go the way they want, they just want these flex slots open for themselves. So I really like to see that.
Yeah, really intelligent gameplay coming out. I like the macro plays that we're seeing, really from both teams here, opting to trade out walkers when you know that you can trade out walkers. There's a 5k souls differential at the moment in favor of low-key chill team, but that's not too impactful at this point in the
it's
game.
low-key
It
pretty
definitely
chill.
has an impact and makes a difference. It is low-key pretty chill though, you're right.
Yeah. But what's not low-key pretty chill is this chase over in right lane, but not going to amount to anything as the rotation from Bebop as well coming over. Their 4-man group for this tower dies. This macro from low-key chill team is really good. They're going to push out to that right mid lane, and then they rotate.
This is really what you want to be seeing, Jay Beto, and you know, the intelligent macro coming out. Look at this teleport as well.
Yeah,
Bebop,
beautiful.
everybody really from low-key chill team are going to make this rotation over. Hayes managed to get a call out there, obviously, to be able to rotate away from that position, but it's also a bridge buff that's going to come out in favor of low-key chill team on this side of the map. So it's a great opportunity here for them to put pressure over this side. The urn is up over here as well. I think we're probably going to see Yamato try to run this down to the other side too. And I like that too, Jay Beto, preventing Ivy from being able to do it herself.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't run it down to the side, you can hold it. We've seen lots of teams do that today until, you know, you need to drop it away. Look, I mean, it's not actually that far into the base of Mr. Worldwide. The soul diff isn't enough to have it be pushed back further. The map situation isn't that bad. So looks like they are going to be grouping for this. Might be a full-on 6v6 team fight soon. Just getting some items right now. Kelvin resetting. Viscous having that rotation potential with the goo ball. And 7 as well, I believe, in the left lane there. Having the TP available. He's hugging that side.
Intelligent macro play coming out from both teams too. You notice that they don't send all 6 of their members there. Both teams are trying to make sure that the lanes are pushed up so that the other team can't immediately run down a walk or run down a shrine. Dynamo are going to come out on top of the urn drop off spot. We see Bebop ult firing off as well as Viscous. He's going to look for a knockback. Ivy and Kelvin have already fallen. Viscous going to go into that ultimate and he finds 3 stuns immediately. Up and down does go the entire team here. 4 down here for Mr. Worldwide as low-key chill team push for more. Great fight coming out. It's a 2-for-5 trade and urn is going to go in favor of the low-key chill team. Although low-key they might be low on health, they did end up, and Shiv is actually going to go down in a 1v1 trade there by the Haze. She's the only member alive on her team, but still finding kills and might be able to find more. Blow and Krill going to come in from behind here as this Haze is trying to find the 2v1 against Yamato and 7. The stun going to come out from the 7 though, and it is enough for Yamato to get in, and Haze should go down. One more will do it, and down she goes.
Beautiful chase there from the Yamato. That's a split, split deicide, split ace, didn't quite get that, but every member does end up falling down. Potentially, if you get a bit more there, maybe you're able to go for a rejuve there. But yeah, that Dynamo, I mean, he falls down, right? And again, he's lower souls on his team, but the ult is massive. Viscous ult was really big too, but the combos, the damage just wasn't there because everyone was dead. They already picked down 2 or 3 before the Viscous ult was coming through.
Yeah, great point, Jay Beto. That at the end of the day, they both had really impactful ults, but the timing is just a little bit off from one compared to the other. And at the end of the day, you don't necessarily want to engage with the Viscous ult because then you give the opposing team time to separate and to re-engage when they want to. You also are giving that Dynamo an opportunity to find the engage that he wants. Jay Beto, how do you think Mr. Worldwide need to kind of adapt to the way that the engages are coming out from this Dynamo?
I don't know, having, just playing around this Dynamo, he's getting so much value in these fights, right? There's not really enough souls right now to, have the items necessary to, survive that. But, I mean, it's hard, right? You don't really want to be taking a fight like that. But maybe if the rotation from Viscous was faster, and if the grouping from Loki Chill Team wasn't as good, so if Mr. Worldwide had a better grouping there, and that fight goes different. I'm not sure how that fight goes if Viscous is there early and he's able to, get his orb out right on top of that Dynamo ult. Maybe if Hayes is able to get some more damage in there too, because she, died last, wasn't able to get as much done as necessary. But I mean, Loki Chill Team just having a great fight there.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from low-key chill team. They've managed to get themselves a 14 to 15,000 soul lead already, and that lead is continuing to be impactful. We see that Dynamo is really able to engage on whoever he wants, despite being nearly the lowest farm in the entire game. Jay Beto, and this Yamato, This Mo and Krill, especially being as farmed as they are, means that they're also able to find great engages. And I'm terrified of this Bebop at all times. He's doing so much damage, able to pick off one individual player, even when the Dynamo and Mo and Krill are not the ones engaging. He's able to engage and potentially set up for his Shiva as Yamato.
Yeah, have a look at these wave sets. Very interesting that low-key chill team choosing to kind of sack every lane for this last walker. You know, right, pardon me, right lane not getting pushed up too much, but all lanes getting sacked right now in terms of this team fight. Hayes onto the Bebop.
Yeah, has to back away immediately. Good use of the fleet foot to just get herself out of trouble there. Definitely potential for a lot of damage to come out. A hook double bomb combo could immediately kill a Hayes in that position. But with the positioning here from low-key chill team, Jay Beto, this could be a mid-boss angle, or at the very least a bait towards mid-boss. We're seeing that Dynamo and Yamato are positioning to kind of come in from behind. So if low-key chill team start up mid-boss here, bait in Mr. Worldwide, then Dynamo can come in and find a massive ultimate.
I mean, low-key chill team does have the map pressure right now. They're able to strip all these jungle camps away, but Mr. Worldwide not too far behind, so they're able to give up the pressure for now without feeling too bad, defending this last walker really well. Time to look at some side lane play. Seven doing that. Again, Yamato looking over towards that right lane where Kelvin is protecting, but a team fight might be on the menu.
It does look like a bit of a team fight. Yamato forced the ult very early on here after Viscus tried to find that engage there. Might be enough for Mr. Worldwide to find a strong engage, and in fact, it's Dynamo being engaged on here. It's being switched around by the Paradox ultimate, but has already fallen as well. So that's a huge engage tool that's down for low-key chill team, and it's just poor positioning there from the Dynamo.
Will this amount to anything though, Dice? Looks like the pictures are heading down the left lane, not towards this mid-boss quite yet. Looking for this left side walker potentially, and right left side mid walker, just trying to get the advantage, finally get the map back in control, get some of this farm. That pick's not going to amount to too much, just allowing them some time to get the farm. They've also taken that soul urn and are pinging the drop-off zone. But Dynamo will be back with ult for this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, Jay, but you know, it shows that this Dynamo can be taken down, but
yeah,
it's not the story of the entire game, right? He's still in position to be able to find these impactful ultimates. Now grouping a little bit further back with his team, waiting for an engage to come out from low-key chill team, and an engage does come out, although Dynamo has been knocked straight up and back into a great position here. Here's a singularity, although he hasn't caught many members in this one. He falls immediately, Jay Beto, when the kills are pouring, or the damage is pouring through already. Chased down onto this Paradox. He's going to find a way to climb away from a lot of this damage and turns back around. Ivy finding some of the damage as well as Yamato gets into the backline and Bebop falls. Hayes countered out and will go down, but Viscus is looking for some damage and looking for some CC alongside this Paradox. The damage is good. One more shot will do it, and down she goes. Viscus finds the kill. Mr. Worldwide have turned around this fight, Jay Beto. They figured out how to punish the Dynamo. Chase on from this Kelvin, looking for a few more shots onto the Mo and Krill. Won't be able to find it. That Mo and Krill will survive for now, but a great team fight there from Mr. Worldwide. They've pulled themselves back into the game, and they know exactly how they want a team fight. The next one's going to be at the mid-boss.
Dynamo ult getting no value at all, and a really cool combo that we saw there, the Kelvin ult, Viscus ult, where you're just bouncing around inside. Any steal might be possible Shiv in the location, but no, choosing to give this, you know, not risking any more deaths here. But yeah, great fight from Mr. Worldwide. Still down in soul, so this is still going to be trying to help them catch back up, you know, then look for these last two walkers and accelerate the game in their favor.
Absolutely, Jay Beto, and this is the opportunity right now for Mr. Worldwide to have this catch-up. They've got the rejuve. They know how to punish the positioning from this Dynamo, and realistically, a lot of what happened there came from Dynamo pushing up, looking for the position that he wanted to engage from, and Viscus saying, no, you're not doing that, knock up, reposition him, and then that way, when the Dynamo thought that he had a good engage opportunity, he really didn't, and was punished out immediately for it.
Yeah, absolutely, but I mean, I'm going to say it again, I love that combo, the Kelvin and the Viscus ult combos. I think that was beautiful. And we saw in the fight previously the Paradox ult to kind of catch out the Dynamo before the fight even started. That's 2 fights in a row now where Dynamo hasn't been able to get the value that he really needs. Those, maybe they're lacking souls, just, kind of showing. But I mean, honestly, I think it's more about the gameplay rather than any items or any farming, because it was just a kind of a misplay both times. You're caught out the first time, but the fight on right now is just Walker getting focused down.
Walker is being focused down. Mo and Krill on the defense, though. That combo is going to connect with a cube. However, enough members are around here to try to pick off this kill. Shiv does fall immediately. And Ivy up in the air, not quite being punished out yet, has that ultimate and a lot of damage coming out. Yamato already in the ultimate of their own and trying to defend this. Walker, Viscous has found a stun into the backline here. And low health for this Bebop, trying his best to hold off and find some damage. But this time, Dynamo's found a big enough ultimate to find some punish, although he's getting lower and lower, trying to find a knockup, but is inside of Kelvin ult already, and down goes so many members. Paradox and Haze fall. Shiv, the only member of low-key chill team to go down here, and despite the low health bars, they managed to hold the defense, Jay Beto.
Guys, did they manage to hold the defense? The Walker does fall. Now, they do lose 2, obviously. Is that worth it? Maybe not, but they did end up getting at least something for that, despite going down in kills. Left side Walker almost dying to minions. You would not have liked to see that, but not going to happen. This urn is available alongside these bridge buffs as well. Is he trying to give it to a teammate?
I think he's either giving it to his Haze or he's baiting right now. Probably going to spot out this Mo and Krill and have to secure it himself.
If Mo and Krill walks up here and...
It's going to be secured, yeah.
Yeah, okay. He was just trying to save it for a team. And
yeah, either an Ivy or a Haze there to give that to them. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but very even, close game right now. 25 minutes. These Soul leaders, coming up on negligible territory right now. Regardless of what it already was, a bit of a smaller lead that we've seen. What is it, 4K, 5K-ish souls between 6 people is not that much at all. So it's really on these team fights now, Dice. Dynamo was able to get a good ult, and at the end of the fight, finally, whittle down those health bars, but the fight didn't look super good out in that open space for low-key chill team. And at the beginning of that fight, it's really on this Dynamo. Yamato able to do a lot of damage, survive time. The Mo and Krill, I think, used ult onto the Viscous cube, so might have just been a really good play from the Viscous, maybe a missed time from the Mo and Krill, but yeah, I think this Dynamo ult is really where the team fight either wins or loses. Shiv was dead for that team fight, I'm fairly sure. Died right at the beginning.
Yeah, right at the beginning.
Were able to get 2. So it's really Dynamo ult or bust. If they can get a big Dynamo ult, 7 ult on top, Yamato damage, etc., or the, all the sprinkles on top of that, whatever that might be. And if the Dynamo ult isn't big, I mean, this Viscous is vicious, I'll say that. And, the Ivy rotation, the Kelvin ult, the Paradox ult.
Yeah,
right now we're just stalemating.
A lot of repositioning abilities in this game, and a lot of high levels of CC, as well as a lot of single target damage. So it does kind of come down realistically to positioning, Jay Bodo. Positioning and counter positioning, how you're using the ultimates like Dynamo and like Paradox ultimate, even Mo and Krill or Bebop's hook to be able to prevent people from being realistically where they want to be. And speaking of being where you want to be, I don't think Mo and Krill wants to be here being chased down by this. Viscous will be stunned out and repositioned immediately. Has to try to find a way out of back into a comfortable position here. So many members chasing down this Mo and Krill, but he still hasn't fallen. Managed to finding a little bit of healing, but does eventually go down. We saw the use of 3 ultimates, Paradox, Ivy, and Viscous to get that kill, but Viscous is still in his ultimate, manages to find a stun off into this Dynamo, which means that the engage tool here for low-key chill team won't be available. In the meantime, into the backline does go the Kelvin. He finds his own ultimate and traps Dynamo inside of it, but Dynamo is going to counter out with his ultimate. Down goes Kelvin, down goes Ivy, and now 7 walking out, trying to find some damage onto this. Viscous will be able to get the stun off, but the Warp Stone is going to pull Viscous out of trouble a little bit here, although here's the Bebop ultimate, and he's managing to find a good chunk of damage here. Haze stepping up and trying to find what they can, but Bebop is here with a hook and a bomb. Down goes Lady Guys. Great pick there. Haze, Invis, looking to get around on the right side of this one, but Shiv has spotted it out. Great knife, though, to sleep the Shiv and prevent the 1v1. Can Haze get out of trouble here? It looks like they can with the Fleet Foot and Smoke Bomb. Movement speed, yes, onto the zipline. They do get out, but 3 kills there for low-key chill team, Jay Beto.
Paradox able to grab that wave, but not enough of that wave, so that Walker getting looked at right now for low-key chill team, the urn as well. Death time is still relevant right now, so Walker potentially could be getting defended, but I mean, it's risky.
Wow,
Now
down
we're
goes
talking,
Paradox, and Hayes being
Wow.
aggressed on now as well. Will be stunned out underneath the Walker. A lot of damage coming out from this 7 as well. The Walker should fall here, and that's the last, or second last? No, the last one going down there for this team. Agreston is this Viscous combo coming out, and Yamato looking for a little bit more damage. Viscous, though, is going to warp Stone away and manages to survive all the damage. Has to go into that ultimate too. A little bit more damage will do it, but he's in the ball and he's getting out.
So fast in that orb. Very nice. Oh, the bounce might be off, but Borrow being channeled right now. Also, Earn secured for low-key chill team. Mid-boss hasn't spawned, but Dice, they're already grouped up around it, ready for that respawn timer. All the walkers have now been destroyed. Only one remains for low-key chill team. So map state, after, if you ignore waves, is pretty even. This soul lead as well, 20k, but we're approaching 30 minutes. Mid-boss finally spawns now. Just a little bit late. You would have maybe liked that 1 minute earlier. That would have been gone. But and Dice, I feel like another team fight is just directly around the corner. Another Earn has spawned as well as this mid boss and a grouping in the right side.
Yeah, we're seeing the bridge buffs as well coming down, and that's going to be a health survivability buff here for this Viscous. Very impactful. Tanky, healthy, has good regen. I'd be scared of this Viscous, but I don't think that low-key chill team are scared of him, Jay Beto.
Oh, look at him! Look at him! Look at his little eyes. He means no harm. He's just a little gooball, man. He's just trying to roll it. Look at him! Look at him! He means no harm, sliding around. I mean, I think we should just leave him alone. Let him do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I wouldn't be letting him do whatever he wants because Blue Ball is terrifying.
It is a very strong ability. This Earn getting forsaken right now.
Oh.
That hook.
Dirty boy.
This is the thing with I was talking about it before, the difference between committal CC and non-committal CC. And Bebop is a great example of non-committal CC, where you're just like, all right, guys, looking for a hook, play off my hook. If it doesn't hit, you're not in, risky territory. Speaking of risky territory, getting out of dodge right now. But yeah, the good thing about having committal CC is that a lot of the time it's guaranteed. The bad part about non-committal CC is if you don't have any other way of engaging and the hook is down, you kind of can't do anything, but obviously that's not the case this game. We have Warpstone Dynamo with his ult. We've got so much engage potential just across the board, but a rotation quickly coming out. Oh no, this is the Earn. Very nice using that tech over.
Yeah, nice little
Mid-boss might be getting started there. This is a great play if they do end up starting this. They know that they're all over there on vision, on wards. Mid-boss getting started. Great macro.
Yeah, this is not great from Mr. Worldwide. They have to have known that this was going to happen. Once they send Viscous over there as well and start to see that people aren't rotating out, then they should have known that this was happening, and they are baiting it. They've started it up and made that sound on the mid-boss so that low-key chill... so that Mr. Worldwide will come in, but they're not stepping in too aggressively. They know that this could be a bait and that if they come in too soon, they will fall immediately. Looking for an opportunity, though, is this Bebop. Will be knocked up, but... doesn't quite find that hook. Viscous, I think, is who we want to be watching, Jay Beto. He's been finding these great engagements for Mr. Worldwide's team. Another hook will miss, though. Ooh, it's intense here in this fight. Both teams know that, really, this could be what defines the game.
Yeah, face checking into mid-boss against the Bebop. That is scary. Got to be careful for sure. Look at how much... oh, that hook almost hits again. They're really playing well off this hook. Potentially a mid-boss starting up again just to bait them back in. But Dice, how do you face check? Do you just gamble that you can dodge the hook? That's a risky play right there.
Looking for a pick though onto this Hayes. Low-key chill team have decided that they want to send their full team, and this is a good way to play this this engagement around the mid boss. Try to find one pick. Or go back, group around the mid-boss again, and bait in again. But in the meantime, Mr. Worldwide are staying as grouped up as they can. They're not going to let this Hayes be by herself to clear lanes anymore. Bebop, though, might be able to find a pull-off onto this Kelvin. We'll be able to back off. Yamato, though, up on top of these buildings, trying to find a position around where this Ivy is. Look how far back Mr. Worldwide are, though, from the mid-boss, Jay Beto. They've backed all the way to base, and now mid-boss has been started up again, and it's already down. Rejuve is about to spawn, and straight into the ultimate does go Yamato. She wants to be in the position to be able to immediately secure this as Viscous comes in trying to find the stuns. Dynamo ultimate, it's huge! He's picked up so many members. Down goes Kelvin, down goes Viscous. The defense around this rejuve is massive as low-key chill team get the rejuve, but 3 members fall. So much damage coming out from the guys Paradox, Haze, even the Ivy is chunking through health right now. Finds another kill onto the Yamato. Down goes another one as Ivy finds the 7. It's a huge play around the rejuve, J Beto.
Oh, no. I don't know. I feel like the ults just weren't able to get across. We see 7 ult, Shiv ult, Bebop ult, all aren't able to get used in that team fight. And, I mean, you know, sure, you lose Kelvin and Viscous, but the rejuve is going to allow you to respawn, Dice. This isn't the end of the game. I mean, the souls hurts really badly, but it's only an even game right now. 203k to 205k right now. Not the end of the world. It feels bad because now we know the game's going to go on for another 5 to 10 minutes. You know, if you're these players, I'm saying, you know, you've got to reset your mental. You're in such a winning position right there, and you get the rejuve, but then the fight after doesn't go your way. If that fight was flipped, that's over right there. The game is done. If you kill 4 for 1 or 4 for 2 or something like that, you just push down that left side mid that was pushing in right there. But now we're back to default stance. The waves are going to get reset back to neutral. And we're looking back at, you know, playing off of a Bebop hook.
This is the timing, you're right, Jay Beto, where the game has basically been put back into a reset. Only Bebop has that rejuve left on him. The waves obviously still being quite impactful, and we're seeing low-key chill teams waves pushing down Mr. Worldwide's lanes quite quickly. But man, Jay Beto, that fight was crazy. Dynamo was able to find 2 so early on, but a complete turnaround. So much damage came out from that Ivy. It was just completely unexpected. And now, though, low-key chill team, they still have the pressure, they still have the aggression, and they might be trying to find a shrine here, but this is a dangerous fight.
This is a dangerous fight, Dice, but they want it. You know, they know what they're doing here. The Bebop hook potential is strong. You don't have to fully commit right now, but Viscous might be doing that.
Jiv is safe for the time being, still has a lot of healing available, but a good bit of chunk, a good bit of poke coming out from that Kelvin here is going to alleviate the pressure and force low-key chill team to back off again.
I'm just having a quick look, poking and proning, seeing if they can break the base. However, playing on one lane is risky in these siege scenarios because essentially the entirety of Mr. Worldwide can just group up on that one lane. They know you are only in that one lane. There's no split push potential. There's no back and forth seesaw action to try to get a tower. However, that map pressure is allowing this urn to be taken. These, you know, tier up items going to be coming in really big. 36 minutes. I mean, obviously we're not infinite souls right now, so all of these are still nice. That's satisfying. That's got to be mega satisfying.
But still a flex slot away though, Jay Beto, for both teams. Neither have taken a shrine right now, so while they do have a lot of souls and they're really trying to finish out and close out their builds, that last flex slot is becoming a bit of a denial point, you know, a standstill for these teams finishing off their builds right now. You can see as we go towards pretty much every character that we've looked at so far, the last item that they're waiting for is that last flex slot item.
Yeah, absolutely. And you feel like right now, at this point in the game, it's so close in terms of souls and map state that if you're breaking a shrine, you may be nearly ending the game just on that push alone or, you know, the next one. So these fights so... Oh, a hook! What?
Huge hook onto the Kelvin from such a long distance, straight into the combo from the Mo and Krill. But Kelvin turns it. Kelvin goes down immediately. What a play there.
Oh my god, that hook was insane. That's the hook they've been waiting for all game. And immediately you can see the push, Dice. You can see the push. Haze looking to split push right now, get a bit of lane pressure, but has to base right now because these Guardians are getting looked at.
50 seconds on the respawn timer here for Kelvin. He fell so quickly there, and his team just couldn't have been prepared for it. He barely stepped out and got hooked immediately. Now, Lady Guy's being aggressed on here. This Mo and Krill trying to push in. Another hook will come out, but won't connect. Dynamo ultimate, however, will connect, and he's trying to defend inside of his base as Ivy goes down. And look at the aggression coming out. Viscous ult will come out to defend against the aggression from low-key chill team. Will find some good stuns onto the Yamato, and a kill actually does come down immediately onto that Viscous for his aggression. Yamato now chasing inside of this base, doesn't have the ultimate available, but does have the damage. Straight out, another pull and the knock up off the bomb. Is it enough to find the kill? Not quite, as Lady Guys comes out again, just trying to hold the Patron alive, but the Patron will go down here, resets the cooldown, sorry, the respawn timers for the team in just a moment, and that's going to mean that Kelvin, Viscous, and Ivy won't be too far off of being able to defend this weakened Patron. However, Mo and Krill maintaining this aggression and the ability to fire off a combo at any time, Jay Beto. 7 here has damage potential as well, and hooks are constantly being fired out.
I'd be scared of that. We saw what happened in that last one, but Dice, look at the base of local team. I feel like you need to get more here. The towers are dying in your base. You either need to reset and protect them, but the waves are so pushed up on the left side that you can't base. We've got Yamato, and I believe that is 7 as well, going back to defend those towers so that you're not giving over a flex slot of the to Mr. Worldwide for doing nothing.
Oh, Shiv being chased down here by this Haze. He's going to find that sleep with the knife, but turned around here. Hook just barely missing the mark, and in goes Kelvin. Viscous is going to find that ultimate as well, looking to find some stuns off. Kelvin ult is good, and it's going to trap Dynamo inside of that one, looking for the stun. He will be able to find it, and down goes that Dynamo alongside the Bebop. Jay Beto, the turnaround is massive. Mr. Worldwide, and now the ones who are trying to end this game out immediately. Can they push for an end here as Viscous is too deep into the backline? He's looking for stuns, but he's so low health, still healing up and being chased by this Mo and Krill. Oh, it is a split push opportunity here, but will it be punished out? Lady Geist is in position, and now this Yamato, she can look to be able to punish inside of the mid-boss area. It has been done, and Rejuve is dropping. Mr. Worldwide might be able to pick this up. Ivy is here, and it will be picked up. Viscous the one to secure that one down, and this, oh no, sorry. Hayes was the one to secure that one down. Into the ultimate does go Yamato, and chasing down or away from this Lady Geist.
Gotta be careful, there's still 30-second respawns. You were greedy on that base end, and the respawns came through. Don't be greedy again, or this could be an absolute upset right now. Not to say that these teams aren't evenly matched, but that game state looked so good. The low-key chill team now absolutely flipped on his head.
Mr. Worldwide pushing into the Patron here. They need to find a little bit of damage onto these shrines. In fact, they need to find a lot of damage onto these shrines. Jay Beto as low-key chill team are here to defend, and already being pushed out are Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah,
going
not
to be
getting
a
too
comfortable
greedy.
base defense for now.
I mean, it definitely feels bad, right? You feel like, they were respawning, but, maybe we had a timer there, but we just saw low-key chill team being a bit too ambitious on that end, got too greedy, didn't wait for the respawns to come through, and, they all fell down there, nearly lost the game right there. So, Mr. Worldwide, privy to that, just happened in their favor. Don't want to give over too much. Happy to reset, get their flex items. Actually, they weren't able to get them. No shrines falling down, I believe. And the Sapphire Patron still weakened. So, this is a one-fight territory game now, Dice, because if any team loses, 1 or 2 members, that's a push to end up. We saw a 60-second respawn timer for those. This next fight is going to be near 70-second respawn. That is ridiculously long. It is 40 minutes into the game, though, so that does make sense.
Remember, Jay Beto, Rejuve is on all 6 members of Mr. Worldwide here. Those respawn timers are not going to be very long for them at all. If they take a team fight now, before that Rejuve ends, and we can see that the Rejuve timer is ticking lower and lower on the left side of the screen there. So if Mr. Worldwide want to take a slightly lower risk fight, now is the only opportunity that they're going to get. Otherwise, that Rejuve is going to start running out on their players. It's a big grouping over on the right side of the map, though, Jay Beto.
The waves are so good for low-key chill team, understanding this timer that they need to wait out this Rejuve. Left side waves really, really good. Now they're able to just group up as 6 at the right side, push out these waves. Rejuve, not too much longer off, but the fight is on.
Yeah, this is a fight opportunity here. 7 does find a bit of damage with that ball. Viscous not able to find a knock up or a knock back with his own abilities here, but going to push forward, uses that fleet foot as well, and finally does find that knock up, but it's going to be a pull in from the hook off Bebop, straight into the cube, defensively there for this Viscous, and here's the ultimate. It is going to be stunned inside of it by that 7. Damage coming out from several alchemical flames, but is it enough here as Yamato looking to get into the backline and do some damage to this Haze? She's trying to find a punish position here as Paradox goes down immediately. Not a great push just yet here for Mr. Worldwide, but Yamato will be punished, and that's a 75-second respawn timer, Jay Beto, as Viscous is looking for more. Pull straight back in, back out there for the out of position Dynamo. Bebop gets a great hook to defend his own player, his own teammate. Ivy, though, is going to look for the stun, and it's going to do so much damage. Down goes Mo and Krug, down goes Dynamo, Mr. Worldwide. They have the opportunity to end here, pushing into the base, and it's going to come down to Bebop to be able to defend this one. He's got a 7, he's got a Shiv there, but this Sapphire Patron is going to go down. Pull in from the Bebop straight into the double bomb on the Haze. It does enough damage. Down goes the Haze. Great defensive play. Isn't enough though, Jay Birdo. 5 members still alive here, pushing into the base already, and it's still a few members left to respawn here for Low-Key Chill Team. What is going to happen? They're pushing in, looking for the end here, slowly taking a lot of damage. Is Patron 7 firing off this defensive ultimate, but up into the air. Does go Viscous, down into the ground, does go the Patron. J-Meadow, it's over. Low-Key Chill Team are going to take the loss, and it's a win here for Mr. Worldwide.
What a game! 45-minute slugfest between both teams there. That was crazy to watch. Whew, I mean, the hook from the Bebop there to get that tempo advantage was so good, but then they overstay Dice and they just can't get their feet back. Then the team fight, the viscous cubes every time the hook was coming out were so good. That counter was great. You know, that one time that we saw the Bebop hook onto the Kelvin, he was by himself. It was a solo pick. But every time since they grouped a 6 and the viscous cube protected everybody from that hook, and they weren't able to turn onto the viscous because he was just straight into ult.
Cinema, Jay Birdo, pure cinema to be able to spectate that game live. Very, very exciting stuff. I couldn't be happier to have been able to see that game, and you're right, it did. A lot of that came down to where the Dynamo was positioning and how the Bebop was able to play around it, how he was able to find punishes, but realistically, the Viscous, in my opinion, was kind of MVP of that game. So impactful with those plays, that ultimate lasting for as long as it did, constant CC, especially inside the Kelvin ultimate as well. Huge gameplay, Jay Beto.
I mean, it's a really feels bad moment, unfortunately. You know, you're in such a winning position, but then, you know, the overstay, then the rejuve, and it falls off at the end as well. In that last fight, just before the picks were coming through, the rejuve was over. So if they were able to get a good fight there, the respawn timers were long enough that either team could have ended, but that last fight was it.
Very well played by both teams. Not quite the upset that we were expecting. Low-Key Chill Team were having a great early game there, but it ended up coming out for Mr. Worldwide. Exciting gameplay had by all. J-Meadow, we are going to take a very short break before we get into the next game. Actually, let's pull up the current bracket. It's not going to include the most recent game that was just played, but we can see how the standings look right now for everybody interested. We can see that last round that was played hasn't been updated yet, but some of the games that we did see earlier included... what did we see earlier, Jay Beto? We saw... Late Night Demons Mystics versus Retirement Squad. That was an exciting game in the lower bracket that we saw. We did also see... Where are we? What do we see?
We just saw Mr. Worldwide versus Low-Key Chill Team just then.
Mr. Worldwide versus Low-Key Chill Team, that's right. So next up, going into this next round, on that losers bracket side, we're going to see Low-Key Chill Team is going to be versing the Mystics, so that could be a very exciting game. I know as well that OT did manage to beat Squeal Team 6, so it's going to be in this upper bracket side now. I believe into the semi-finals here, we're going to see OT versus Mr. Worldwide, so that should be a very exciting matchup. For now, though, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we get into this next game. The semi-finals will be coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NPL. I am joined once again on the desk by Nuxel. My name is Jay Better. That was a absolute barn burner, Nuxel. What a game.
Can I just mention how much fun it is to watch Viscous in team fights?
In team fights.
In that last team fight, I don't know if anyone else was watching it. I just only had my eyes on him, and he bounced in, got knocked away, and then tried to re-enter the team fight. And he was having difficulties. He was just going through doors and stuff. And it wasn't until he got out of the ult that he could actually re-enter the fight. It was hilarious. I thought that last team fight was really funny just watching that. But some crazy gameplay, some jump scare hooks, and some just crazy plays to clutch at that.
Yeah, while we are talking about this game, remember that we do have a $25 Steam gift card giveaway. Typing ! giveaway in the chat to enter that. That will be decided very shortly. But yeah, I agree, Nuxel. The Viscous ult is super great, and especially if you're able to get like a really good bounce either in Kelvin ult or just in between good walls. But there are some times where you just get bounced away and you can't even enter. It is very funny and goofy. I do really love Mr.
Just blame the
Goofball
Kelvin.
himself.
Just blame the Kelvin. It's his
Yeah,
fault
I'll
for not
blame him.
ulting
Where
on
was the
top of you.
Kelvin ult, man?
Yeah,
Blaming my
absolutely.
team as usual.
$25 giveaway Steam gift card. Get yourself something nice.
Should set up a bit
some
more.
skins or a new game with the sales that are going on. We've got autumn sales, which is quite cool. There's some good stuff going on right now.
Autumn sales, you know, being America, ew.
Ew. But good sales regardless. We'll take it.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, man.
Yeah.
We do have an absolute banger coming up as well. I believe that it is Mr. Worldwide that we just saw play. Oh, and we have non-legendary Bree winning the giveaway. Congratulations.
Yippee! Oh, is it Bree or Brill? Oh no, that's an exclamation mark. Non-legendary Bree, congratulations. You won $25.
$25 Steam gift card voucher. Yeah, but moving into this game, we have OT versus Mr. Worldwide, which we just saw Mr. Worldwide playing their last match. They weren't quite, on the back foot for the majority of that game, but given the opportunity to spring the W. Oh, and me, apparently.
Hey,
I won as well. Woo!
Nah.
Give me my $25 gift card. Give it to me.
I wonder who did that. Admins in the chat trying to pull it back.
Not me. What do you mean?
Oh, sad. But yeah, OT. I've heard some great things about their gameplay, and
yeah, I'm keen to see.
I think we're going to see a really exciting game ahead of us. Keen to see what they pick as well.
Yeah.
What they prioritize.
Absolutely.
Champion-wise, character-wise, and whatnot. Whether they're just going to go hard in on characters like, the Haze, the Yamato, just getting those hyper carries out and playing well, or if they're going to go similar to what the meta has been played, go that tank, go that CC.
Yeah, the Dynamo. Is the Pocket going to be available? We've seen that ban, I believe, in the last 2 games it was, and picked before then to great success. And I feel like we've been getting the Dynamo plus the Pocket combo quite often, and I feel like that shouldn't be allowed, but we have been getting that. Now, obviously, these 2 teams, from my knowledge, are very good. So I'm very keen to see how the drafts end up going. How's it looking from first pick? How's it looking from second pick? What is everyone prioritizing? How the lane swap's going to go? We saw some great macro and some just really, really awesome lane swaps and some, pushing lanes, rotating, trying to catch out people in the early game towards the mid game as well. So I'm very keen to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. I was going to respond with what you were saying. Boo, boo, boo. Yeah, we're going to see some really crazy things. I remember I just picked up my thoughts again. They're on the ground. I apologize.
Pick them up.
Now, we've seen in quite a few games as of recently that have been out, Deadlock, Smite 2 and whatnot, when you have not as many gods, champs, characters in the game, the one ban it makes a big difference rather than, the 5 that you'd usually get in more traditional MOBAs and whatnot. Now, there's a lot of play that you can make around that, right? Especially if you're first pick.
Yeah, I think first pick drives like less than. I think anywhere up to 3 bans is anything after that is where second pick starts to get some value, especially when you have 2 ban phases. I've seen some leagues of Deadlock opting to do 2 ban phases as well, with 1 ban in the first ban phase, 1 ban in the second ban phase. But I mean, there's like 20 heroes in this game. Having 2 bans for that amount of heroes just feels kind of unfortunate, and you are very limited in towards like the same picks every game. So I'm glad that we've only got 1, but yeah, you are very easily able to dictate where the game goes, whether you want to, ban away an OP thing and take another one, whether you want to target ban away someone's comfort pick or, one of their best characters. If you know that there are one trick right now on, you know, something that's off meta, you're able to target ban away something and then take the best pick that you want. And then as red side, you're forced, what do? Do you ban this? Do you ban that? Do you ban the dynamo? Do you ban the pocket away? Do you ban away, a haze? Do you ban whatever it might be? That these teams have been, obviously scrimming each other quite a bit. How is that going to look? But we are jumping into picks and bans for this first game with OT having first pick. Now, Nuxel, this is scary.
Absolutely. I mean, what we've seen in the past couple of games is the pocket first ban, and then somewhat of a response to either the enemy team or just something they don't want to play against in the second ban. Pocket very much prioritized. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't just like, 2 characters that are just instant banned every game. It seems like that second ban is a little bit flexible, which then makes me surprised that first pick is banning away that pocket every single time.
Well, it seems to be OT haven't banned anything this game, but well, like as an example, in our Smite 2 matches that you would, I'm assuming you were referring to that, where we saw basically the same bans every game. Fenrir on red side was banned every single game.
There we go. And there's the pocket ban again.
Yeah, very nice. So we've got pocket ban coming through and a Vindicta, which opens up for the Viscous first pick. Now this is what I was talking about, right? So now we've got a Haze. Looks like we're missing the second pick for Mr. Worldwide as well. So, but yeah, I'm assuming maybe a Haze could be a Paradox for them. Could also be the Haze Dynamo, but opting for this Haze, Mo, and Krill as the top 2. Well, we're smashing through these. Yeah,
it's being a bit buggy. I do apologize for the technical difficulties.
We'll talk about it when they are confirmed picks. But we'll talk about these first kind of 2 or 3 picks right here. Pocket banned away, Nuxel. OT opting to not take that for themselves.
Look, I got my Viscous pick. That's all I want. I'm gonna have an enjoyable game to watch. But Mirage is something that at least I haven't seen yet today. I don't know if in the earlier games that was on, but the global teleport.
Oh, yeah.
Massive here.
I'm a fan of the tornado myself. I like that. But yeah, the Paradox getting picked up as well. We did see quite a lot of. Okay, we did see quite a lot of that Paradox before, but now, Nuke, so we've got the Mo and Krill and the Dynamo on the same team. Spoke about it before. Mo and Krill, kind of this budget Dynamo pickup. So much lockdown right now on the side of Mr. Worldwide with the Mo and Krill Dynamo. The Haze and Shiv follow-up is really, really good too, but the Viscous stunning out Haze ult and, getting into the backline can be a potent threat as well.
I like the Shiv pickup as well. That's I feel like that's confidence to bring to it. The amount of aggression that you're bringing to the laning phase, and you build up your rage there, and OT just have to back off and go, I'm not doing anything here. I can't do anything, because if I do, Shiv is just going to roll through me.
Yeah, at least as soon as that rage comes in, absolutely right.
Yeah, exactly. But OT looking at what seemingly is a bit of a pick comp at the moment. Mirage and Paradox.
Would you expect maybe a bebop here for OT then, if they're opening a pick comp? Shiv just got executed. He no longer exists.
I mean, obviously, like combo wise, you got the Viscous and the Kelvin there. I feel like that's a pretty decent way to get like team fight aspect into the game. But when you're picking up a Lady Geist as well, it's like, okay, cool. I can bet you with my health. We can pull you in with Paradox. Or Mirage is just suddenly in your lane And like, if Paradox is there, we're pulling, we're knocking you up, and then we're just one-shotting you. Or like, it's a very surprising, like, oh, now I'm getting pulled in, and now all this damage is getting taken to me. And Cube, pretty decent support, like, in terms of, especially when you're up against like a Paradox. I mean, that was obviously first pick. You didn't expect that straight away, but being able to cube people just out of what you would expect to get second picked, well, first and second picked over on Mr. Worldwide's side there, it's just a great way to do that. So maybe you don't want to put that much value into the ult and just put more value into what is happening on the other side of this team comp.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, bit of a technical difficulties with these picks and bans, so Nukes and I are just going to talk as they, you know, get fixed out. But I'm very haven't seen any Abrams in this draft so far. I saw it a bit in the beginning of the game. Not a lot of this, like, I'll say, like, very, very strong frontline potential other than this Viscous right now. Oh, speaking of, never mind, there it is. Abrams getting locked in for OT just as it comes out of my mouth.
And then Ivy picked up.
Yeah, very nice.
I mean, we talk about it so much with the earn plays and everything like that. I really like the Mo and Krill Ivy. I feel like, you know, suddenly there's this massive like pig that's just locking you down, stunning you, which also just makes way. I feel like, if anything, it makes space as well, because either you're getting surprised and suddenly there's two people on you with an Ivy ult, or it makes that space where it's like, okay, let's back off, and if Dynamo positioning is good enough, suddenly there's a Dynamo ulting on 3-4 of your teammates, and there we go, there's that Kelvin that we kind of expected. So like, bit interesting there. Like, there's a bit of a mixed bag, I feel like, in its entirety, but it's good because not only can the Viscous Kelvin combo, but also the Abraham Kelvin when you've got the dash into the wall and stuff like that. So you've got a lot of really good lockdown and lots of good pick potential, where I feel like Mr. Worldwide, they're playing more for that, we want to team fight all of you rather than just one of us getting picked off. And even if, like, our Haze dies or something, we can still do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the Paradox swap into Kelvin and Viscous ult, just like, if you wanted someone dead, they're dead. But yeah, the Dynamo Haze combo, even though Haze, you know, single target in that ult now after the changes, still AoE-esque, especially with the Lash, the Ivy on top. We saw Ivy do a lot of damage in one of those Dynamo fights. Lash now not being up against the Dynamo, which we don't want to see, but Lash with the Dynamo now. So yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen how these Dynamo comps have been going today. It's essentially like Dynamo hits ult and it goes crazy, or Dynamo misses ult and you lose the fight. That's typically how we've seen it go. So I'm very excited to see how this goes. Yeah, I think that it is very, it's a very scary, like, to play as, right? To have all of that onus on your back, I guess.
I'm really keen to see this Mirage play as well. Like, if OT gonna live up to their name, I feel like we're gonna see some pretty crazy plays over there.
Yeah.
I mean, in its entirety, everyone on this on either side of the team could have some really, really awesome plays. I love Shiv and Lash on the same team. I feel like the amount of aggression that just brings to team comps and brings to the game state can be very terrifying. But with the sort of control that it seems that OT can have, maybe they're not going to be as scared as you would have thought. Maybe they won't be scared of this Ivy, do you know what I mean? Maybe they'll stay their ground. I can just cube my teammates, or I've got Kelvin ult. There's a lot of just security there if you're OT. But Mirage, I'm super keen to see what gets played out of there, and even the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay. Yeah, very strange. So just some stuff from production right there. But yeah, I also think potentially this Lady Geist into the Haze matchup might be favorable as well. You know, we've talked about heard about the health bar swap coming in that 1v1. Obviously the poke coming out too, but Haze poke and the dagger potential, you know, not bad on its own. But, you know, I mean, the health bar swap in the 1v1 in a solo lane is just crazy. It's such a crazy thing that can happen. And you've always got to be careful of it. You know, it's kind of like playing against an execute character in a solo lane, where at any point, you know, if you're trading health bars and you go below a certain threshold, even if you feel like you're favorable, you just lose because they have an execute. Similar in that scenario, where even if you're really chunking her down, it could be a fake trade on purpose to swap those health bars in favor of herself. I'm very keen to see how these solo lanes going. I'm assuming it is also going to be Mirage in the solo lane as well, so you really utilize that global potential. So yeah, I'm very keen to see how these solo lanes play out, how these duo lanes are able to rotate over, or even vice versa, if the solo lanes are able to rotate over to affect the affect these duo lanes.
And when you're looking at the lifesteal nerfs that just happened recently, it like, as much as that does impact Lady Geist's kit, it also can benefit her, because if you look at the Mo and Krill, if you look at the Dynamo, these are more tankier people that'll be on Mr. Worldwide's team. There's a lot less opportunities that if you swap their health and get them super low, for them to be able to build that back up. So
yeah, absolutely.
There's some really exciting plays that could happen here on either sides, but I'm just, like I said it before and I say it again, I'm keen to see this Viscous work. I'll be watching him in the team fights, but we're jumping in here with our game starting out. We've got Dice Heart and Distinct Taste on your cast, so we'll pass it over to them now.
Thank you very much to Nuxel and Jay Beto. My name is Dice Heart, and I'm joined once again here by Distinct Taste to bring you the semi-finals game of the Nemesis Pro League Tournament. Hello, Distinct. What a game we've got between OT and Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, pretty anticipated here. Consensus 1 and 2s from scrims and in-houses and whatnot's coming in. OT being able to take the Viscous away from Disc of Virtue and the Pocket away from Wilbo is pretty hilarious. Obviously, 2 targeted bans out for those players. We've got the Haze against the Geist and the Mirage against the Shiv in the solo lanes. Our duo lanes sorry. They are Mo and Krill Ivy against the Calvin Paradox and we've lost here a little bit. Sorry, a Latch Dynamo versus an Abrams Viscous.
Yeah, definitely some very, very interesting matchups. We're already seeing the Haze and the Shiv getting so much aggression over their lane opponents here. Shiv completely pushing Mirage out. Does take a little bit of poke, but Haze maybe a little bit expected to get some very early aggression against this Lady Geist in lane.
Yeah, as long as Haze can just jump out of the bomb and make sure she doesn't get poked down too far. Poke is the name of the game for Lady Geist early game in lane in a 1v1 scenario. Same with Haze, really. That's kind of why they're both in that solo lane. Haze being able to use her fixation to do a little bit of spirit damage every time she gets 20 stacks onto the enemy. That really adds up and will chunk you down just over the course of clearing your own minions as they're shooting.
We're still in the very, very early game, not seeing a lot of aggression coming out just yet. Look how much Shiv heals, man. That's so scary in a lane like this where, you know, you really are hoping to poke out and deal consistent damage. For the fact that he's just able to bring it all back is terrifying and means that he can get a lot of early pressure.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's more annoying to play against in the poke department, the Jin's Mark or just Shiv himself.
Just Shiv. It's just Shiv, right? As a character.
Shiv. Yeah, just Shiv. He's just going to throw it at you. It doesn't matter if you go into that early bullet shield or that early spirit shield. It actually goes through that and will tick you down through your shields.
Well, we are sort of moving towards the time period where I'd expect a lot of aggression to come out in one or both of these lanes. Maybe not an early rotation at this point, but this is the aggression I thought would happen. Mo and Krill going to find some good bit of poke onto that Paradox, and Kelvin actually falling very low. Mo and Krill is underground burrowing right now, going to find that knock up onto the Kelvin. Will this be the first blood? Actually, he's going to run out of ammo. Mo and Krill won't be able to find it. Paradox cancelling out a lot of that damage as well with the wall. So close, Distinct, to being able to find that first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. Good work getting out there from the Kelvin, being chased down by Mo and Krill's.
Whoa.
The Paradox!
Mo and Krill down to 20 health. Does survive, though. Good bit of healing coming out from this Ivy, but Paradox finds it right up the stairs and back down after the kill. Ivy actually taking a fair bit of poke there as well. First blood over to the side of OT.
Yeah, OT picking up that first blood. Really unfortunate, the turnaround there, but well played by OT, showing the strength of this Paradox earlier was the kinetic carbine to just slow things down and make things easier for your team to follow up onto this Ivy, getting a little bit low in lane here again.
Yeah, this Ivy, you know, she does have healing available, but needs to be able to tether to get maximum value out of that. So needs the lane partner there. As Hayes starting to get poked out now that Lady Geist has a few more abilities available, is at that point where they should have their full kit up now, so can just consistently poke. And this Hayes is not too tanky, does have some regen available with the items there, and a little bit of extra stamina, so should be okay in this lane for the time being, but is being poked out quite a bit.
Yeah, picking up the extra regen and the stamina there will really help out. As you can see, half health there, but as Hayes has a pretty small health pool, the early game extra regen really pulls its weight. And Lash getting out, some good movement there, even booped up by the the slime boy, the Viscous. So it'll be interesting late game to see how the Lash and Viscous interact with each other.
You know, Distinct, we've been talking a lot about Dynamo
solo
and his...
kill.
Wow, the solo kill coming out. Lady Geist will go down. And Distinct, I just finished talking about how Hayes is having a hard time in this lane now that Lady Geist has all their abilities up, but it didn't seem to matter, did it?
No, I seem to miss it on the map, but I can only assume from the positioning that we left them in that the Geist decided to get a little bit tricky with it.
Yeah, a little bit of a dive coming out, maybe.
Yeah, but that's a good
Ooh,
return.
speaking
kill
of which, Mo and Krill is going to go down again. OT finding themselves another kill. And it's in favor of that Abrams credited with it there. Good rotation coming out, but it's allowing Dynamo and now maybe even Lash to get some pressure rotation coming out towards this Mirage. Should have spotted it out, and he's going to back away.
Yeah, Mirage, you just can't dive on him under tower. His Tornado is just an intense knock-up, and it's, as a Lash player, going onto a Mirage is never a winning matter, even in a 1v1, even in a 2v1 scenario.
Ooh, Lash being chased down here. So too is the Dynamo. Abrams in, finds the double push straight into the double. Heavy melee damage coming out. Abrams though poked in the response to it, but in goes Viscous, and he finds the kill on the Lash. Great play here between these two, and I think that double dash really put them in the dirt there, Distinct.
Oh my god, absolutely. We've seen the Abrams do it all day today. The dash into the heavy melee is such a great initiation. Even if they were to get away, the follow-up from the puddle punch to just really knock them down and finish off those kills was great stuff. But this Lash going on this Mirage.
Yeah, Lash in a lot of trouble, though. He's going to be straight up into that Tornado, and Viscous is here to take him down. Shiv, though, has made the rotation over, looking for some damage on to this Mirage, but will he be able to find it in the goo ball? He's doing what he can, finds the stun inside of the Guardian, and the damage is good, but is it enough? No. We do see Kelvin fall across the map here. Shiv being chased down. He's still alive. 1 HP does go down finally as Abrams low health there, and Viscous was traded out for his trouble.
Yeah, honestly, great stuff here. Just being able to trade out these kills and really make sure that they can't get too ahead on the kills. This Mo and Krill is falling a little bit behind from the rest of the team, but this Hayes is farming up very well, nearly at that 5k mark, which Abrams has already hit. We'll need to go back, though, at some point and get a little bit of healing online, as he doesn't have an item there to really get him back up to that full HP that he can engage with.
Lash now looking back in his lane here, can see that there's a Viscous in the area. Not sure if he's aware that there's 3 people in this lane, though, so has to be careful. Being punished quite a few times as this Lash for his positioning, and now needs to kind of play for farm, I think, Distinct.
Actually, still doing okay. He's just roaming around the map, but he does obviously, you still want the farm there. He will, obviously, as the game gets on, be easier and easier to take down with the itemization. But Ivy getting going on here.
Poked out and will be aggressed on. Does find. Oh no, he's inside. Look at the huge singularity. It's turned around on 2. He managed to survive and bait back into that singularity. Both kills going to the Dynamo, Distinct. It's absolutely massive.
Oh my god, great stuff there by Mr. Worldwide.
Oh, Mo and Krill finds the combo straight into the cube in response here from this Viscous, and he's going to get out with that punch up into the air, straight into the goo ball here. Rolls right past the Mo and Krill as well, but Abrams has come in, made that rotation over, dash into the wall, and finds the kill onto the Mo and Krill. Credited with that one off the back of that melee shot, and it's huge trades back and forth, Distinct, but the Dynamo gameplay is going huge, and it was a bait back into the ult that made all the difference.
Oh, absolutely, and OT doing a Mr. Worldwide impersonation and just getting a couple picks at the back end of that fight to just mix things up and make it a little bit more even in terms of things. They are up only a K. That's really nothing at this point. At 8 minutes in, they're doing pretty well. All towers, all Guardians still be up. That blue one on left side is a bit low, but that was just from the Haze with the early solo kill onto that Geist.
And distinct, we have to remember as well that OT coming into this tournament were touted as by far and away the #1 seed, favorite to win this tournament massively, unlikely that they'd ever even drop a game. But the fact that we're getting such a back and forth, only a 2k difference, even at 9 minutes in, is really showing that Mr. Worldwide are a contending team and have the potential to take this tournament away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep it close, and they've got a really great late game team fight, as we've seen all day today. Really, this Dynamo has been putting in a lot of value, and you've got to expect from one of these top teams that even if they are supposedly on the tier list, the underdogs, this Dynamo can really make up for a difference. That with the Lash going down, though,
Lash
unfortunately for the
down.
Paradox. The
Yeah,
Paradox picked that kill. Only imagine. The swap is down on the ult there, so it was obviously probably a good swap into a puddle punch from the Viscous.
I would say so, but it does kind of come down to, again, this Lash is doing their job in consistently rotating and trying to find aggression across the map. But when you're out positioning yourself, you're going to get punished for that. Hayes has found a kill onto the Lady Guys, but in the meantime, Abrams and Kelvin do take Mo and Krill down in this lane. And once again, the Lash is here, but he's going to struggle to defend this Guardian against these aggressive, very tanky characters. Hayes, though, is making rotation over and might be able to punish the over-aggression here from this Abrams, positioning around the bridge buff right now. And look at the damage, even from this range, that Hayes is able to poke out Kelvin with. And look at that positioning right next to the bridge buff here. Should be able to get it, although Kelvin coming in, and Abrams is here too. Pushes Hayes straight back into the wall, but there's a Lash ultimate. It's going to disengage Kelvin and Abrams from that fight, but Kelvin still manages to find the bridge buff and aggressing on towards this Mo and Krill and Lash next to this Guardian to try to punish them out for their positioning. Abrams, though, is the one punished, and down he falls to Lash. Well played there by the defensive Mr. Worldwide roster.
Great combo from the Mo and Krill there to really lock down that Abrams and make sure they could pick up that kill. The Kelvin, though, just kind of waltzing in and saying, oh, hey, this buff, you're all fighting? Oh, don't mind if I do. I guess I'll just be a little bit quicker, have a little bit more dash. You know how it is when you're already the fastest and most movable character in the game. A little bit more never goes astray.
Absolutely.
And then he'll be walking around with that movement buff. Look at him go.
We love a movement buff, distinct. But now we are back into a more or less even game state. OT still have about 1,000 souls lead over Mr. Worldwide right now. Probably not even that, considering how quickly they caught up to that 48,000 mark there. But we're seeing a more or less even game state rotation out from this Viscous as it's stuck inside of the Dynamo ult, and it's absolutely huge. Down goes the Hayes, and a well-played little engagement there from the Dynamo. However, being engaged on by this Viscous does find the knock-up to prevent the Goo Ball from connecting. Will it be enough to keep him alive? No, he goes down, and it's in favor of the Mirage. Great counterplay coming out there. Hayes falls, Mirage falls, and that is absolutely huge because Hayes falls, Dynamo falls, and considering Dynamo was the one that started that fight, distinct, that's a big counter engage coming out.
Yeah, absolutely insane, inhuman reaction times from the Mirage to be able to hit that tornado on the way out of that Dynamo saying, see you later, you're going to stay there. And the Hayes, obviously great teammate, following up on the thing. And then wins the 1v1, gets the Walker, gets the swap, gets out most likely.
Wow.
He's getting chased here pretty hard though. Oh, no,
yeah, it's not enough,
he will
though.
be gone.
I can't believe that. Lady Guys literally just sat there, shoot the Walker, take all the damage in the world, and then went, boop, switch health, I'm fine, no walkers, and then left.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that as the shit as well, because obviously the rage dealing self-damage, if you get too low, you can
die.
Yeah, you'll just, fall in a hole in Minecraft.
And we've all been there. Never dig straight down. Never bash your way straight into a Lady Guys to get them down to 1 HP and kill yourself with your rage. It's the same thing. That's what they say.
Oh, absolutely. I'm raging that much. Anyway, this Dynamo really wants this urn. I wonder if it's a bait here, as we can see that... Oh, no. They're not really concerned. They're going to push this right... Sorry. They're going to group here, so it looks like they will be going for this urn. I was seeing if they wanted to take
Teleport out, though. Viscous is coming in alongside Geist and Paradox, so they currently, OT, have the aggressive position around this urn placement spot, and Dynamo is walking in first. Remember that he is silenced while he's holding this urn, so he can't use his abilities. He's going to drop it off and falls very quickly, still alive, but does finally go down. Viscous getting that aggressive Goo Ball off, so the urn does go in favor of Mr. Worldwide, but OT are definitely taking the better end of this fight. The engage tool, big ultimate from Dynamo, is no longer available. Down goes the Shiv as well, chased down by almost the entire roster of OT over in this left side lane, and they're pushing for more. Down goes the Lash as well, and OT are taking a massive lead in this game, now 9k souls ahead.
Yeah, that was most likely not worth in terms of overall, because now they'll most likely be able to push this Walker in this lane here. Just in, the defenses will just be a little bit lacking.
Oh, this can be an overcommit though. Trapped down here is this Abrams, but the Moen crew uses the combo and is immediately turned around on. I think that was an alchemical flame that came out there and just completely punished the aggression from the Moen crew. Distinct.
Yeah, great pick up there. Alchemical Flame is obviously an active item that you can throw on the ground. It does increase your bullet damage to non-NPC heroes by 40%. So if a Moen Krill is comboing a target right in front of you, you can just throw that Alchemical Flame down and shoot them. And that'll really help save your team.
Can we pull up the builds and see, do we know who has that Alchemical Flame?
It is the Mirage. We can see it down there.
Okay. Yeah.
Down there. It
on
is
the
part
bottom
of,
right.
Is part of the standard Mirage build. So that's a great pick up there from the Mirage in this situation. But OT really showing what they can do here, extending that lead to 10k at this point. Their team is looking well oiled at this point. The Viscous and the Mirage are really comboing together, getting a lot of poke before these fights even start to just knock them down a little bit. The Geist going around doing her own thing, saying if you want to come, you better bring two, and in that case the rest of my team will win those fights.
Absolutely distinct, and now we're getting to the point with this still about 8 to 9,000 souls lead at 15 minutes, where the OT are maintaining a comfortable position in this game. They've taken down a few walkers and haven't lost any of their own right now, so they're in the driver's seat, distinct. But I don't think this game is over for Mr. Worldwide. Although in saying that, Hayes going to push up immediately, be punished by this Kelvin. A lot of damage in response there, and the slow coming out from the freezing potential, alongside this Viscous as well, who can just immediately goo ball. It's so hard to be a Hayes in this game, distinct.
Oh, absolutely, and I wonder how OT feel like playing this, because as you well mentioned, are they going to come defend this urn? This is going to be a big fight choice for them if they do, because it is in an open area, so getting value out of this Viscous will be... No, it just seems like they're just going to be able to drop him off there.
Yeah, the Ivy urn movement is quite good, and when it's on your side of the map, that's a little bit hard to protect. However, Paradox is going to get this ult off onto the Moen Krill, and that means that this Walker is likely to fall very quickly here. Hayes and Lash are stepping up, but against 4 to 5 members of OT, I don't think the Mr. Worldwide can afford to defend in this position. Walker goes down, and there's only one left on the map for them. The flex slots coming through right now for OT must be massive, distinct. They have so many options for their builds.
Absolutely, and I'm so impressed with OT's macro right now. They are playing this map to an absolute T. They're going to exactly what they want. They knew that... Ooh, nice sleep there.
Nice.
To get out. Absolutely, we're just going to leave that one. No, but OT realized that the Shiv was getting taken over, and they probably had an extra person there just to make sure that the area was clear. So that was a free walker for them. And as you said, their flex slots are starting to become probably a problem now for Mr. Worldwide, because you... I mean, apart from their 2 tanks, which you would like to have a little bit more, but they're doing okay on the Haze and the Ivy, which is where you want the majority of your farm to be in this sort of situation. Sure, the Moen Krill at this point is honestly going to become an ult bot. If he can ult somebody, get the kill, and then burrow out, that's kind of the best case scenario for him. As we've seen from these engages, he's been really... This Paradox and the alchemical fire from this Mirage have really, really been dampening his style, per se.
Yeah, making it hard for him to be the annoying rat mole creature that he normally is. So we'll have to see whether or not there's some counterplay, maybe waiting for the engage to come out, for this Mirage to get themselves out of position and then engage onto him potentially, instead of being stuck in that alchemical fire. But we're seeing this Dynamo having an interesting bit of positioning here around this building, potentially looking for an engage onto either the Kelvin Abrams or the Paradox. And an engage right now, distinct, given the position and the map state, could lead to a mid boss if it's a big enough team fight.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, just to go on the woes, per se, of this Moen Krill. Well, while we were hovering over that Kelvin, I noticed he had managed to pick up his Rescue Beam at this point. And Rescue Beam, obviously, you could just grab somebody and yoink them out of anything. And then you could heal them up with Calvin's little 2. And then, yeah. So the Moen Krill has truly got to pick his targets carefully. But Disco, as we've seen, is quite a player, so it wouldn't be surprising if he was able to pull this out.
Yeah, this is a terrifying position to be in right now. If you're Mr. Worldwide, you're up against the top team right now. Although Abrams has managed to find the push straight back into the wall, this Shiv in a lot of trouble. He did cop a big melee hit there, but Abrams not able to chase far enough into that Walker to find the kill. This is a really crucial Walker right now as well, Distinct. If this goes down, there's not a lot of aggressive, a lot of pushed out defensive positions for Mr. Worldwide to find themselves positioned around. If that hadn't been there in that moment, Shiv 100% was falling there.
Oh, absolutely. And if they get that Walker, it seems like they're actually going to engage here. They're going to kill this Ivy with the knock-off.
Mirage has found that tornado, and this is likely to be a kill here. Yeah. Credited to the Mirage and a good bit of damage from the Kelvin there. It's hard to get out of that tornado, Distinct.
Absolutely. And OT, just showing what they do. They're always there, and they're always together. They always seem to have more numbers than you whenever they decide they want to take a fight. And that's really the mark of a great team in this deadlock at the moment. Because the map is very easy to rotate on from lane to lane, making sure that you're there to follow up your team really doesn't hurt you as much as it does in some of the more traditional MOBAs.
Well, Distinct Taste, we are at the nearly 20-minute mark into this game. The lead not too heavily in favor of OT, about 9,000 souls. So enough that it's a few thousand souls per player right now. Definitely in favor of OT. Map state, though, Distinct. 4 walkers still up and a Guardian for OT. Only 1 walker remaining for Mr. Worldwide, as this Mirage is going to be poked out, chased down by the Mo, and Krill as well has to use that tornado. It's going to knock up one, but it won't knock up the other one. Shiv is here and finds the kill. Hayes credited with that one. That's a big pick here for Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, just a bit of a cast curse there, but OT showing their great macro play here. They're going to pick up this last Walker.
Great, you're right, macro play coming out from OT here, and it's exactly what they needed. It's going to open up the map more. It's going to give them that third flex slot opened up to and allow these builds to open up even further. And Distinct, we've seen multiple times where that Walker was used as the only defensive haven here for Mr. Worldwide. No longer do they have that option, so teamfights are going to become much scarier the closer they get to mid-boss area.
Not only that, OT are now going to be able to push down these waves and really stop Mr. Worldwide from being able to push up safely. Because if your wave isn't pushed up, you don't have access to the zipline, which will make it a lot harder to get away from sticky situations, if you were to say it that way. But I expect, look, it seems like OT's here grouping up again, but Mr. Worldwide do have a fair amount of people here to challenge this.
Kelvin wants to pick up this urn and immediately use that frost walking ice path there to get over towards the other side of the map and try to drop it off. Ivy, though, seems to have the same thought in mind in the ultimate. Might be trying to punish out in a team fight here while that urn is being transported. Shiv has made a teleport over, but in fact, he teleports back. It could be a team fight opportunity here for Mr. Worldwide. They might be looking to push a walk in themselves and play the macro of the map differently, Distinct.
Yeah, grouping up, it's a good choice. But OT have just played this so well and have just done a soft backup here. This Mirage pushing up a little bit. That's interesting. He's noticed that they've all teleported over. Great stuff here from Mr. Worldwide.
Look at what Mr. Worldwide are doing.
I think Mirage caught them out though, so I believe that they will know that they're there. I believe OT will know.
Oh, they do know. Hayes, though, is going to avoid the dash from Abrams and chunking damage back into the Melee King. And there goes the tornado out from this Mirage. Our chemical fire on the ground as well as zoning completely out. Mr. Worldwide's attack and their aggression. We're seeing some low health bars though. Abrams did finally fall in that fight. However, OT, they're going to hold here. Urn hasn't been dropped off yet, but I still like the... Oh, what? Okay, Shiv died. Did you see what happened there?
I'm assuming that it was just a solo and a skill diff and... the 16k Paradox didn't solo the 21k Shiv.
I'm going to assume it was a big grouping there, and Shiv was probably looking for an aggressive position around the side. Just unfortunate positioning there to where OT were expecting someone to be. Distinct. I like the macro play that was there and the use of the teleporters by Mr. Worldwide. They made sure that the urn wasn't going to get dropped off. They looked for a Guardian on the opposite side of the map, then they teleported straight over. It was called out, which meant that they only got a Guardian in the end, but they managed to find the kill onto the Abrams, and if Shiv didn't die there, it ended up being a pretty good play for Mr. Worldwide overall.
Nah, very impressed with Mr. Worldwide. Their IGL seems to have woken up and have decided he chose blood. So if the grouping up as that group with that Dynamo and that Haze at this point, this Haze is one of the highest farms in the game, only 2k behind that Lady Geist. So she is chunking at this point, but it's going to be a free earn from them. No, they are here to contest it, and a nice
The ultimate coming out as well from this Mirage. Knockdown used, and inside of this Kelvin ult, the fight goes down. Dynamo has managed to find 2 inside of his ultimate. It might be a third one here, as in comes the Viscous with his ult, and Gooball is doing a lot of work. Down goes the Mo and Krill, so too does the Lash fall, and Mr. Worldwide is struggling to find a position into this fight. Chasing down here is the Paradox and the Abram. They're looking for one more pick, and it will be found on the Ivy. 3 for nothing here for OT. 4 for nothing, in fact, as they push another kill down onto the Dynamo, and the lead extends even further. This is a mid-boss distinct.
Yeah, this is going to be a free mid-boss. Obviously, there is still potential here, but from a team as disciplined as OT have shown that this entire time, I truly believe that it will be next to impossible for anybody to try and steal this. And a great team fight there, just clean targeting, being able to take down everybody they needed to heal, and space themselves out enough that the Dynamo ult really didn't wreck their team fight.
I liked seeing the aggressive Dynamo ult coming out from Mr. Worldwide, but you're right that it really comes down to how we've seen it. We saw it in the last game as well, how the Viscous positions to counter out the way that Dynamo is ulting, and the way that they're able to kind of zone out the opposing team from being able to get value out of their Dynamo ult. Let's press tab very quickly here from our production, our spectator, and have a look at the scoreboard at the moment. 7-1-8 for this Mirage, 7-2-7 for the Abrams, and we do see a nice 12 assists there on that Viscous. On the other side, though, Hayes still having a standout bit of a performance, 5-1-0 on this Hayes, so has the potential, and is still quite farmed up as well to find some good damage. Distinct, do you think that Mr. Worldwide are going to be able to play off this Hayes and start to find big kills off of her single target and potentially even ult damage?
It's going to be hard for them because her ult, even though with the changes it does do a lot of damage, and you can't just press Metal Skin to immune all the damage now with the changes to make it Spirit ult, obviously. It is still... it's still going to take a couple of seconds to chunk down through these bigger targets like this Viscous and this Abrams, not to mention the Lady Geist health swap in the Calvin heals. So I believe that they still have to play for picks here if they're not going to be able to play through this massive Dynamo ult. The follow-up on the Dynamo ult probably has to be a Shiv dash through with multiple resets, and then a lash ground strike from a fair distance away to really make use of the upgrades to it with the meters to damage.
Potentially then, Distinct, we might need to look at some intelligent macro play here from Mr. Worldwide. Try to find picks at the right points on individual targets. I want to see good target selection and good positioning to potentially bait in the right target. That might be the way that they start to win some of these fights and knock off some crucial picks here. In the meantime, though, OT, they're starting to push down some base Guardians and looking to try to break the base here, maybe get a Shrine and that final flex slot.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that last flex slot always feels good. It doesn't really feel necessary most of the time, but it feels really great, and that's a nice swap there from the Paradox.
He falls immediately off the back of that, and the engage is here. Viscous goes straight into the Gooball, looking to get into the backline here. Straight in does go the Abrams as well, looking to try to pick off this Hayes. We've seen this 1v1 before, but now it's never a 1v1 because there's a Viscous here. Hayes is already gone, and Ivy has to get into the backline, straight back to the base. He's going to try to chunk some damage into this Viscous, but it's a great use of the punch there to force this Ivy to use that Gargoyle form. And now, further in to this base, do go OT. They're looking to take care of the rest of the... Oh, wow, Dynamo World is actually doing a lot of work here. It's managed to pull in quite a few members. Mo and Krill is into the fray here, and Kelvin ult coming out is actually defending very well, but Paradox falls. In the meantime, the rest of Mr. Worldwide are going down. Mo and Krill fall, so too does that Dynamo, and OT show that they can take one loss and still push through into the base. The Patron is transforming, and a great push from OT despite the ultimate from that Dynamo.
Yeah, just showing really what I was saying before, that they don't have enough follow-up. Their best follow-up in that 3 or 4 man Dynamo ult was Mo and Krill heavy attacks.
Yeah, it's a difficult... Wow, Lash has fallen as well. It's unfortunate timing, isn't it, Distinct, where Dynamo finally found a good position and good timing to get the ult off, but you're right, no one was there. It was just Mo and Krill heavy attack. Lash is going to... Sorry, Shiv is going to go down there as well as Kelvin starting to push through and look for a little bit more damage alongside this Mirage. It's likely that the Haze will fall here. She's been quite the menace, and the Tornado is going to come through. Dynamo out of position. He's going to pull 3 members of his team back into base, though. Great defensive play there from this Dynamo, but it means now that Abrams and the rest of OT are going to push into the Patron, chunking the damage down into it. Out of position is Dynamo, and down he will fall. Our Chemical Fire finding the last bit of tick damage there as Ivy does find a gargoyle form stun there, but is it enough? The patron continues to fall lower and lower. Hayes is down. Ivy, the only person left here for Mr. Worldwide, and the game is over, Distinct.
T taking that one very convincingly, pretty much from the 15 or 16 minute mark. They were only down, Mr. Worldwide were only down 9k, but then OT chucked on the gas, said, watch this, we're going to be everywhere. We're going to be everywhere, and we're going to take everything. Taking the walkers there and just making sure that they were able to really fight them in that sort of way was really, really important. And I'm very, very impressed by OT here. Now, Mr. Worldwide are falling down to the losers bracket, and so they will have another chance here to potentially face OT again in the finals, but maybe need to have a look at their draft and something a little bit more to follow up on the Dynamo. Very impressed with the Dynamo's play, getting a lot of value out of his ults, but his team was not able to follow up.
Yeah, absolutely. That last Dynamo ultimate that we saw, the last use of that singularity, had a lot of potential to deal damage and to have follow-up there. But as we talked about in the moment, it really was just a Mo and Krill heavy melee that was available there. And really not enough to find any punish. So unfortunate, but really well played by OT. I think as well that what that comes down to is great target selection from OT when they're diving towers and when they're diving into the base to know who they want to get rid of, when they want to get rid of them, and disallow that Dynamo to find the potential for damage and impactful engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would also like to just commend OT on their picks and bans phase, getting rid of the pocket and then also the viscous from Disco Virtuous. I mean, we know what he does with it. So we've seen him play it, we've seen what he can do with it, and we know it's a really high value pick for him in particular. So really, really well thought out there by OT in the picks and bans phase, and then well executed. Not only that, playing their team comp pretty much to perfection.
Yeah, very well played there. Love to see the impact that those teams were able to have, and the way that they sort of played against each other. OT obviously did come into this as the favourites to win. That was just the semi-finals, though. We're not done with the tournament yet. However, OT favoured to win. Mr. Worldwide did play quite well for the matchup that they had there, for the team's comp that they were kind of going for and what they were looking for. I think that maybe if they come back, they're going to have to go into the loser side of the bracket now. So this is their opportunity to push through that losers bracket, get some W's under their belt, really think about how they want to go into the OT, and if they're able to find them again in the bracket, if they're not able to get knocked out in that losers side, come back for the finals and show us a different team in that best of 3 grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, legends start in the lower bracket runs. Legends start in these losers brackets. We've all seen it. We all love it from every single game. So
We
Mr.
do love the underdog
Worldwide
story.
coming back and defeating the team that knocked them down into that would really be some absolute cinema.
Now, I'm just wondering from our production team, while we're waiting for the next live game to start, whether or not the bracket has been updated on our production side. If so, we'll be able to show that updated bracket immediately. So we will be able to... All right, we won't be able to have a look at the bracket right now. That is A-okay. I can tell you, though, that over in the losers side of the bracket... Late Night Demons did take on Squeal Team 6 and did fall. So Squeal Team 6 have pushed through, and Mystics vs. Low Key Chill Team went down an absolute baller of a game. Low Key Chill Team took the win. So our losers semi-final, as we will call it, is going to be Squeal Team 6 versus Low Key Chill Team. They're going to be competing for the opportunity in the to versus semi-final team here. To verse either OT or Mr. Worldwide coming up soon.
Shouldn't it be Mr. Worldwide?
First Mr. Worldwide, that's correct.
Yeah, good, yeah, because that's the
I'm
lower
fine. I know.
No, all
I'm
good. Been a long
talking
day. All good. You're doing a good job.
It has been a long day so far, but we've been very excited to bring you all of these games. I think what we might do is just play the very shortest little ad break here while we get reset up, make sure that we can update that bracket appropriately and get ready for the next game. Let's go into a 2-minute ad. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NPL. We are up to the losers semifinals between Squill Team 6 and Low Key Chill Team. Now, we are in picks and bans as we speak, but also the giveaway is still currently going. So if you quickly want to type an exclamation mark giveaway as picks and bans are underway, you will, or I will, or Nuxel will call that out as it happens. But Nuxel, what a crazy match that was. That was fun.
Yeah, great to see OT, their skill level and the macro plays that they brought to the game there. It was really impressive to see. You know, suddenly we're talking about something going on in the other map, but oh no, that's a walker down.
Yeah,
And that happened
great
multiple
macro.
times. So some really good macro play. But it looks like we're gonna go straight into picks and bans here from Squill Team 6 and Loki Chill Team. So let's jump straight into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this is we have seen Low Key Chill Team already today, but we haven't seen Squill Team 6. So interested to see what these teams are prioritizing. Squill Team 6 in the first pick scenario. We've talked quite a bit about that today, but no, maybe we'll see a pocket come through. Maybe we won't see a pocket come through.
Okay, the
Let's-
Haze Band
Haze
is
Band.
interesting. And it's interesting because we've seen it in almost every single
Yeah.
game that we've been watching. And then Vindicta in
Hmm.
response. So this is a pocket completely open for Squill Team 6 here.
Yeah, it is, but you are giving over some of the other prioritized picks, but they're opting for the Viscous first pick and the Krill on the other side, so no pocket so far right now. Opting to see, that Viscous is the, more important aspect, and then they're taking away the Dynamo as well, so taking away a lot of that setup for the pocket.
Look, I'm not complaining. I like my Victus. Viscous. I can't talk. I like my Viscous. I like watching it. So maybe they're taking a little bit of
I'll quickly
page from
detour
that
off
out of the book,
so that we
but-
can quickly congratulate Brutal Too Easy for the giveaway.
Oh,
Congratulations to you, sir.
25 buckaroos.
Good luck on the Steam. Pardon me, on the Steam giveaway. Sorry, the Steam sale is what I meant to say. But yeah, no pocket as we jump back in. That's a Shiv pickup, Nuxel. No pocket so far.
Yeah, very surprising. Maybe just the people that are playing on both of these teams aren't comfortable with the pocket pick. But
Yeah.
we did see when Low-Key Chill Team were playing before, it was banned out regardless. So School Team 6 is the only team that, at least I haven't seen today, that is warranting without that pocket pick. But
Yep.
we've got some interesting... There we go.
Yeah,
So we got the pocket pick finally. And some interesting characters alongside that. So we've got the Pocket, Kelvin, Shiv, Paradox, and the Viscous. Of course, we've been seeing a couple of times in a row recently the Viscous and the Kelvin combo. But I'm just really keen to see this Pocket, like, do what Pockets do. Just absolutely take down the rest of the team. And suddenly, for, what is it, like 16 seconds, you're just getting bled down or poisoned down. Mirage on the side of that, and then a 7 in Yamato being picked up on the Low-Key Chill Team.
I really like School Team 6's combo. Got the Mirage for that, rotation potential from that solo lane that we saw in that last game. Happened a few times in there where the Mirage was split pushing, and then as soon as someone goes to match it, he just ults over. We've got the Paradox swap into Kelvin ult, Kelvin Viscous combo as well. We've got a lot of stuff that we've seen recently on the side of School Team 6. We've also, on Low Key Chill Team, got the Lady Guys, which has been doing pretty well. The Yamato, which has had some great games, and the 7. Last pick. So opting in, obviously, whoever's picking that, whichever player that is, likes that matchup, has seen the comp and decided, yep, I like that. Even though Viscous can cancel the ult, even though Paradox can swap you into, maybe a place you don't want to be in, decided that they want to play it nonetheless.
So we've got the Dynamo on the side of Low-Key Chill Team. Now, we're not seeing as maybe traditional, I'll say, as of today at least, the combos that you usually see with a Dynamo. But in saying that, you've still got things... It's hard not to have things that can combo with Dynamo. If you've got AoE or just burst damage, then you're doing it well. 7 can do that. Yamato can do that. Lady Geist, maybe not so much of someone that combos with Dynamo that much, but like... There's the opportunities there. It might not be as traditional as with the Haze and whatnot, or even like if you had like a Pocket, for example, but there's still stuff that you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did see the Dynamo and the Yamato earlier on. Haven't seen any Bebop in the last 2 games after seeing that for quite a bit, so missing that hero quite a bit. And the Vindicta getting banned away. Saw that at the beginning of the day. The snipes coming through very, very strong. But yeah, that's getting banned away. The Haze, a very interesting ban, like you mentioned. But yeah, I'm really, really excited to see how this goes. And you got your Viscus back in, so you got to be keen.
You watch out in the team fights. I'm keen to see that, but we are jumping into the game now. Casting will be Dice Heart and Distinct Taste, so we'll chuck you over to them right now.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Jay Beto. My name is Dice Heart, and I'm joined once again in this game by Distinct Taste. And this is the matchup to decide who is going through to that third place match. Distinct, will it be Squeal Team 6 or will it be Low Key Chill Team? Let's find out. So far, odds are in favor of Low Key Chill Team, Distinct. I have a feeling that Distinct might be muted.
Yes, sir. Production didn't unmute my mic there. No, I have a feeling low-key Chill Team has been playing very well today. I also really like their draft here. I think it's going to be very, very hard for Squeal Team 6 to really do much against them in terms of just like team fights.
Look, Pocket has been chosen. Distinct. That's all that I care about right now. Pocket is in this game and terrifies the life out of me. There is a Dynamo on the other side, in fairness, and a Mo and Krill, so the engage potential seems to be heavily in favor of low-key Chill Team, but Pocket selected. Distinct.
Yeah, no, they got the Pocket and they got it very late, which was very surprising to me. It really shows how much these two teams value it. Maybe the only thing, what it screams to me is that they have a set where they want to play these team comps, and the Pocket most likely gets banned out almost every time in scrims.
Well,
and
early rotation from this Viscus, looking for some poke off onto this Lash. Won't be able to find that early kill, and it might mean that the Kelvin is going to be aggressed on now from that lane that this Viscus has left. Shiv's losing a fair bit of farm for that rotation too, Distinct. Do you want to talk me through what these players are thinking at this point? If there's a strategic advantage there that I'm not seeing, or was it just, hey, maybe we'll kill this Lash?
I think maybe we can kill that Lash. Lash is notoriously pretty bad until he gets a couple of abilities online. Very, very gankable. Must have been some good comms there coming out from the Yamato Krill to let him know that the Viscus was rotating across. But, you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Good attempt, nothing out of it. Didn't really lose anything from doing it.
As Yamato going to try to play a little bit aggressive here off the back of that Viscus rotating back in a bit late. In the meantime, Shiv is able to get that aggression off onto this Lash in their matched up lane. Distinct, predict it now for me. Where is First Blood going to happen?
First Blood is going to be this Paradox killing this Lady Geist, probably in about 15 seconds or so.
Alright, I'm counting it down. 15 seconds is
No, no, wait, I thought they were going to fight. Wait, I thought they were going to fight. No, it's looking that these two teams really know that their tournament life is on the line here, so they will be playing a little bit safe. You do see that a lot in these sort of elimination games, people really farming up, not wanting to make mistakes. So that's why I'm a bit of a fan here of low-key Chill Team, because if they can get their team comp to late, they really are just going to tear through pretty hard here.
Look, I'd love to see this Viscus be able to start popping off and create the space for the Pocket to be able to get big ultimates available, but we're going to see Yamato looking potentially for this First Blood, going to try to dive this Shiv alongside the Lash, but Shiv healthy enough and manages to survive around that wall, so no First Blood just yet, but Kelvin might be looking to put that pressure onto the Mo and Krill. It's really up in the air where the pressure is going to come from and who's going to pick up the First Blood. It could be this Kelvin and this Viscus rotating over towards the Lash and Yamato. There's the First Blood.
Oh.
On the Dynamo there. You were close to right, Distinct.
Oh, I knew the Paradox was going to get it. I wasn't sure who. The Dynamo, unfortunately, not using his heal enough to get it, but the Paradox getting that First Blood. And lots of pressure with the kinetic carbine there and into the time bomb. So, it's pretty standard to get that right for me.
Great job, Distinct. Kelvin a little bit poked out in this lane, has to back away from the Mo and Krill and that Yamato, but we really are not quite at the point where things are going to start breaking out and that first blood matters too much, but we are getting to the point where this pocket is going to be able to consistently start rotating soon. I would be looking over towards potentially where this Mo and Krill are going to be rotating as well, because that definitely has strong engaged potential, and a Mo and Krill rotation is always impactful, Distinct.
Absolutely, and if I'm Mr. Worldwide at this point, I am worried about SEAL Team 6. Squirrel Team 6's rotations, because they have shown the propensity between this Viscous and this Kelvin to really rotate and get active early. So you've really got to be active on the comms here if you're Mr. Worldwide, and going in onto the Shiv.
Once again, looking for this Shiv, and it's not going to amount to anything just yet. Still an even game state at the moment, although a 2,000 souls lead this early on. Distinct coming in for Squirrel Team 6 is very interesting, and it's not off the back of a lot of kills. I think we've still only seen First Blood, haven't we?
Yeah, we have only seen First Blood, and it was the Paradox, again, getting that First Blood. So that was very well played from that Paradox. And the game state being even isn't surprising at this point. Both teams, as I said, just really wanting to farm up and get their team comps online. Both these teams really feel practiced here in the way that they're playing it, making sure that they're getting the farms onto the correct characters. I feel like the real go button, really when this game is going to start get interesting, is when either this Lash or this Pocket really start rotating from their lane.
Now, I've heard Distinct that the Mo and Krill and Mirage are the ones to watch in this game. Jai is the Mirage here for Squeal Team 6, and Sire is that Mo and Krill for Low-Key Chill Team. And they're very, very competent players. I would expect, especially for both of these characters, this Mo and Krill and this Mirage, they're both very high rotation potential characters. Mirage's ult means that he can get anywhere on the map. And knowing that they're the strongest players on these teams gives them the potential for consistently getting kills. But Paradox and Mirage have fallen, Distinct.
Absolutely, and calling it out, a bit of a caster's curse there, calling out the strongest player on the team that pretty much instantly dies just afterwards. So that's unfortunate. But a great pickup there from the Lady Geist. Not quite sure how she managed to pull off that double kill. She still has her ult available, so I'm assuming they probably just want a clean team fight. As you can see, she's poking out pretty hard on the tower. This Paradox pretty hard. Yep, good nades here. That's a lot of damage. So I'm just assuming it was a lot of damage. Maybe, nope, the Dynamo is missing his thing, so that would have been an ult there.
I would say that was probably a Dynamo ult, followed up by the damage that Lady Geist can output in this early game. Great little team play coming out, and this is what you expect from that duel. Mirage, low health again, and will go down. Jai is having a very difficult time right now, being able to keep up with the aggression coming out from this Lady Geist, Distinct.
Yeah, Alanoid really putting on a clinic right now, saying, oh, you might be the best player on the team, but I'm here to shut you down, sir. And honestly, no better character to do that than a Lady Geist. No matter how skilled you are, if they're low and you're full, as we've mentioned, they just switch your health on you, and locked in here with him.
Trapped inside the Kelvin ult is this Mo and Krill. Awful animations going on there for my eyes, but the Mo and Krill will burrow out of danger there, keeping themselves alive for now. But we're seeing the consistent pressure that this team is able to output as Paradox ult will come out and reposition this Mirage right into a 7-stun as well. Surprised that we didn't see further aggression coming out, and it's because the 7 actually fell there, Distinct. Credited for that kill, I believe, was the Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. The June's Mark just knocking them down there at the very end. And it seems like they're going to be pushing up and trying. It seems like Pocket has picked up this tower in the solo lane. And so has Shiv. So looking one more for their first flex line. There's a team fight going on here.
Mo and Krill has absolutely locked down this Kelvin, but taking a lot of damage for his trouble. Still surviving while burrowed underground here, and the rest of the team have shown up to keep him alive. Aggression coming out with that Kelvin already dead. There's still potential for more here, but Dynamo's made a rotation over and should have a singularity potential. Parry comes down, but it's not enough to keep him alive. In the meantime, though, this Dynamo forced back underneath the Guardian. 35 health and finally goes down. Too much push potential coming out from Squeal Team 6, and they've cemented their lead this early in the game. 4,000 souls, although now this Lady Geist aggressing onto the Walker potentially shouldn't have done that. Immediately rotated on by this pocket, looking to punish out the aggression from that Lady Geist, and down she goes. Too much, too early for that Walker. Lash, though, has rotated in and looking for the kill onto the Mirage. The Tornado comes out, though, and it keeps him alive. Lash up into the air. Will he be able to find the kill? Up and straight back down. Does go this Mirage. He's still alive, though, Distinct. He's healing through the damage, and he's turned it around onto this Lash. 1 health left for that Lash, and down comes that stun out from the 7. Mirage finally going down, and the Lash is actually the one surviving. And will this Paradox be punished by the Yamato chase in? Dynamo looking for a knock-up. Will he be able to find it? Into the backline does go this Lady Geist, looking to be able to pick up a kill. Yamato and Dynamo chasing down for this Paradox. They've seen her on top of the roof. Can they get the kill? Still alive is this Paradox. She's found a way into the backline next to her Calvin. Will she survive? No. Yes, she's alive. Still Distinct. She gets out.
Oh, absolutely. Wow, great movement there from the Paradox, and this Dynamo is probably going to be chased down here from the rest of the team, and that's fine. Chasing a little bit too hard there, that we've seen that all today, but what a team fight. What an extended team fight. The Paradox able to bait almost half that team over to them. Now everybody's back up, and, you know, School Team 6 are only up about 3k, so that's really not a lot. It was really just everybody ran at each other there and then chased each other as long as they could, and a nice affliction coming out onto this, and then an ult here from Yamato. Is he going to chase down this pocket?
Good look to chase down the pocket here. The affliction was good, but you're right, the Yamato ult is just going to completely prevent that from having an impact. And I guess the thing is that you miss 100% of the afflictions that you don't take, right? So if you've got the ability to use it, use it. Surely, Distinct.
Absolutely. It's a pretty low cooldown when you put your first point into it. You know, that's when you actually get the cooldown buff, as pretty much all of Pocket abilities bar his 1 are. So, you know, press it when you can, get the Yamato ult out. Your ult will most likely come back before that one. It seems like they want to push up and try and get these Guardians here.
Yeah, Guardians should be easy enough to knock off the map right now. This is the opportunity for both of these teams to really start grouping up heavily and start taking advantage fights, just like this one. Paradox ult going to come out straight onto that Lash, trying to get a counter kill here as Krill goes in, but the great use of the cube and straight into the Kelvin ult as well to keep their team alive. Aggression coming out onto this Krill, but he's burrowed safely, still being chased down by the Gooball here. Still inside of this burrow, though. He will be stunned, trying to find a re-engage, but has to back off back into the Guardian. Good movement there to pull him back safely. The Gooball was good, but the Guardian still holds.
Yeah, absolutely. Paradox starting all these fights with a good with a good swap. Doesn't matter if the team's going to follow up on it or not. She's going to swap them, and if you're there, you're probably going to be scared if that's going to happen. Like, you know, just putting it out to the back of their minds. As soon as they see the Paradox, she's just swapping them instantly. It doesn't, like, as you can see there, nothing really, no follow-up there. The Paradox just kind of jumped out from the own back line, and so did who she swapped. But the thought's there in the back of your mind now. When you see the Paradox, you've got to check underneath her name for that little white tick.
Absolutely. The swap is so impactful, and it comes from the amount of time that it takes for that swap to happen. Obviously, it repositions someone into a negative spot, as this 7 is going to be aggressed on. Viscous looking for the damage, but he's going to be stunned out here alongside that Kelvin. The ball doing a lot of damage, but 7 does go down. In the meantime, the Lady Geist also falls. Kelvin has been traded out here as Krill rotates over. Cube coming down and Lash in position, but not close enough to get a follow-up kill off the back of what Krill is about to do to this poor goo ball Viscous. Great punch there, but there's the combo, and Lash finally closes that distance and finds the kill onto the Viscous.
Yeah, Lash was probably always going to close that distance. You know, Lash is flying in. Yeah, he does be lashing. And the Shiv there just to clean up, try and defend this Guardian here. As you can see, they really want to defend these Guardians. Make sure that they can't get that first flex slot. You know, sorry. Who's on the right again?
Who's on the right again? Low-key chill team.
Low-key chill team, yeah. Low-key chill team still looking for their first slot here. And Squill Team 6 have theirs already.
Yeah, Squill Team 6 are definitely in an advantageous position, despite the fact that they've got a 4,000 soul disparity right now. And to be honest with you, that disparity I think is going to fall away quite quickly when this pocket is able to start becoming involved in team fights more frequently, and he's able to start really having impact on how these kills are sort of panning out. Distinct, you know, given that they have that additional flex slot as well, Squill Team 6 certainly have the advantage in the map state. However, big grouping around, not quite mid-boss, but the Guardians and the Walkers in that area. Looks like Squill Team 6, they want to engage aggressively here, but here comes the Mirage, and a pause straight away as that ultimate comes out.
At least it wasn't in the middle of a fight. This Mirage and Lash are in a very intimate decision coming up here. I think they all with the Urms coming out here. Now, however, it seems like Squill Team 6 do want to push down this walker here.
It does seem like that is the case. However, Distinct, we can quite clearly see that low-key Chill Team are positioned around this walker. They have the opportunity to be able to... Hey, production, can you just switch us over to caster cam, please? Until that comes back up.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. I think as soon as low-key Chill Team see that Squill Team 6 have grouped up here, and it seems like we might get nope. No. Once they see that they've grouped up here, it's going to be hard for them to actually push down here. So they're going to have to just back it up here and push down these sideways. As you can see, the Shiv is pushing down left here. We'll have to walk up to that walker, but then we'll get rotated on and push back. But I'm interested to see this Mirage against this Lash here coming up, this little 1v1. I believe Mirage did just ult over as well, so there won't be any ratching out for him.
Yeah, no escape potential there. I couldn't tell whether or not that Mirage ult had finished, or whether he's teleporting away from there or teleporting to the 1v1 with that Lash at the moment. So I'm interested to see where he's actually going to end up. But you're right that Squeal Team 6 are in a position where they really want to push right now, but low-key Chill Team seem to be aware of this. They've got a 6,000 soul advantage at the moment over their opposition right now, so they can defend these walkers pretty comfortably, and Dynamo ult is available right now, Distinct, so it's a little bit difficult for Pocket. Despite the fact that he can immune Dynamo ult, it's still going to be hard for him to get really deep into the backline, find that affliction, and get out safely.
Yeah, Pocket might be looking for I'm going to afflict and then maybe diangle and hope I get out, but the main priority is getting at least a 3-man affliction so my team can follow up in the 16 or so seconds that it has to tick on them. It'll be very interesting to see how this goes. I think that the map state here really does favor low-key Chill Team. Even though they are pushed back a little bit, they are all grouped a lot better than Squeal Team 6.
We will be getting back into the game very shortly here, Distinct, and we're going to find out how these teams will play out this defense versus the aggression and Squeal Team 6. There's still a Guardian here to push into. Let's head over towards this solo lane, see if that 1v1, no, it's not going to take place. Instead, the team fight will be on the left mid lane here. Paradox looking for a kinetic carbine, might be able to lock in some damage onto this Dynamo, and it's a great target to find as well. Cubed out is this Paradox so that the engagement can't go on, but the engagement does occur. Singularity will come out. Paradox should be just fine for the time being, but Yamato looking to get into the backline here and find a little bit of additional damage. Dynamo might be able to re-engage, but taking a lot of damage for his trouble. Combo is good, and Yamato is able to find some damage onto this Shiv off the back of it, straight into this ultimate from the Kelvin is going to keep his team alive, and it's a big bubble to be inside of right now. Into the backline does go this Lash, and there's a big ultimate from the Pocket. Affliction should be ticking on a lot of members of the low-key Chill Team as Dynamo does go down, so too does the Yamato, and now Lady Geist in a little bit of trouble, has to back away, but here comes the Viscous chasing off into the backline and trying to get out here. Mo and Krill still looking for more aggression potentially onto this Pocket, and Pocket does go down. Good fight from both teams, but definitely in favor. I think they're distinctive low-key Chill Team.
Yeah, low-key Chill Team picked up 2 at the very end there with Jeb just absolutely flying in on the Lash to ground slam and pick that one up on pretty much a one-shot there. And then Mo and Krill obviously chasing very hard to get away when you're low health and he can just knock you up and spin on you.
Yeah, Mo and Krill does Mo and Krill things, and that's what we kind of talked about in the early game, right? The constant rotation potential and CC that character has, very, very strong, very, very potent. Yeah,
absolutely. And some good macro there from low-key Chill Team, just getting together and making sure they can fight. It was interesting how Mirage was out of that. And sorry, how the Mirage altered away from that, allowing the Lash to get back over to the fight before he was, to make it as... You don't usually see the Mirage team being down in a 5v6.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a strange decision or a miscommunication between the team members there to not realize how that fight was going to break out, and that they were grouping around that Walker. And, you know, maybe the Mirage thinking, I should try to take this 1v1 with a Lash, prevent him from split pushing down a Walker, but you're absolutely right that a team with a Mirage should never be outnumbered.
Yeah, absolutely, and, you know, that's what happens, but it seems like that low-key Chill Team here are going to group up here on this left side of the map and see what they can do. Just pushing into the enemy farm now, taking their jungle, denying it from them. Taking jungle is one of the best ways to just really up your own farm and deny the others, because, you know, it's a double the profit of the swing there.
Left side Guardian being engaged on here. Mo and Krill will find the kill immediately off onto that Shiv. It's a great engage with that combo and a big grouping here straight onto this left side Guardian. It should fall quite quickly, but Distinct, I'm surprised to see that they're not pushing for this Walker despite the fact that Squeal Team 6 are pushing for a Walker immediately here. They might be looking for a counter engage, and already here is a Mo and Krill. Coming in for the team fight, low health already is this Mirage, will be stunned out by the 7, most likely has to use a Tornado to evade all of that damage, but Paradox locked in here by damage out from Lash, good counterplay there from the Viscous to get into that goo ball, and immediately prevent the pressure from coming out there. Away does go Paradox, so they actually managed to get that Walker and get out without any loss of life there, Distinct.
Yeah, Viscous actually doing so much there to peel for his team, just sliding back and forth in front of the Paradox, just in front of that Lash. And then not only that, hitting the rescue beam as well to get you out of dodge and give you a little bit of healing. This Viscous really, really has been high value this entire tournament, and it's showing why. Nice kill there.
Lash
Mirage.
goes down. Mirage finding that perfect position, straight into the Tornado, and all of the damage coming out at once. Good play from that Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking that up is pretty huge. We talked about it earlier, but this Mirage, one of the better players on this team. That is Squeal Team 6, and maybe even one of the better players on the server currently. Really just needs to get into it. Like, you know, we've seen him use his teleports a little bit questionably. That one onto the Lash comes to mind straight away. But, you know, you've got plenty of time. The ult comes back up, and you can always make another 5v6 happen.
And Mirage Distinct, maybe a slightly more high skill cap character as well in this game. Understanding when to use that Tornado and when to sort of launch off the long range damage that he does have, as well as understanding the macro and the team fighting to be able to ult at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. And also very aim dependent. You do want to just be clicking heads with Mirage. You know, it is one of the more, you have to actually get your aim on point. Most characters in Deadlock are like that, and I think that's why a lot of us enjoy it, but Mirage especially compared to something like Viscous or Mon Krill.
Absolutely, and this is a time period now where you need to be able to get involved into the game like this. You know, I'm very curious to see how this Mirage does start to get involved from this point. It was a great kill, but now I think Distinct, what we need to see is intelligent pushing of the Walkers from this Mirage, and then a good use of the ult to get back into a team fight. Good macro play is what I want to see.
It seems like they're grouping up to go on this Lash here, or at least make some, just make some noise over in this right lane here before this Lash can do anything. I like the group up there. You never really expect the people to come to the Mirage. So that was a very interesting play there from Squeal Team 6, and we do like that. It seems like the Shiv is the dedicated wave soaker. The Shiv is going to most of the waves that is in a solo capacity, the Shiv obviously and the Paradox, to get that up. Shiv obviously is pretty fed right now in terms of Squeal Team 6. So it is the two tanky boys that are the most fed in the server right now, with the Mo and Krill and the Shiv. So that's very fun to play against if you are a hyper carry like the 7 or the Mirage or, you know, the Paradox.
Well, Distinct, we are pushing further and further into this game. Nearly 20 minutes on the clock right now. Let's press tab and have a quick look at the game state on these kills, Des, and some of the player names once again as well. Hold this one up for a little bit here. We can see a pretty even game. Not a very high kill match at the moment. No one really getting super far ahead, but a very clean spread of KDAs at the moment.
Yeah, it's great. You know, if you're Slicky Mickey, you're just looking at your 8 assists and saying, surely one of them could have been a kill. I could just be like, you know, just a little bit more. But as we know, 20 minutes, these bridge buffs going to be coming up, and it seems like the Viscous will get that one.
Oh, but he is knocked up and immediately falls into that combo. Dynamo, though, coming straight in for that play with the singularity, and kills immediately coming through against Squeal Team 6. Down goes Viscous, down goes Shiv, and down goes this Kelvin as well. Kills across the board. Mirage will fall too, and it's enough now that low-key Chill Team have picked up 4 and moved their way straight over towards the mid boss.
Wow, all that just on the bridge bus. That's kind of crazy. I wasn't aware that low-key Chill Team was set up to absolutely murder somebody if they went for that thing. Viscous did get the buff, but like, you know, small wins.
Was it worth it?
Yeah. He won the battle, but you know, they won the war. They killed 4 of them, get Rejuvenator, and now it's going to be a very clean push here to pick up their second Walker and get that flex slot.
Pocket finds an absolutely massive affliction there as well. Turned around on there by that Paradox, but I mean, look at the damage that came out immediately off the back of that and the alleviation of pressure on that Walker there. And now we're going to see very likely low-key Chill Team push out and look for even more pressure here. Try to find a good fight in the middle of this lane right now where there's not a lot of defensive play, but Lady Geist rest on here and immediately is going to switch that health bar around. Low health across the board here for low-key Chill Team. This Shiv though very, very low on Squeal Team 6 and will finally fall. Aggression out from that Moen Krill finds the combo as well, and it's another member of Squeal Team 6 falling as Kelvin goes down further and further into Squeal Team, to the low-key Chill Team pushed, and they're looking for more. Will they be able to find another pick here as Moen Krill is looking for advantage? Yamato low health here, has to back away very quickly. Mirage might have an opportunity to get another pick, still very healthy on this character as the kill does come down onto the Dynamo there. We saw Lash falling quite early in the fight as well. Mirage still has damage potential, and it's a teleport coming out from Yamato to keep themselves alive. Both teams going to reset there. No advantage to anyone, despite the fact that more deaths did occur there for Squeal Team 6. Some members of low-key Chill Team lost their rejuve distinct, and there's no real objectives coming out just yet off the back of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, Squeal Team 6...
no.
Oh, nice swap there. Oh, no! You hate to see it.
Oh, there's no way you don't get this kill.
Surely you get it. Surely you
Oh,
get
there's no way you don't get this kill.
believe
Oh, that's so
no,
upsetting.
don't tilt die. Don't tilt die, please.
Oh,
Right, get out.
it's so upsetting.
Nice. Yeah, no, pull them out for their own good.
My heart is absolutely broken.
No, as I was saying, I'm very unfortunate there for the Paradox. And Yamato, don't be greedy.
Yamato feeling themselves up as surviving on 1 HP there.
Anyway, Squeal Team 6 did a great job there. Due to the Rejuvenator and the Pocket ult, Pocket was able to pick up 2 kills with his ult just ticking down late, but they were at the very end of the fight, kind of offsetting that Rejuvenator like time reduction on your respawn. By getting them at the very end of the fight, it actually evened out the death spawn timers. So when you get the Rejuvenator, trading is very much usually in your favor, but Pocket able to play that very well. Pocket and Mirage, I may say, play that very well to make that team fight just, you know, chalk. Clean slate. It's 123 souls to 125. Sure, 4 of them still have Rejuvenator, but that's probably going to run out soon. You can probably turtle up until that goes away. Get this, let them have the urn. You know, at this point in the game, 6-7k souls, really not the end of the world. You just really want to make sure that what happened on the bridge, getting picked out before, I bet they weren't even aware that they were going to lose 4 there. Like, that wasn't even in their calculations. So really, they have to recalibrate, get together. You know, you survive that little scary bit, you survive their first Rejuvenator, and now it seems like we've got a nice pause here coming out.
I don't imagine this one taking too long. We don't necessarily have to switch over to our cast cameras here, but you're right, Distinct, that we're in this very crucial game state right now, where the match is going to break into a very important point. And you know, that first mid boss did go down. We still see rejuve on multiple characters here. All right, yeah, switches over. Multiple characters here of low-key Chill Team, but Distinct, the game is certainly not over at this point. There's a lot of opportunities here for either team to be able to come back from this one and to find big kill opportunities. Where do you think this next fight is going to break out, though? Is it around one of these walkers?
Well, we're 23 minutes 40 in, so in a minute 20 there are going to be bridge busts again. So the way that the last set of bridge busts went, and the way that, you know, they were able to get 4 off seemingly thin air, I think that that the bridge buffs are really something that these teams are going to look at, or at least low-key Chill Team are going to look at. And I think after the way the last fight happened, Squeal Team 6 are also going to have to be super aware if they go challenge it. And if they don't, I mean, it is bridge bust, and in a very even state game like this, it can actually give you a lot of advantage if you get them onto the right people.
I mean, we saw, you know, there's no way that you could predict that a 4-0 was going to come out of that bridge buff fight and just being around that. We are switching back into the game as that pause is just about ending here. So let's see where this next team fight will break out now.
Yeah, in about a minute 30. Obviously, just buying here. And I think the first kill in this fight will most likely be to Shiv killing the Dynamo.
You wanna lock that prediction in here?
I think I might lock that prediction in here.
All right, we're locking that prediction in here. I would be looking out for this pocket. We know how much potential this character has, as Yamato is going to have to find a way to play safe here, as the cube is going to come out for this Viscous. A little bit of poke coming out is not too bad before these fights break out, but Distinct, I really want to see, A, where this Mirage is playing, and B, where this Dynamo is playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Always have to have Dynamo aware. You know, that's the constant comms. You see him, you call out where he is, saying, watch out, guys. I wonder, if Production can tech, does Dynamo have a Warp Stone yet? Because if he does, you got to be even more aware of him. It seems to obviously got that online pretty early. So Dynamo is potent now with his ults. We'll be looking to get that refresher online later, so that'll be very helpful for the team. But it seems like both teams have decided that farming up is the name of the game for the moment. Looks like they've great discipline here from both teams. Not just grouping and trying to push, really waiting for objectives or like opportunities to come to them.
Yeah, very, bridge buffs have spawned, but now that we've seen how terrifying it is to go towards a bridge buff, apparently, you know, very, very patient gameplay from both teams at this point. Going back to farming up, you're right, and you know, there's only one flex slot to work with for this team here, for the low-key chill team, and there's two available here for Squeal Team 6. So, you know, a slight advantage there in the builds, so a little bit more farming is going to benefit Squeal Team 6 at the moment, and especially considering they're about, what's that, 9k down at the moment. They definitely want to be getting this farm while they still can.
Yeah, 9k down at 26 minutes is nothing. Honestly, the flex, you take being 9k down, having a flex slot over, like, you know, the other way around, being 9k up and only having one flex slot. Yeah, one flex slot is very rough here. As you can see, a lot of them filling those up with tier 3s. The Dynamo excluded because his build is very ult dependent. Jumping away from the pocket, flying across the sky as usual. Just, you know, just deadlock things. We love it for that.
Truly terrifying is that pocket, and I know that I said earlier that I want to really see how this Mirage and Dynamo choose to position for this next fight and before things start to break out, but I think that Pocket is who we should be watching as the fight has broken out and when that Affliction is going to come down. We see a lot of the times that Pocket might ult and use that Affliction too late in a fight and not be able to have a very strong impact, but when it comes in at that perfect time and finds enough people, that Affliction has such a huge impact, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. Pocket Affliction can really just win a fight, and it seems like we're going to have an earn fight here.
Affliction does come out. I don't know how many people are connected with it. We might be seeing a little bit of tick onto that Mo and Krill, but I think that was the only target that Affliction was able to find. So that's a huge ultimate down already here, Distinct, and it is going to be a fight around this urn. In comes that Viscous, not able to find a stun on the first rotation of his ultimate, but Lash is able to get straight into the backline here, finds two alongside his Mo and Krill and Dynamo. A lot of CC does come down, and it means that the Kelvin will fall inside of his own bubble. Lash now straight into the backline. He's being switched around by that Paradox though, and Shiv in a little bit of trouble alongside Pocket. Down goes Viscous, and Squeal Team 6 are being pushed further and further away from the urn drop-off position as Dynamo, Mo, and Krill are going to chase and look for some damage onto that Pocket. Paradox and Mirage are going to have to try to hold here alongside their Shiv. Chasing down, they might be able to find some potential kills onto this Mo and Krill as Mirage is going to find a knock-up, but it's into Yamato, who ults immediately, immunes away that damage, and turns it straight off onto that Shiv. Down goes the Shiv. Walker is still up, so it's hard to dive much further, and another Affliction comes down, Distinct, this time on a few more players. Yamato being ticked down quite quickly and will fall to that Mirage, Distinct. So a good counter pick, but not quite enough here for low-key chill team to be punished for their aggressive play. Mirage has to tornado away. He's been disarmed and chased by this Mo and Krill and the Paradox. Will he get away? Yes, should be just fine. But man, what a team fight, Distinct, and it all goes in favor of low-key chill team.
Yeah, low-key chill team doing a really good job there. I think once they knew that the Pocket ult was wasted, I think they were very confident in the way they took that fight. Jeb got a massive ground slam onto the Calvin before he could get his dome up. And then obviously the Calvin solo ulting himself just to try and buy himself a little bit more time and getting bursted down in the middle of it. It was pretty rough for him. But low-key chill team just doing a really, really, really good job during the middle of that fight, and recognizing cooldowns, recognizing the target selection, and going on them and executing. Very impressed.
Yeah, love to see that. And again, what this comes down to distinct is really intelligent target selection. We saw, unfortunately, the Pocket came in from the side, looked for that Affliction ultimate, but couldn't find a great, a great group of targets to be able to engage on with that. And in the meantime, that Viscus got so far into the backline, but didn't connect with anyone, and that allowed Lash to instead get alongside the rest of his tanks and completely remove those squishier characters from the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and a free earn there for the Viscus. The Squirrel Team 6 really needed that after the last fight. As you can see, the 12k down now. Not insurmountable at any point at 30 minutes. Honestly, still a toss-up, one good team fight, or, you get a mid or something. But, it still hurts. You still don't want them to have the earn. You kind of want that. That's souls that could be in your bank, not theirs.
That's true. That souls, those are souls.
Yeah,
And that
you want those.
souls. I
You
mean,
like it.
realistically, we joke around a bit, but souls do kind of define everything in this game at the moment, from whether or not you're leveling up to whether or not you're buying an item. The fact that the currency and the economy of this entire game revolves around one thing, one piece of distinct resource, means that they're really, really crucial, and that earn can make all the difference.
Absolutely. Not only that, the carrier there also gets the extra 25% and a little bonus buff, which is just, a little bit of added cherry on top to make it worth your while. And bridge buffs back up. Seems like we're just going to have another trade here. They're going to give it to the guys trying to steal it from the Lash. It was survivability, so I suppose either
Guys
one
kind of needs it. Guys kind of, I kind of wanted the guys to have that one.
one of them has a health swap. One of them dives into 6 people, hoping he can get them all.
Yeah, I'm hearing that the guy should have had it then.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it seems like the teams are going to group up here. Ooh, they're grouping up a little bit at the top here.
This is what I want to see from the Mirage. They're sitting around this urn, making sure the Mo and Krill can't just pick it up and start a rotation all over, and keeping an eye on what low-key Chill team are doing with their positioning. But they've got the ultimate so that they can rotate over, and I'm hoping to see this ultimate come out to push down this left side walker. They've got the potential to do that, but might be in a little bit of trouble and will fall to the big grouping there from low-key Chill team. And that's a big pick to get, because now they're able to grab this urn and do whatever they want with it distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a pretty massive pick. And in a game like this, one pick like that can really mean a lot. It really makes it hard for the other team to group up, especially when low-key Chill team has been winning the 6v6s in the first place. So that makes it very hard. It seems like Mo and Krill will be taking this urn across again, getting their own souls here, just really countering the last one that came across. But it seems like they've sniffed him out here, and they might be trying to go on him.
Yeah, we've got a good position here from the Kelvin and the Shiv to be surrounding or standing near the drop-off spot for this urn. And Viscus has positioned quite aggressively to zone away the rest of the roster here from low-key Chill team. However, this urn should be dropped off in just a moment. Mo and Krill in position to get this one through. It is an engage coming out here from this Kelvin, though. Mo and Krill is in. He's pushing up now that he's dropped off that urn. And the Viscus ult will come out to just be defensive and get them out. So
Pocket split pushing.
Pocket is split pushing alongside that Paradox as well, but it's an engage here from the Dynamo and a big use of that ultimate. Down go 2 members of Squeal Team 6, and those are big picks to get there. The Dynamo are really impactful in that fight, as always, and now it's a chase down alongside this these 2 last remaining walkers here for low-key Chill team. And distinct, this is a very, very hard position to defend from, because now it's a mid-boss angle.
Yeah, the Pocket was able to pick up that shrine there and gave them the thing.
That's a good flex slot.
They sacked for the flex slot, which is interesting, and now it looks like a mid-boss here. But they will try and go in. The Pocket and Mirage are angling here. They do have the Paradox.
2 good characters to come in. Oh, there's no way.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, Pocket does get in and finds a massive affliction. He's going to dash out using that briefcase and the, I don't know, the teleport that he has as well. But it's a stun out from the 7 and a kill immediately off the back of the Dynamo gameplay here. Mirage, though, is in the backline and might be able to find some damage onto this Lash. Could turn around a kill. Parry, not the correct play there, as Mirage will find that final shot and get that kill. 7, though, is going to turn it around, puts a stun on himself to try to find that one there. And Yamato is credited with the kill. Now, 7 and the rest of his team can push through to get one of these walkers down and find themselves potentially another flex slot here. Walker already goes down as the rest of the team are going to push forward. Mo and Krill is going to find a combo ultimate straight onto that Paradox, and down goes the Paradox. No, still alive actually, as these base Guardians are actually not quite holding firm, will go down, but the fact that that Paradox lived there is really, really big here for Squirrel Team 6. Being able to hold just a little bit longer there. Still have 1 Walker alive right now as well, but they've only taken rejuve off 1 member of low-key Chill team. That means that they can still push forward here. Low health bars across the board though as because Mel and Krill could be engaged on. Still alive though. Shiv even lower, and it's going to be a disengage here from low-key Chill Team. Will the chase come out though, Distinct? Can Squeal Team 6 find themselves another pick in this situation?
I wouldn't. I imagine they wouldn't chase too hard. The Rejuvenate's still up. Yamato's going to be alive in 5 seconds. But pretty good defense there, honestly. Not sure how that Paradox got out, but was able to just squirrel her way out of that combo from the Mo and Krill in that position. You know, they only lost 2 Rejuvenators there. The lanes are still super pushed up. They can decide anything they want to push here. Very impressed. But it's I'm still interested in why that they decided to send the Pocket to go get that extra flex slot by killing the Shrine. While this walk is still up, as you can see, they've got their 4th one, but not their 3rd one yet. You don't see that very often, especially in these sorts of games where there's been so tight. Maybe a little bit of macro misplay there by Squeal Team 6 after a really, really impressive, you know, 30 minutes or so far. It's rough to see, but they have the ability to come back pretty easily from that.
Well, Distinct, we're getting into the type of map state now where things are really one team fight away from being a potential push into the base. Still a lot of walkers available and alive here for low-key Chill Team, so it's a bit harder for Squeal Team 6 to be able to just push in and find, you know, find shrines at an end off the back of a good team fight. But there's already 1 shrine down, and that's really the most important thing here, Distinct, is that now it's just walkers to be able to get that last flex slot.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that last flex slot will be very valuable. It seems like they're going to group up here and go on this Calvin corner once again.
Kelvin could be in a little bit of trouble, but it is being turned around on here. Mirage likely to be stunned out by this 7 into the backline. Does go this Viscous once more. Mirage is going to find that Tornado, but does finally go down. Affliction comes out, and it's finding a lot of pressure onto the Dynamo and the Mo and Krill here. Likely to find some picks. Squeal Team 6. Viscous trying his best to survive, but getting low health again into the backline. Only 7 will fall off the back of the value Affliction that came out there. Shiv trying to chase out some kills here. Knows that there's going to be low health bars, but Mo and Krill should be sustainable enough to get it all back, and same with this Dynamo. So it's a disengage here, 2-for-1 trade. Honestly, Distinct, I think you're okay with the 2-for-1 at this point, though, if you're Squeal Team 6.
Yeah, if you're Squeal Team 6, especially now that the Rejuvenator is gone and it's the 7, 7 is becoming, as this game goes further and further, higher and higher value for you to kill. As he gets to the late game, you know, he's really going to start pumping that damage. And if you can kill the 7, you've got a good chance of surviving a Mo and Krill combo or a Dynamo ult, because they just really don't have enough damage to pump through the health bars of Squeal Team 6 here, unless that 7 is in a good position to follow up with his 3-1 combo.
Let's see how this next fight breaks down. Distinct, we've seen a lot of fights breaking out here. Let's press the tab button one more time and have a quick look over at the kills, deaths, and player names one more time here for this stream and for this game. If you do see again, quite even spread of KDAs. I like that this Mo and Krill is 5-1 and 14. That's a nice tanky sort of supportive position to be in right now. Earn is being transferred over for Squeal Team 6, so a good little injection of souls for them right now. And we did see that low-key Chill Team have grouped to try to take a fight here. Pocket is going to be pushed away from this aggressive position with the Yamato and this Lash both being stuck inside of the Affliction ultimate. Knockdown will come out, but Pocket forced to get himself out of danger there. Not enough follow-up there from that team, despite the fact that Affliction managed to hit at least 2 players there, although this Mo and Krill, despite the fact that he's burrowing, might be in a little bit of trouble, has to come out of the ground eventually. Being chased down by this Mirage, the Tornado did come down, and in goes the Shiv there, trying to find some damage. Into the cube does go the Viscous, and that Mo and Krill did fall, but Dynamo is here, and it's a massive ultimate! He's turned around the fight! Look at how many members of Squeal Team 6 immediately fall Distinct into the Kelvin ult, but it's not enough! Down goes the Kelvin. Paradox, the only person left alive! What can they do here, Distinct? They're going to push in! Squeal Team 6, they can't hold their base here! Low-key Chill Team, they're going to push down the rest of these shrines, at least clear out the first part of the Patron. What a huge fight, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played by the Dynamo there, and the rest of the team with the ability to follow up. The Pocket, it seems that low-key Chill Team are doing a really great job of recognizing when those value ults, the Pocket ult, the Calvin ult, are all down and not in the ability to be used in an optimal way. Because as soon as that Pocket ult got used on 2 people and the Pocket retreated, they just W-keyed on them. They said, you can't kill us before we kill you. And, you know, they were right in that. And it seems like it's going to be a free mid boss here from them. Absolutely just like mowing down getting their last flex slot and mowing down that. And oh no, they decide they don't want it. But fair enough. Yeah, the respawn's coming out. Absolutely.
The respawn's coming out absolutely here means that would be a pretty comfortable defend available around that. And honestly, considering the fact that a shrine is down, that would be a terrifying. Here. Oh, I love this macro play. You're right, Distinct picking up Squill Team 6 picking up this mid boss. He's going to make a big sound, and I have a feeling that low-key Chill Team know that this is happening. Is anyone available to distract and prevent this from being stolen away? Dynamo is coming in, doesn't have an ultimate though, Distinct. So that's a big part of the engage that low-key Chill Team need here that they don't have available. Bo and Krill, however, does have their ultimate. Knockdown is going to come off onto a few members here, and it's a big affliction inside of everybody. Stuck inside the Kelvin ult as well. This Viscous can't move at all. Finally, able to come back out and start finding something. But it's low-key Chill Team with the rejuve. Down goes Kelvin, traded out for that Dynamo. Now 7 trying to find a little bit of damage into the backline. Low health bar is this Mo and Krill, and it's a huge ult from the 7. Chunking damage through. Down goes the Viscous, down goes the Shiv, and down goes the Pocket Distinct. This is it. Low-key Chill Team. They take down 4. They only lose 2. They have the rejuve. They're going to push for the end, Distinct.
What a great play there. I'm not sure. They just absolutely outplayed it. Their rejuve pit fight was better than School Team 6 rejuve pit fight. That's just simply what it came down to. The Calvin was able to ice it out and extend it a little bit, but it just seems at the end of the day that low-key Chill Team
Paradox,
just
it's good, but it's not enough.
Yeah,
this game is over.
Wow, well played. Great team fighting there from low-key Chill Team. And it was very impressive. Well played by both teams. Getting it to 40 minutes, you know, it was a very close fight, even at the end. Only 20k distance, even after that team wipe, and that's pretty crazy. So, you know, very impressed by both of those teams there. But low-key Chill Squad will be moving on eventually.
Yeah, low-key Chill Team do move through to that losers bracket finals, which means that they have an opportunity. They're going to be playing for the 3rd place position and potentially to move back up to that 2nd place spot as well against OT in the grand finals. And I believe after we saw the semi-finals, that means that it will be Mr. Worldwide versus low-key Chill Team that will be coming up into very, very shortly, Distinct. For now, though, we're going to take a quick 2-minute, maybe 5-minute break before we get into the losers finals, set ourselves up for these big few games coming out, but an excellent match between those two teams. Unfortunate to see Squill Team 6 go, but great play there from low-key Chill Team. Let's see if we're going to have a bracket reset here for our unfortunate Mr. Worldwide after lose the semi-finals, or if they're going to take it into the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, NPL fans, to our Deadlock Tournament. My name is Nuxel, and I'm joined yet again here on the desk with Jay Beto. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good, Nuxel. I'm ready to get into these. I guess this is like a losers final and then finals match as well.
Yeah, this is an exciting game here. You're either third or you're in the runnings for first place.
Yeah,
Now, third is no
a
small
big match.
feat in this massive tournament that we've been able to host today, but being able to contest there against OT potentially yet again or for that first time is very exciting. But we've got our giveaway running. If you haven't seen already, ! giveaway in the chat, $25 gift card. Let's jump over to our bracket here and just take a look.
Yeah, so the match that we just watched is down there on the bottom. That is Squeal Team 6 and Low Key Chill Team coming out on top of that. And on our other side of the back, at the top side, we had OT beating Mr. Worldwide. So OT will be in the finals. And the match we're about to watch is Low Key Chill Team. The rematch between Mr. Worldwide and Low Key Chill Team. So, these teams have already met today. We're going to see. We saw Low Key Chill Team winning out majority of that game, but then overextending in the end of that game for a swap in position, a swap in control, I'll say. And then, weren't able to come back from that position. Mr. Worldwide getting the win in that. But congratulations to Willow Mancy for the giveaway win. Yeah, congratulations. Hope you enjoy that and get to play something fun or use that in a fun way.
Get some cool skins, make yourself look all fine
Yeah.
and dandy on the battlefield there. But we'll jump into picks and bans as they've already, or we're about to kick off with them.
Yep.
So as we see Mr. Worldwide getting first pick and then Low Key Chill Team on that second pick in response. Now, bans, we might see a similar thing as we were looking at before. We finally got to see that pocket pick in the last game there, but not coming out too clutch, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've got a Yamato ban coming out for Mr. Worldwide. So pocket will be available for a first pick if Low Key Chill Team don't opt to ban it themselves. But I have heard that there is a pocket main on that team, I believe. So very likely that we do see the pocket ban from second pick. That opens up, very... now, you're open up to basically wherever you want to go. Viscous, we've seen first picked quite a bit. We've seen, obviously the prio towards Dynamo, but maybe you don't want to pick that without, the team around it. Maybe you're going to go among Krill first pick that we've seen, but it is going to be the Paradox first pick. Haven't seen that so far, but the Haze response has been this is a extremely common top two from red side, or sorry, from Sapphire side, from second pick side, the Haze and the Mon Krill.
It's interesting to see the different teams prioritizing the Dynamo over the Mo and Krill, or the Mo and Krill over the Dynamo. Although we've seen a lot of the time, the team that picks up one gets the other.
Yeah, they get both.
Viscous getting picked out here with his Paradox, and as well waiting on that third pick. But there's the Dynamo.
There we go.
And
so
our first Warden as well.
Yeah. We've seen Warden a bit today, but not super recently in the last few matches. Haven't seen as much.
I've been here for, at least.
Fair enough, understandable. Well, we did see it quite a bit at the beginning of the day. But, Lady Geist coming in through as well. So taking away that counter matchup against the Haze. But this pocket... Sorry, not the pocket. This Paradox Viscous combo that we've seen quite frequently, very likely to be comboed up with a Kelvin, but got the Mirage for that rotation potential now, and the Haze Mon Krill, pretty standard with the Warden, just a very solid ultimate. Obviously, no Vindicta or no Vindicta available, which we saw the Warden picked against in earlier today. But Shiv locked in for Low Key Chill Team coming up on our final picks. I would expect a Kelvin for Mr. Worldwide here. Feels like it makes sense to me. But I'm not too sure about what Low Key Chill Team are going to go for their 12th pick.
You're enjoying that, the Bebop pickup. I've
Oh,
got
Kelvin
my
taking it.
Viscous, you've got your Beep Up, and then the Kelvin's picked up by Loki Chill Team.
I'm a bit confused because I think that Kelvin does really well into Lash, and having the opportunity to take that away for yourself, combine that with the Paradox, with the Viscous, feels like a really strong combo. And now you've given away that Kelvin, allowing it to, allowing the Haze Kelvin on the side of Loki Chill Team and getting that matchup against the Lash, where if he goes in, he's just getting immediately altered. But Bebop, I mean, we saw how strong it was in that first matchup. It was very, very crucial towards almost winning that game, didn't quite get across. But some very fun picks, Nixel. Obviously, the Viscous, you'll be happy again.
Very happy indeed. But Beepop looking to get some picks off early. Maybe get his Mirage in a very good spot. But there's like lots of flexibility for the Emberhead team here. Where, I mean, I think both teams do. Like Mo and Krill and Paradox on either side, not just one or the other here. Like, there's a lot of control. There's a lot of potential for a lot of stuff. I feel like I'm going to be interested to see the Haze with the Mo and Krill. I've seen it so often with this Dynamo. So I'd like to see how that plays out. Shiv going to be loving the Mo and Krill lockdown, though. And this Warden as well is going to be enjoying working with Kelvin just to lock people down and just burst people down. He gets the heal and the damage from his ult, but he'll be really shooting people down if he can lock them with his 3, as well as Mo and Krill and Kelvin's help. He'll be certainly enjoying that.
And remember, this is it for one of these two teams. Obviously, third place is still, no small feat, like you mentioned before, but the winner going towards the best of 3 finals up against OT on the other side of the bracket. So this is a very, very important match. If you've got any secret strats, it's now time to use them. Best of 1 to decide this, which is, kind of scary sometimes. Having an elimination game like this be this important towards the, results, but also be a best of 1. So you're able to, sneak these cheese strats out. Something that I'm finding really interesting is kind of the evolution of the picks over the course of the day. Very funny that OT picked Mirage against Mr. Worldwide, and that was the first time that we had seen Mirage the entire day, and now we've seen it basically back to back to back, and Mr. Worldwide taking up that Mirage for themselves. I think it's very interesting to see picks like that, evolve over the course of the day. And things like the pocket ban now coming through basically every game, as opposed to it getting let through in the early stages. Now the Warden getting picked up again. I think it's very cool.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it gives you so much potential for picking up on the enemy's mistakes when you're playing Mirage. Just being able to teleport to the other side of the map, and suddenly, there's a walker down, suddenly there's a Warden down, and you're like, oh, we were grouping for this urn that we can't even take because there's 5 people there anyways, or whatever. And it's those small mistakes that Mirage can really play off of, and I'm sure that was seen and picked up on when we saw that in that OT game. We saw such great macro play that they were able to pull off, but not even just with the Mirage, but just as a team in general. So I'm keen to see how they pull that out together, as well as with that Bpop, the Dynamo. There's a lot of CC there that they can combo off, and as well as the Paradox as well. But we're going to jump into the game here. It's starting up now. We've got Dice Heart and Distinct Taste yet again on the cast. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Jay Beto. My name is Dice Hart, and I'm joined once again by Distinct Taste for our losers final game between Mr. Worldwide and Low Key Chill Team here at the Nemesis Pro League Deadlock Tournament. Distinct, we're really getting towards the end of this tournament. We've seen some great games, especially from these two teams so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to see what Mr. Worldwide can do here to really cook it up. Wilbo obviously getting that pocket band away, picking up the Mirage, as was so beautifully pointed out by the desk. Hadn't seen a lot of it today until last game. And then the Mirage being picked up now, obviously a great aim character. We love to see it. Mirage, kind of annoying to play against, very hard to dive, very easy to take poke from. But as you can see here, that nice punch there.
Oh, the Warden might be able to find that. Stun off isn't going to be able to lock it in, but you're right. We saw that punch and a bomb coming out from the Bebop. Great pressure coming out from that character. Just think, how many times have we seen a Bebop just absolutely either get first blood or dominate a lane today?
Yeah, absolutely. The Bebops, when they've been picked, have been like showing why they've been picked. Obviously, specialist players and being able to get that hook and pick them out even early. It's a menace all game. You have to be aware of it all game. This Haze being pushed on the tower here by this Slash. By this Slash Dynamo combo, just making sure you're getting all those last hits, getting through it. They're chunking out that tower pretty well. Already done about an 8 of damage. Sorry.
Shiv, low health.
Oh, nice
Early parry there from Paradox, and it will come out, though, in favor of the Paradox. Shiv goes down, and first blood already on the board for Mr. Worldwide Distinct. This is the team that could be taking it all. At the very least, this is the team that wants to get their rematch with the OT, and they've already got first blood in this game against low-key Chill Team.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Worldwide deciding that, you know, we want that salty run back. We definitely want that, so we're going to play aggressive. The Paradox getting the first blood on the Shiv is kind of surprising, honestly, with the poke the Shiv can come out. But I know you get some good kinetic carbines, you get some good punches, like you get a good melee parry, as we saw combo. You know, it can really be hard to play no matter who you are.
I mean, this is the opportunity now as well for Mr. Worldwide to really start working on their skills, continue to stay warmed up, and get some additional practice in and some additional games in. You know, OT are not playing a game right now. They're waiting for their finals match, which means that in this meantime, Mr. Worldwide are able to get that practice, able to feel themselves out, and the fact that Paradox just got a first blood against Shiv might mean that some of these players are warmed up and getting ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know OT are watching this, just like watching, looking for the little things, even if they are heavily favored in the next matchup. If Mr. Worldwide win, don't want to take anything away from low-key Chill Team here.
Still low-key Chill Team aim to win.
Yeah, doing a great job anyway. But you know, they're watching, ready for their next opponent, OT, and it's a looming dragon you're coming up against no matter what. So excited to see what both teams can cook up here. And who do you think's team comp is really looking to get aggressive this early game here, Dice Heart?
Look, Distinct, you know, we're constantly talking about this Bebop and the constant positioning and ability for him to reposition people and find kills that he's able to output. I think we've seen, if there's a Bebop in the game, he's almost always the one getting the first blood or involved in that first blood, so I'd be looking out for Mr. Worldwide to potentially lock in more of that aggression and more of those kills from this point forward. I wouldn't put it past either the fact that, yeah, this Shiv did fall down, but you know, it's a Shiv. They have aggression pretty typically. And, you know, there's definitely potential that a quick rotation out over to that lane could mean death for the Paradox as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is unfortunate that Shiv got a little bit behind one of the best snowball bullies in the game at the moment. So the Paradox being able to put him down super early is very convenient. As you can see, they're just trading here a little bit more usual. And this Mirage being able to push this Lady Geist underneath tower, that's not surprising with the amount of poke, being able to avoid the bombs with the tornado if you were caught out of position. And it seems like Disco does have his Viscous, and he's going to ult in here.
Oh, the Viscous ult will connect, but doesn't manage to find that stun with the Mo and Krill, and actually Bebop being pushed out and taking a lot of damage here, but will get up into that Hyper Beam ultimate looking for some damage, and he's going to zone away so that Mo and Krill is trapped in a certain position here. However, Viscous wasn't able to find the knock-up off the back of the forced positioning there from the Viscous ultimate, so Mo and Krill survives that engage, and now with the ultimates down, it could be a counter engage here. Dynamo low health and will be engaged on. Kelvin and Haze able to find that kill together and still pushing up, looking for a little bit more aggression there. It's a great kill over in this lane. A punch comes out, and here comes that early aggression that we expected to see from the Shiv onto this Paradox, but it didn't matter. Paradox found the kill again, Distinct.
Paradox is doing a pretty good job in this matchup. Obviously getting the swap there to make it go around. But what I really want to talk about is this lane right here. This Bebop Viscous versus the Mowing Krill Warden. If that is not the most really fight each other lane, I don't know what is. Because even if you get a hook onto either of those two as Bebop, they're probably happy. Warden's like, oh sick, I don't have to do anything to get this binding word onto you, homie.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? But as you can, like, still the Bebop and Viscous doing a pretty good job in their lane, being able to push them down with the Hyper Beam and the puddle punches.
I want to see next time that resulting in a kill. And that might sound a little bit obvious to say, but Distinct, this Bebop needs to be able to find early kills, and this Viscous needs to be able to find early value, because otherwise, when they start rotating in the mid to late game, if this Bebop doesn't have enough stacks built up on the bomb, then he's not going to be doing as much damage as he wants to be. Although we are going to see a Cube coming out trying to protect someone here in the Mo and Krill, trying to re-engage off the back of it, but Viscous will find a stun onto that Warden, who is trying to re-engage off the back of this this disengagement that's come out here. But look at the Viscous just continuing to find stun after stun, and down goes the Mo and Krill. Distinct credited with the kill is the Lash, and it was a great team play there from this Mr. Worldwide squad to be able to find that kill.
Yeah, Disco, you know, showing why most people will opt to take him off the Viscous, whether through a ban or a first pick, showing what he can do on it, just rolling through the enemy team and being an absolute pile of goo. Very annoying to play against. It seems like this Paradox has so much pressure against the Shiv right now. Into the 5k bracket already, while the Shiv is still sitting at 3.8. He's down a fair amount and probably won't be able to fight this for a little moment. Will need, and that's very big if you are Mr. Worldwide. That Shiv could have been an issue early in the game, and this, well, no, they're not going to get the Guardian here on this push, and that's okay. That's pretty smart backing out here.
We saw that Mo and Krill start to rotate over towards that lane and just show face enough that Mr. Worldwide weren't able to put the pressure on and fully commit to that Guardian. And quickly he's rotated back as well. In the meantime though, Hyper Beam actually coming out here, and this is the problem with that Mo and Krill rotating so early, is that he's rotated back into a negative position. He's going to survive, but once again, this Bebop Viscous are able to find pressure in their lane. I'm expecting now, if they're not going to find a kill here Distinct, that they need to start rotating and putting their pressure somewhere else on the map though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they're still pretty happy with bullying the lane here. As you can see, anybody that comes into their lane has to be hyper aware, even if it's Mo and Krill rotating back to his own lane. So they've got to be hyper aware of anything that's happening there. And if the Bebop and Viscous can just lock down this lane, maybe get the farm surrounding it, they're in a good spot in this middle lane here. Plenty of their own farm. They're going for the gambling machine now, which, like, you know, is one of the worst things that can be taken mentally from you.
This is an aggressive play, though, Distinct, and it's going to be punished out. Although Mo and Krill's combo is going to go straight into that cube. Pushed away, though, is the Bebop inside of the cube, so he might be in a negative position here, but turned around is all of that damage, and Warden will go down immediately off the back of Bebop's bombs. Chased down now is this Mo and Krill, and inside of the Kelvin ult are the teams. Bebop going to find another bomb here, looking for the damage onto the Mo and Krill, and a great parry turned around by that Kelvin there into the melee punch, and it will be good enough that the Warden does go down. So too, though, does this Viscous. Lash in, and Kelvin down! He will finally fall here. Lash is able to find one, but still being chased down as the Haze has made a rotation over. Mo and Krill low health, but Lash isn't going to be able to find it. Instead, he will finally fall. Mo and Krill credited with that kill. My god, Distinct, the kills just did not stop in that fight.
Yeah, well played there by Low-Key Chill Team to really, like, get the most out of I thought that the Viscous had done enough there to really make that fight unwinnable. But they kind of came in and did a little bit more there with the Calvin and the Haze being able to clean up a little bit. Even though the Calvin did fall at the very end to the Lash, they were able to trade him out by the Haze getting that Lash kill. And it seems like Viscous is just going to be running around getting most of this farm as they can. And it seems like they're going to push up onto the left line. Mirage has teleported left onto this Paradox. Seems like there's going to be a little fight over here.
Could be a defensive play right now. No, it's definitely aggressive, looking for some picks here, although we did see that Warden was able to connect that claw, so it's going to prevent too deep of an engage here from this Paradox. However, Mirage is rotating back over and potentially looking for the Mo and Krill. Instead, going to disengage and get themselves a little bit of farm, maybe buy some items, reset here. Unfortunate, you don't want to see this Mirage ult going to waste too often, but we did see that Guardian go down here, so that's potentially what this Paradox Mirage were looking for, was to secure and maintain that sort of push in the lane.
Big fight going over on the right lane here. Paradox has teleported over. Paradox is kind of a raid boss at the moment, being 8k up. Ooh,
oh
nice
my
pop.
god, the Carbine straight into the ult! Down goes Lady Geist, and it's a great play already. Deep into this Guardian is the wow, my brain, Mirage, and they are going to take this Guardian down. Great play there from the Paradox, Distinct.
Yeah, Paradox, kind of, yeah, as I said, raid bossing at the moment, at 9k already at this 10-minute mark, pretty fed, and not only that, I mean, it's a Paradox. Like if they can get the swap in and then survive that swap by being ahead, and the damage is huge with the kinetic carbine. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Even though they have removed her heavy melee cancel, so she's not getting around the map.
Aggression from the Bebop, but maybe a little bit too much trying to heal, but stuck in the combo, and he's still alive somehow. Warden, though, is going to ult and go for that chase. Will pick up the Bebop and chasing even further, trying to look for the pick, but a great use of the cube there from this Viscous is going to keep his ally alive for now, but Warden still playing aggressive here. Viscous, oh my god, how did he find a parry? No, it was the stun off the ult. Okay, I thought he found a parry on that melee distinct, but Warden is a little bit of trouble and still being chased down here. Will use that parry, but won't be able to find a stun. Will go down, and a great play there from Mr. Worldwide to lock in a few crucial kills at this point.
Yeah, and they also get the earn. As you can see, Dynamo getting that really, which will help him out later. Oh, unlucky. And that's a Lady Geist dead as well. Senex will be picking this up. He's playing so well at the moment.
Oh my god, the Paradox distinct just continuing to find value right now. Takes down the Kelvin as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This Paradox is going crazy, but the Dynamo did pick up the earn, so this lead just continues to balloon here for Mr. Worldwide. That's kind of crazy.
10k lead for Mr. Worldwide at nearly 12 minutes into the game is absolutely massive, distinct, and we're really seeing that this is a team that want their salty run back in the finals and have really thought about their team comps and what they want to do, who they want to be playing. Right now, I'm looking out for this Paradox. Let's press tab, have a look at the players on both of these teams and how well they're playing. Senex 5-0-2 on the Paradox. Poglet 0-2-3 on that Bebop, but I don't think that's really the story of the game, distinct. This Bebop has been getting a lot of value and a lot of damage out. Who else are you looking out for on this Mr. Worldwide roster right now?
This Lash being 4-1 is pretty huge. Being able to get him all down. Lash, another character that really wants to get their late game, maybe get the knockdown depending on what he wants to go for. The more damage on his one and on his ultimate, being able to get into better positioning and kill this Kelvin as well. But very impressed by Mr. Worldwide here. They are on a vibe right now, and I hope they can continue it for the rest of the game. They need to just be playing around this Paradox as much as they can. She is going to solo lane. She is continuing to go to solo lane to soak up those solo souls. At this point in the match, you are only getting 60 or 70% of them when you split. But when you were by yourself, you were getting that full 90, as you can see there, which will add up very quickly, especially when you're moving as quickly as he is. And it looks like they're going to be a double teleport here. It looks like the Mirage and there we go, a teleport from the Paradox.
Three people are here trying to punish this Moe and Krill. Has that burrow available, but will be knocked up immediately there by the by the Dynamo, sorry. Is starting to burrow, but probably chased down pretty comfortably here by the Mirage. Parry is good, but it's not going to be enough. Down goes the Moe and Krill. Finally there, credited to the Mirage. Took an extra second longer than I thought it would. But now, Mr. Worldwide, they do need to disengage here because Kelvin, Geist, and Warden are close enough in the area that a Walker push should be far too detrimental right now. In the meantime, though, Hayes is being pushed away here by this Viscous and Bebop rotation. Shiv might be looking for a 1v1 with this Lash, but distinct. I think Mr. Worldwide are just grouping too well for anybody to really find a 1v1 or to really group and get a pick off here.
Yeah, Mr. Worldwide have recognized their win condition for this game, or at least for their early to mid game here, and that is this Paradox, or Senex, who is playing absolutely so well. He played Hayes last game, so his aim is obviously on point. Hitting that kinetic carbine is just that easy for him. That's what he does. And then hitting the follow-up swap is pretty easy when they're stuck in midair and slow down time. So playing around this Paradox is pretty much all what we're going to see following up, as well as the Viscous to just disrupt the team fights. They have so much disruption. It's so hard to have a clean team fight against this team between the Viscous, the Lash, the Dynamo, the Mirage, the Bebop. Everyone's moving you around without your will, and as we know, that's one of the most annoying things in a first-person shooter.
Oh yeah. And look, distinct. Third person. I mean, third person.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, why not? Cube out here. Yeah. He's going to keep this Viscous in the position that he wants to be.
Got the buff there for that. Got the buff.
And I was going to say, going to guarantee the buff out there as well. Good, very good micro play, distinct, to see that sort of gameplay coming out there.
I actually believe the Bebop got it as well. I believe he Q'd on top of it and then the Bebop meleeed it. So therefore, if they decided they wanted to go in and try melee it, they would have hit the cube instead. The other team.
Yeah, which is really good microplay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So excellently done there. Really looking out for a lot of these individual players and how well they have adapted to the current ongoing evolving meta within this tournament. Obviously, a lot of things are staying the same as you would expect in the higher level games, but we're seeing sort of how players are evolving and adapting to each other and to the top picks at the moment. In the meantime, Kelvin will come out and looking for a pick onto this Mirage. However, there's enough players here for a defensive play alongside this Dynamo. Ultima might be able to come out, but here is the Haze and doing so much damage, ripping through the health bar there of that Dynamo. Mirage also takes a spill, and we can see that Paradox fell earlier in that fight as well, potentially somewhere else on the map distinct, which means that not able to have that impact despite being so well farmed right now, but Haze absolutely was able to have an impact.
Yeah, that was a massive Haze ult, and I'm surprised that they decided to take that fight without the Paradox, pushing up there themselves. As you can see.
Whoa! That's why you don't take a fight without the Paradox. Carbide straight to the ult once more, distinct. Huge kill.
Absolutely, and good movement here from Senex coming out, getting to the next fight as quickly as he can. Seems like they're going to follow up here and try and push down this Haze. The Haze is being slippery though, getting out behind is invisible. So they are going to try and hunt him down here. They know he's downstairs. Oh, and it seems like this goes found them. Oh, nicely. Oh, no.
Wait, how did he get that kill?
Yeah,
tell me how he got that.
Skills meant to get the kill. I'm not sure. I'm assuming some form of puddle punch, maybe.
He was asleep.
No, he was asleep. I do agree with that, but you know, giving it to him is probably not the worst thing in the world. This Paradox is still just being a menace with the kinetic carbine into swaps. Absolutely crazy talk here.
We're seeing just a complete potential for a solo kill that this Paradox has, and that's going to get more and more impactful as the game goes on. We also have Bebop with that hook, and distinct, you know, there's a Dynamo there, there's a Bebop there, there's a Paradox there. The Dynamo is available to take really strong team fights, but for individual picks, this Bebop and Paradox are able to completely unalign people from where they want to be and how they're positioning with their team, and make it impossible for low-key chill team to team fight the way that they want to. And we're really seeing the impact of that distinct. 13,000 souls at this point in the game is very impactful, and there's another ultimate from this Paradox looking for the Mo and Krill, but will be caught inside of this combo. Down goes the Kelvin ultimate, and it's enough to keep people alive for the current time being. Will this fight be turned around though? Mo and Krill looking for some aggression here onto this Paradox, still surviving though. Is the GOAT, does go down. 35-second respawn timer though. Mirage low health as well, still being chased down by the Mo and Krill. Double parry is good, and the Tornado is better. Will he be able to escape? Warden on the chase, just needs to find a little bit of damage, still surviving. No, down goes the Mirage, and it's great counterplay there for low-key chill team.
Yeah, and Jeb's also going to pick up another one on the back end of that, just kill the Dynamo here. It seems like they're going to keep going. This Lady Geist wants to kill the cubes. Oh, no, the Geist is going to
happen, no. Lash
going a little bit too far. Yeah,
in goes the Viscous once more as well, looking for these stuns, and standing alongside this Bebop means the bombs are going to start dropping down. However, Mo and Krill alongside this Haze is going to find a lot of damage. There's a big grouping up here from low-key chill team, and they're looking for more. Down goes the Bebop. Distinct, they were already in mid-boss area. They're going to start it up. This is a great play. They have a huge opportunity.
They have to melt this very quickly before this Dynamo can get there, because the Dynamo does have ult still, and there is a bit of timing on the mid-drop here. I think the Dynamo may be able to get there, and if the Paradox gets a very nice swap onto one, it seems like they're going to go in early here. That's a good nade to get them all out. We're going to see how low-key chill team play this. Nice swap there by the Paradox.
Ult is good. Rejuve is on the ground, but Lash has ulted it away. Low-key chill team do lock in the Rejuve there. Dynamo comes in with that singularity. He's pulled in so many distinct. In goes the Lash, up and down. Warden goes down. Mo Krill goes down, but traded out. So many members of Mr. Worldwide. They're being ripped off the map, distinct one at a time. Paradox now being chased down despite the engage there from Mr. Worldwide. It's a 4v3 trade, and Rejuve goes in favor of low-key chill team.
Yeah, low-key chill team playing that super well, just knowing, like, great shot calling there. Just being just ahead of the time that the Dynamo got there. Being able to just get it before the Dynamo was even there, and then Mr. Worldwide committing pretty much all of their ults. The Paradox ult is nice hook there though onto the Shiv.
Oh no, the Shiv in a lot of trouble here and will fall off the back of that hook. We talked about it earlier, distinct. Being able to completely remove someone from where they were standing and change up their positioning to such an extent. MOBAs are all about positioning, distinct, and being able to remove that. And again, we see it once more. This time it's a Paradox ult into the bomb combo there, and Lady Geist in a lot of trouble here. Will be chased down. Should get out off the back of that heavy melee and the dashes, but still, distinct, you hate to be repositioned like that in a MOBA.
No, so annoying, but still, even due to that, low-key Chill team are doing a really great job here. They've really brought it back from the rough early game of the Paradox and the Lash just running it down at them and they're not being able to do anything. They've fought really well, fought around that Mo and Krill Haze. The Haze has gotten some giant ults. Honestly, 2 or 3 mans in the middle of these fights are so valuable when you're behind because they can just delete somebody and put your Haze ahead of everything else. As you can see, the Haze at 22k, matching that Viscous there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this Haze can transition into late game and maybe even carry this low-key Chill team into the matchup with OT coming up. I'm very excited. Both of these teams are playing super well at the moment.
I think these two teams aren't just fighting to get an opportunity at the finals, they're training each other to take down OT. This is going to be an hour-long, massive game where both of these teams build up their skills to take on OT, and the team that deserves to be in the finals is going to get there, and it's such a back-and-forth barn burner at just 20 minutes distinct that it really does feel like the team that deserves this opportunity is going to be the one that gets there.
Yeah, absolutely. Iron sharpens iron, and both these teams are made of stern stuff, so we'll see how they go when we get into it. It seems like we're going to group up here and push down this left Walker low-key Chill team, and it's a pretty good fight for them. If this guy's in Calvin, which can frontline, and they die, and they trade, it doesn't matter. As we know, the Rejuvenator will make you go...
Engage on the Mirage! There's the combo one more time from the Mo and Krill. It's a great engage, and it's going to put Mr. Worldwide on the back foot. Down goes Haze, though! Huge damage coming out. Immediately distinct. Who did that, and why would they do it to them?
I believe that the Lash was able to ult the Haze there during her ult onto the Dynamo. It seems like the Dynamo may have been solo ulted and the Haze got ulted into it. But taking down Marlo there, the Haze for low-key Chill team is such a big blow to them because that is their win con. It seems like Lash is going to go in.
This is the engaged distinct. Lash has gone in and so too has this Viscous. Dynamo ult has found 3 one more time. Geist is down as the Kelvin ult is going to be dropped here and keeps people trapped inside of it. Mo and Krill he's going to look for an engage here. Will this Dynamo be able to find his way out? Sorry, will this Mo and Krill be able to find his way out? Chased down and cubed out. Here comes the Viscous as well. Isn't going to find a stun there, but finds a great re-engage use of the punch there to completely disrupt the gameplay here for low-key Chill team. 4 members dead already, and Disco Virtuoso is looking for even more chase off into the teleporter here, and it's a huge fight for Mr. Worldwide Distinct. Despite the fact that low-key Chill team were taking excellent fights, they've managed to trade this back once again, and the barn continues to burn as the chase is on. Now it's time for the Haze to fall. 2 bombs are on, and down she goes.
Wow, that Bebop really got a lot done there. Being able to split up that fight and get the double bombs with the Echo Shard is pretty impressive. As you can see, the Echo Shard, he's 8 there, down in the bottom right on cooldown, allows him to have 2 bombs, one after the other. And with the amount of stacks he has, 80, he's doing a lot of damage with those bombs. You need to be looking at buying debuff. Oh, absolutely, nearly nails that hook, and that would have been a bit of a day wrecker if you were the Lady Geist there. And they're going to pick up 2 Walkers here for free.
Yeah, 2 Walkers is absolutely massive to be able to get for either team at the moment. So being able to pick that up, very, very impactful and distinct. This is the point in the game where it really matters as well. We're seeing a 24,000 soul lead at the moment here for Mr. Worldwide. And despite how close some of these fights were up until that point, those Walkers and those team fights have really extended that lead out. And it's going to mean that low-key Chill team are taking an uphill battle to really get involved in this game from here.
Yeah, kills past the 20-minute mark are really, really important in terms of your economy, giving you just a ton of souls. Also, not only to mention that, they were also able to pick up the urn after that fight, just to give them that little bit of extra and some nice movement here to get all the farm. And it seems like both teams are pretty content just to farm up. I'm not sure if low-key Chill team can do anything, like if they can be the ones to engage here, unless obviously they catch somebody out with the Mo and Krill and then are able to get a massive Haze ult on top of it. I do want to point out how well this Kelvin has been doing in terms of trying to shut down this Dynamo, putting ults in places where he's able to heal his teams that have been gone on by that Dynamo singularity. It's been very impressive to watch. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enough so far, but I just think it's very impressive neither way.
Yeah, I am absolutely. Look, I'm still looking out for this Paradox and where they're going to be positioning. If we could pull up the tab menu one more time, let's see how these players are doing. 10-8 for Senex right now, and that Paradox is still incredibly impactful, distinct, and we're seeing the impact that it's had on low-key Chill Team's roster. A lot of, I'm not going to say negative KDAs, but a bit of a struggle to say positive or neutral at this point. It doesn't really matter at this point in the game, I don't think, distinct what your KDA looks like, but it definitely tells the history of this game so far and how well Senex is doing on this Paradox.
Absolutely. I think when you get towards late game, you just really want to make sure that your team is in a good state. So, you know, if you go 0-8, but your team has all their flex slots and you guys are pretty much up quite a bit, you're pretty happy with that. You know, sometimes running it down can be a good thing, but not in this. And it looks like the Shiv is going to go on this Bebop here, but he doesn't realize that the Viscous and the Paradox are rotating over, but the whole team is going to be
Oh,
in.
there's the hook. Straight into the bombs, but actually manages to position well to get out of trouble here. Paradox has found that switch off though, and looking for the kill onto the Kelvin. Dive is available, and looking for this kill. It will eventually come out there as Lash does dive in and find the pick off. Also going down is that Shiv in favor of the Viscous, and one more time, grouping towards this mid-boss area. It has respawned and immediately being engaged on here by Mr. Worldwide. Great fight there, and Distinct, you were right. It came off the back of, I don't think Shiv realized how many people were walking up to him there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just better positioning there from Mr. Worldwide will just give them the... Oh, no. Sorry, I thought they were going to go in there. I thought that Moncrew was about to go in. No, Mr. Worldwide, just the back of better positioning gave them that the Viscous, it was able to rotate from the middle and just really clean them up. But Senex will trade out this Walker and give them their second flex slot, which can be pretty huge in this situation.
Good play. Love to see that coming down here, and a good bit of macro coming down from the players is very, very intelligent. But in the meantime here, Mr. Worldwide are going to try to push down some of these base guardians, potentially look for a shrine combo out though, and this is dangerous here for the Lash. Already very low health. Bomb is on, and down goes the Lash. Dynamo fires off that Singularity ultimate as well, and he's trapped the Shiv inside of that one, looking for the kill. Shiv though still alive as Dynamo looks for some knockups, and immediately the cube comes out to keep people alive. Great disengage here from that Dynamo as well, means that Bebop can reposition and might look for a cheeky hook here already, but being one player down makes this push hard. Even with Rejuve available, he's not back up just yet. Into the goo ball does go this Viscous go, and he's trying to find his way into the back line. We do see that Lash has respawned, but Warden, he's deep in, and he's tornadoed, but he's still going. He goes deep, looking with that ultimate to try to find anything, but counterplay there from that Bebop, straight into the punch, and the bomb means that he can't get in, but pulled straight back by the hook. Warden now in a lot of trouble off that re-engaged tornado, going to come up, and down goes the Warden. Kelvin will be able to use that ultimate to create a huge barrier around that team, but with the hyper beam out, Bebop is just pumping damage. Paradox has fallen, but with Warden and Kelvin down, Mo and Krill is likely to be the next target. Hook though won't connect, and punished his Lash, punished his Dynamo. Mo and Krill is pushing out, and they're looking for more. Hayes has managed to find a huge double kill in this fight, and they're turning it around for low-key Chill Team Distinct.
Wow, low-key Chill Team, the Hayes just able to get two there. The low-key Chill Team were able to play that pretty well, getting a pick after pick. The Lash was able to respawn at the end of that fight, but they got a pick before he was able to get back on the zip lines, and then this kept it a 5v6. Even though they were able to get traded out, the Hayes did come in at the end there. But what I want to talk about is the Dynamo pulling somebody, and then the Calvin saying nope, and hitting Rescue Beam, and then pulling them right back. That was one of the weirdest interactions I've seen. I'm not sure I've ever had a Calvin do that for me.
No.
But, you know, that's why they're up here. Those little
interesting about it too.
very impressive.
It was punch the Warden away because he's ulting, then hook him back in to deal the damage after his ult, and then rescue beam him back away so he's not being pulled in. Very weird interaction to
It was
see.
a lot of fun just being pulled around. As we said before, the theme of this game is like non-player inputted movement. Like,
you don't get to decide where you're going. Literally everybody else does.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter what you're doing to your keyboard. You're going somewhere, and you don't really have a say in that. But very well played here by both teams. As you can see, there is a 30k lead here for Mr. Worldwide, which is a little bit significant even at this point at the 30 minutes. It does give them the ability to buy maybe 1 or 2 tier 3 items each, which is pretty big. They also that everybody has the same amount of flex slots, so that's very big for them. it's unfortunate they weren't able to push down and get a shrine.
A shrine, yeah.
And the Rejuvenator has now peeled off, so I expect both of these teams to start playing more safely, maybe start to look for Mr. Worldwide, start to look for a hook with this Bebop to pick somebody out, and then obviously they want to find a Mon Krill or a Shiv pick here early.
Distinct, we saw that the reason that fight got turned around so well was maybe a little bit of an over-engagement there from Mr. Worldwide, punished out by a lot of damage coming out from the Warden, but really that Haze, I think, was the one that got that double kill and pumped out a lot of the damage in that last fight, in that last engagement. Do you think that this Haze is kind of the win con here for low-key Chill Team, or really just the cleanup character and someone else needs to really be finding win con opportunities for their roster right now?
Well, Haze has been playing like the Wincon, being able to come in and get those 2 double ults as we see the disarm here from the Mon Krill onto the Paradox. Seems like they were just testing each other there. Nothing serious, a couple of feints. No, I believe the Haze at this point can play it, but it is hard to chunk through the health bars of these chunkier characters, even the Bebop, if it starts to decide to build the bullet armor into the spirit armor, obviously makes it a bit harder to kill them. I believe the Haze still has to play cleanup. I don't think they're able to fully frontline here, especially with this, the way this Bebop is playing, with the curses and everything and the hooks and the amount of CC. The Haze has to be very careful, unless she has Unstoppable for it all. Yeah, could we check that?
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the Haze and see whether or not she does have that Unstoppable active item. Here does have Unstoppable.
Yeah, they do. And even though Unstoppable isn't the most, like, you know, as early as you can, as it was on Haze, it's still very valuable in this sort of game, as you can see. And a fight here is breaking out.
Warden has ulted very early and not finding a lot of value off it just yet, trying to chase down any members possible here, but with that Viscous in ult and Lash turning around here and being able to get up into the air, it's very difficult to find a hard engage. Bebop is going to look for one of his own here. Viscous ult not finding a lot of value just yet, but this Mirage is falling lower and lower on that health. Paradox goes down, Mirage goes down, and Bebop is going to fire off those bombs straight into the Dynamo ultimate as well, trying to pull in this Viscous, but down goes the... Oh no, sorry, Viscous and Dynamo are on the same team, but down goes the Dynamo. Traded out that other lady guys in the Kelvin. Here comes the Alchemical Fire though, and is it enough to be able to find this pick? Chased down even further is that Lash, and down he will fall. Shiv credited with that kill. Viscous and Bebop, the only members of Mr. Worldwide left alive, and it's a huge fight here for...
Low-key Chill Team
Low-key Chill Team
took that fight over him. It seems like they're going to try and pick off the Bebop here. They know where he is. It seems like they got to fully commit on him. Bebop is buying some time for his team here. Rejuvenate is up, so I assume that's what they're going to do after they get this Bebop. Yeah, they're hunt him down here. He's getting some more stacks to offset that the ones he loses when he dies. Yeah, they decide they are going to grab the Rejuvenate here. Well played by Low-key Chill Team. Just a really good fight. Able to space well enough that Dynamo wasn't able to get enough. And I feel like Mr. Worldwide all looked at the Dynamo and didn't realize that there was 4 other people just like peppered around that weren't in the Dynamo ult. And it seems like Viscous is going to go in and try and steal it.
Oh, Viscous, this is the opportunity of a lifetime to prevent this game from balling out of control, but he's completely locked down here by that combo play. Will he be able to stop this? Yes! It's stolen away! Mr. Worldwide will get the rejuve! It's off the back! Was it the Mirage?
Yeah, Mirage TP'd into onto the ball and was able to just get it at the end as he was stunning everybody. Well played there.
Look how quickly it's being turned around on as well. Low-key Chill Team are losing member after member, and the rejuve is just doing so much work here for Mr. Worldwide. Down goes Shiv, Warden, and Haze, and have completely had to reset. Mo and Krill likely to fall next as well. He's burrowing, but he can't get out. Down he goes. 2 members left alive right now for Low-key Chill Team. And Distinct, I was about to say before that I've low-key got chills when they started that rejuve. I thought that was it. But they've had it turned around on them, and Mr. Worldwide are taking their shrines and looking to end this game.
They won't be able to end here due to the weakened patron mechanic, but they will be able to put that into a weakened state. And if they do get 1 or 2 more picks, they might be able to. I mean, they'll be able to attack, but I think they'll pull out here. That's probably the smart thing to do. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like
the reset time is coming out here.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, we saw Low-key Chill Team.
They haven't pulled out. They're looking.
Oh no, the Shiv.
Lash is looking for a big ultimate into the backline here, but he's being slapped immediately while he's in the air. Great play from that Haze. Dynamo ultimate into the middle here around that patron, looking for value. And here comes the Viscous once more, trying to find a big team fight. We're seeing the Bebop using those bombs, and here comes the Tornado straight into the Kelvin ultimate, and it's completely trapped. So many members inside of the patron pit here. Lots of damage coming out. 3 members of Mr. Worldwide have already fallen Distinct, and they're looking for more. Kelvin has that Arctic Beam, and he's looking for something here. Viscous is likely to go down. He's so low. slow already. Distinct. Bebop, he's still trying to do damage to the patron and into the backline. Shiv goes. He's defending. They're holding. Mr. Worldwide can't end here. Viscous chased down, very likely to fall. He does get the Warpstone off and straight into that airstream there to find his way out of trouble. He's going to live Distinct as Bebop and Paradox. Oh no, the pause, the combat pause.
No, absolutely tragic. But that was, what a fight there. What a defense. As we said, I wasn't sure if they could end there. A great knife coming out there from the Haze to stop the Lashol, which absolutely would have been a game ender if he got even one person and was able to get a free pick. However, they still do have the Rejuvenator, and it is up on 3 people still. The other 3 that died are still up. So
I'm so stressed out. I
God.
was kind of joking before that this is their training arc. They're working, they're back and forth to beat OT. Whichever team wins this have trained themselves up to do it. But my God, we are actually going to get like a full hour barn burner of a game at this rate with these back and forths.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely crazy, and really, you really have to shout out the Mirage being able to TP onto the Viscous to pick up.
Oh my God, he got a bridge buff.
Oh my God. And Viscous, while at 4 HP, gets a bridge buff, and we'll get out here. Caught down, and it seems like there's going to be another fight here. It seems like Mr. Worldwide just want to run it down.
Oh no, Lady Geist is going to be the target of all of this aggression. Did she get a health swap? No, will go down, and Kelvin's also dead, which means that Low-Key Chill Squad once again, or Low-Key Chill Team once again, are in trouble with their patron being aggressed on this time as well. Viscous is into the backline with that ultimate cube immediately used there, and Tornado not able to find a lot of value. Bebop doing so much work, and he's straight into the Hyper Beam. He's chunking through the health bars. Distinct, the game's over! It's over!
Oh, well played by Low-Key Chill Team, but Mr. Worldwide will come out with the victory at the very end, and what a game. Mr. Worldwide recognizing that Low-Key Chill Team didn't have their win con of that Hazel, which had wiped about 3 of them in every team fight, and able to run it back in as they were chasing that Viscous down the end there. I believe that's how they got picked out there at the end when they were running towards it. And, you know, well played by Low-Key Chill Squad. Very, very close there, you know. You saw earlier, Low-Key Chill Squad are obviously very happy with doing a very tight timing of the Rejuvenator. They were able to win that one earlier with the Dynamo coming in and ulting after the fact. But with the Viscous and the Mirage recognizing that, hey, we've got a pretty good chance here if you just TP on me while I roll through these boys, like, you know, you could just melee it. And apparently it worked. And just able to come back. And then the counter throw on top of that as well was pretty impressive.
And Distinct, you know, I think what that kind of came down to as well was just an over-engage there trying to pick off that Viscous. He survived for so long, and the movement was some of the highest level I've ever seen. Really intelligently played to be able to reposition on top of that building, use that sort of airstream to push themselves back into a stronger position there, and just be able to consistently survive. And that deep chase, that over-aggression, meant that Mr. Worldwide were able to come back in, find the kill into the Lady Geist, and punish out the over-aggression from that successful defense, because at the end of the day, Low-Key Chill Team still had, Mr. Worldwide still had that rejuve available on all of their members.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, but it seems like it's going to be a salty run back of Mr. Worldwide versus OT in the finals of this. It will be a best of 3, so we are going to go to a little break here just to really make sure we're set up and ready to bring you the best action we can. I think it's going to be a great thing here. Obviously, OT did win that first game, the first matchup against Mr.
We'll send it to the bracket. We'll have a quick look there, Distinct.
Bracket first, okay.
We'll talk about that because we can see, as you said, that OT beat Mr. Worldwide in that semi-finals match, as you were just talking about. In that best of 1, knocked Mr. Worldwide down into that the losers bracket side of the bracket. And Mr. Worldwide, they had to take a few very important matches and had to beat Low-Key Chill Team there to make their way back up to the finals. And now, Distinct, they're in this best of 3 and they want to take the win.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think they just need to have a little bit better drafting. I believe they got beat in the draft before. They were with the team. They were with OT until they really all grouped up and the team fight phase started happening, which was about 20 minutes. You know, that could just be OT being the wrecking ball crew that they are. You know, one of the best teams in OCE, if not the best, depending on whose tier list you like looking at. Personally, I have them as number 1 after watching them playing Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah.
But you know, but still very impressive and very excited to watch this matchup personally.
Well, distinct, like you said, let's take ourselves into a bit of a longer break. We're going to go for 10 minutes while everybody gets set up for this grand finals game. We'll be back with you shortly to bring you the last BO3 that we have for the night. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Oh,
Welcome back, NPL viewers, to our Deadlock Tournament. My name is Nuxel, and I'm joined here with Jay Beto. We're about to get into our finals.
yes, we are indeed, and this is going to be an absolute banger, hopefully. We already saw these two teams play up against each other earlier today, but now the best of three, now series like that, where it's the best of one, typically end up having a meta that revolves around the set itself. And that's more of a best of five thing, but still, that can happen in a best of three if it's able to go all three games. So we'll have to see what happens in that. Let's have a quick look at our bracket, as it should be updated right now. It is indeed. So we've got OT, which we saw earlier today, versus Mr. Worldwide, who we just saw before. Now, again, like I just said, we saw those teams previously play against each other, and OT was able to land the upper hand. What do you think, Nuxel? Because we've had some changes up to the prioritizations. Like I mentioned the Mirage earlier.
I'm keen to see now what, like, with that prioritization change, how that shapes around the picks that are happening. I feel like bans are going to be a similar kind of thing. Like, I feel like it. I feel like if we do see the pocket get played this game,
Yeah.
we might see something very interesting, being how prevalent a certain player is on pocket. So I'd be keen to see what happens there, but I'd be very surprised if OT let that through.
Yeah, I agree. But also, we've got the Mirage contestation now to talk about as well, plus the B group prioritization that we Bebop, sorry, my bad. It's been a long day. Yeah, Bebop. The Bebop that we saw. I didn't see OT play that, or I don't think it got played in these two their match previously, but it was played last match and in the semifinals, loser semifinals as well. So that pick might be in contention, but we are jumping into picks and bans for our game one. Mr. Worldwide looks like they are on first pick side, winning up against the coin toss there. So I'm assuming they're going to be leaving pocket open.
Yeah, and this is the avenue that they need for first pick.
Yeah.
This is the underdog story that we've been looking out for, right? It's the salty run back. It's the rematch that come to take revenge. Best of three now, Vindicta ban. We'll see what OT do. Pocket ban is what is getting predicted.
Yeah,
and that is exactly what we'll see. So priority here on first pick, Mr. Worldwide. I'm interested to see what they prioritize here. Do they go straight into that Mirage? Do they want to do something a bit more risky? Or do they just want to play it safe and maybe pick up something like the Dynamo, pick up something like that Mo and Krill, or the Haze even?
The Viscous as well, up for them to take. Lots of first picks available here, but the Paradox that we did see last time getting picked up here, that early utility prio, makes a lot of sense. And the typical answer that we've seen so far has been a Haze Mo and Krill or a Haze Dynamo. So see if that's going to stick in... Yep, it is. It's exactly what we're seeing. This Haze on first pick, second pick. Well, that was a bit of a mouthful, but you know what I'm saying. Sapphire first pick, I guess. And the Viscous
is what's getting picked second.
I think this is more of a denial pick, right? Because obviously, as you can see right now, we're giving away the Monorail and potentially even the Dynamo if they opt to take it themselves. But it's definitely a denial away from Mr. Worldwide.
I like that they took away that Viscous, because I was expecting / hoping to see Mr. Worldwide pick up that Viscous and then pick up something, a little bit more aggressive in terms of damage.
Oh, I love this. I was just gonna say potentially if you go the Dynamo, then you're able to go the Kelvin on your own with the Viscous Kelvin Haze combo. That's a lot of damage right there onto whatever target you need. But now with the
Mirage.
Yeah, very nice. So we go with the Paradox, Kelvin, Mo and Krill, and then the Mirage.
This is what I was a little bit worried about, and I don't know if the Mo and Krill, like, if you're still looking at going either the Mo and Krill, the Dynamo, you can get one or the other still, right? Because it's OT only having that one pick. and then you have when you have 2 there in response. So like they can't pick both of them. If you had picked the Mirage there, that's what I was kind of hoping to see with the Kelvin. Well, with the Viscous initially. I think would have been really nice. So OT playing it really smart and then coming out clutch there, getting that Mirage and then Lady Geist in response. As a Kelvin, you have to be very careful though, because as much as you're debuffing inside of your ult, you're giving opportunity for Viscous still within
Of course,
his.
exactly.
But if you ult him out, you're completely denying him any value with his ult.
Yeah, you're kind of just sacrificing yourself though.
Yeah. Yeah,
Lady
exactly
Geist getting picked up as the solo lane matchup, probably most likely for this Haze. We've seen that lane quite often today. And Mirage most likely going to be the other solo laner for OT. With the Ivy getting locked in as well. Typically, we've seen the support Ivy being played. Well, again, we've spoken about Ivy a lot, right? The rotation potential, the earn tech that they've been using with her. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, the denial of all the map-wide ults and abilities and whatnot. Seeing a Viscous getting dropped on you from an Ivy is quite terrifying. The amount of displacement that can happen from that. There's finally that Dynamo that we're seeing, but with the Mo and Krill, which earlier in the day we're kind of used to seeing. Last couple times we're used to maybe getting the trade-off. So both here is nice to see. I wonder afterwards if we're going to see like a Lash or if we're going to see that Shiv or something like that. It's going to be quite interesting to see what they pick up for their last pick. But OT here, some massive map coverage.
Yeah, something that I want to note as well. Interesting that you touched on that map coverage aspect right there, as Warden is locked in with this Mirage and Ivy. OT in their first game played so heavy on the map, like their macro was so great. And Mirage was a big part of that. Now with the Ivy as well, with the fast rotations, I feel like OT have the opportunity to just run Mr. Worldwide around in circles, because you can basically just never take a fight if you want to. You can always be at a numbers advantage, a massive numbers advantage. You can Ivy ult someone and Mirage ult over and make it a massive numbers disadvantage or advantage in your favor. 7 getting locked in as the last pick for Mr. Worldwide, and Abrams getting locked in for OT to round out that front line, add a bit more team fighting as well.
Mr. Worldwide having a comp, they want to get to late game. Now, there's a bit of potential around it regardless in terms of easing it into like an out of early and mid game. But, you know, the 7 and the Mo and Krill and like even the Lady Geist Kelvin, you know, you want to just have that whole comp get to the stage where the 7 and Mo Krill doing, like, the 7's doing lots of damage, and the Mo Krill is just so tanky and is just healing up with his one ability. Now, OT, like you said, and like I was mentioning before, lots of match coverage, lots of verticality as well. When you're looking at, like, the Abrams ult, the Ivy, and then bringing, like, the Ivy bringing that verticality to whoever that she wants. I mean, a Warden or a Viscous or an Abram. I don't want any of those getting dropped on me.
No, neither. And something that I want to talk about, Nukes, is, you know, we've seen global ults quite a lot in different MOBAs, the different styles of global ults, which, you know, Mirage ult is one of them. And the typical answer to the playstyle of like a team global ult where you ult your teammates is playing on the lane, forcing a 5v5 on the Mirage, so that Mirage either has to run away and then you're able to get that lane for free, or if it's a 6v6 like it is in this game, or a 5v5 in another MOBA, where the Mirage cannot use the ult, or you know, in whatever other game you're referring to, that global ult just gets absolutely no value at all. On the other hand, you've got the ability to teleport to enemies, where that's another form of global ult, where, again, you would be wanting to play on their lane. Typically, you would be forcing them to ult away and, you know, essentially remove the threat, because otherwise, you know, if it's a 6v6, it doesn't really matter. But Mirage having the capacity to do both, ult to enemies and allies, makes it very difficult to capitalize on the Mirage map play. But I still think in these 6v6s, you've got to make sure Mirage is where you looking for this team fight. If you are fighting away from Mirage, he is in the driver's seat for now. He can have either split push potential, the Ivy can just pick up someone, maybe like a Haze, and take them over to where the Mirage is, while Viscous, Warden, Abrams stall out, and then the split push is on. All of a sudden, it's 3 instead of 1. Or the Mirage can now wait until someone has to take the zipline back and defend the split push, and then all of a sudden, Mirage is on the other side of the map, team fighting. I'm really excited to see what OT do with their global and I guess semi-global.
I think, like, at a first glance, you look at their team, and like you're saying with the Mirage and just the amount of options like that he has. But like, if we put that aside and you look at that team, you go, okay, cool. They've got the potential to be playing very aggressive with the lockdown that they could potentially have, as well as the global pressure, right? But when you look at Mr. Worldwide's team, it can be very defensive. You've got the Paradox, you've got the Kelvin, and you've got that Lady Geist ult to just swap healths as well. Dynamo can even play into this as well.
Yeah.
So they have a massive defense, and they have the potential to get to the stages of the game that they want. But OT, I don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to do the exact opposite. Like you said, it's the Mirage, it's potentially the Ivy, not only just one person going into the other side of the map and split pushing and taking those macro plays, but there could be 3 people doing that at the same time. So we saw that a bit in the last game that we see these two teams when they played up against each other happen. I'm hoping Mr. Worldwide's team have learnt from that and have picked up and know what to do in response. That is certainly a benefit for them. OT are going to have to be a little bit on their toes and prepared to sort of adapt if that has what's been happening, like in the Mr. Worldwide's mind at least. But keen to see what happens. There's so much. It's the most convoluted game of rock paper scissors of what am I going to do, and like how are you going to respond, and then what happens after that. All right,
well, Nuxel, we are about to head in to find out exactly what's going to happen in this convoluted rock paper scissors. Throw over to the cut, Dice Heart and Distinct.
Thank you very much, Jay Better Nuxel. My name is Dysart, and I'm joined by Distinct for the Grand Finals Best of 3 match between Mr. Worldwide and OT for the Nemesis Pro League Tournament. Distinct, how exciting, we're finally here at the Grand Finals, and it's the rematch between Worldwide and OT. He's muted, I knew this would happen. I told him.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I'm not muted anymore, though. And I knew this would happen. I was just too excited. I wasn't ready for it. But it seems like there's 2 now in this lane against this Paradox. I don't want it to get an early lead. Wow. And this 7, I'm expecting this 7 to be a pretty focal point here, getting into the late game for Mr. Worldwide. If they can get the 7 to late game and a pretty even kill, he might do a fair amount because he's a good player.
Talk me through this shake-up here. We can see that the Paradox is already very low health in this lane already, and man, that poke alongside the amount of farm that she's likely losing already. Talk me through the shake-up. Who do you think is getting punished the most for this? Is it the Paradox, or is this Warden going to have a bit of a difficult time soloing at the moment against the Mo and Krill and Kelvin?
It seems like he's rotated, the Haze has rotated back over. I think they were looking for the early first blood, like on the Paradox. Paradox is known to play very aggressive early with that kinetic carbine if you choose to go that first. So by stacking 2 into that lane, maybe the idea there was we could get an early one, especially if the Abrams decided to get his dash first. Just push that Paradox out of lane, get some melees in, and that's an easy first blood.
We often see as well, Distinct, that the Abrams is left alone with that... normally the Haze is left alone with that Paradox in a solo lane, and Abrams is typically the one that is going to be in a duo lane of some kind. So leaving the Abrams over early at this point in that lane really seems to indicate that they don't want this Paradox to get very far ahead. Very intelligent gameplay there.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting that Paradox behind is very important, and putting the Abrams ahead with that solo farm eventually is also important. Both teams very content here to just play the lanes, play the deny and confirm game that we love. They seem to be doing pretty well, pretty even here right now. A 1k gold lead here for them, but then for OT, but that's, to be expected here in the early game with their little bit of push and the start that they decided to do, and a nice puddle punch there to put them out of position.
Oh, looking for another one as well, as Dynamo was forced inside of the Guardian range. Not quite going to take enough damage there. The minions looked like they were tanking that up for the time being, but those punches are starting to really have an impact and really be hitting their marks to get people out of position.
Absolutely, and it seems like another gank is going to come onto this Paradox here, but sniffed out once again. The Paradox sitting on the tower, ready to fight against two at all times, I guess, at this point. Like, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. I mean, I didn't even get fooled once, you didn't get first blood, buddies.
That's true, and I mean, they did get poked out pretty hard here, and we're seeing once again that Abrams has just got them completely under their Guardian inside their shop right now. I really would like to see Distinct that when this haze starts rotating out again, that the Kelvin and Mo and Krill combo either start rotating and trying to find pressure onto this Ivy and Viscous, or they really push up onto the Warden and try to get a pick off there. In saying that as well, we're seeing how aggressive this Ivy Viscous are allowed to be. It'd be great to see a Mo and Krill early rotation there. Paradox, though, taking this 1v1 with the Abrams. The parry came out early, but the shield is down, and it makes it difficult for Abrams to cross that barrier and find a first blood in that lane. Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. And this 7 Dynamo lane will be very defensive. Kind of waiting for that Dynamo to get his heal online so you can push up a little bit further. Just really making sure they get out of that farm. As you can see, already at 2.5, doing pretty well. But this Haze has an ult.
A lot of damage coming out. Might be able to find this first blood. No, not quite. Go on. Haze has the ult. Distinct.
Yeah, Haze has ult, so I'm expecting a pretty early rotation here. As you can see, already going over to that Abrams lane. Really is going to maybe go invisible here and see if they can pick it up. But it seems like the Paradox hasn't stopped. No, there we go. They've seen it. And Paradox is just going to walk back underneath tower. But that's okay. The pressure keeping up here, just keeping this Paradox on the tower. They are both a little bit ahead, this Abrams and this Haze, both having their 3k ult.
Rotation. They're looking to punish the aggression that was coming out from the Kelvin for where he managed to get off the back of that counter rotation. Abrams dashes into a wall, but isn't able to find the heavy melee off the back of it. Kelvin gets out and back to his shop. Still aggression coming out from this Abrams, but he's got to go back to that lane. This Paradox, the whole point of setting up this early game the way they have is so that this Paradox can't get ahead. You can't leave her alone in this lane for much longer.
Oh, no, they've put her pretty far behind. As you can see, she hasn't got her swap yet. And now she's gotten her swap after everybody on OT has gotten their ults. So there's a little bit more safety there. She's not going to be able to roam and get an early gank with that ult, which is kind of what Paradox is really looking to do there. OT really farming up well here, just maintaining that 1k gold lead. Yeah. Part of what was that?
Try to take that 1v1. Abrams pushing into that tower, might try to take it. Do you know what I really want to see, Distinct? I want to see Abrams play aggressive and bait out that switch for Haze to then come out and immediately ult Paradox with wherever she ends up landing.
Yeah, absolutely. But if I'm the Paradox, I am not using that switch offensively with the way that they've been treating my lane this game.
Well, let's get our production here to open up that tab menu and show us all of these player names across these teams. Leave this up for a little bit. We've seen no kills happen across the board just yet, but make sure that we advertise some of these players and their names having popped up across both of these teams. Mr. Worldwide on the left and OT here on the right. Exciting to see all of these names and all of these players getting their opportunity to really start smashing it out, Distinct. And so far, smashing it out they have been during this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Two of the best teams, obviously, in the tournament to make it to this finals. Getting knocked out in the previous game, Mr. Worldwide were against OT, but making their comeback through the lower bracket. And obviously, OT had done their homework watching Senex on the Paradox last game, and that is why they are camping him. Absolutely, making sure he can't get to a 5-1 start and really put turbo gas into his team. But it seems like they're going to go on this Dynamo now.
Yeah, there was a cheeky sleep coming out when the Dynamo was trying to grab that ledge and create a bit of extra space and gain some verticality. Didn't end up hard committing to the kill there. Obviously, the opportunity for Singularity to come out and be completely turned around on was absolutely available, so you can't hard commit there. Paradox, though, is in this position now where she can start looking to play aggressive. Doesn't want to get too close to this Abrams, but has started to poke him down a little bit. It is an 800 souls disparity there, so has to be a little bit careful as that heavy melee will come down, and Paradox in a little bit of trouble trying to get back underneath this Guardian. Great use of the kinetic carbine there to create some space. Stunned out by the ult, but the heavy melee misses, and the Guardian's doing so much work to Abrams. Down he goes. First blood actually goes to Mo and Krill, who rotated in and picked up the kill, but the Paradox earned it there, Distinct.
Absolutely. Mr. Worldwide getting first blood there. I can't help feel like Abrams was trying to bait out the parry there. That's the only thing I can think. A player of his caliber...
Off the ult.
She was stunned off the ult, but I think there was enough time that she could have gotten it off because he did shoot first. A player of that character isn't gonna miss a melee like that off a stun. Like,
No.
you know what I mean? Like, that's just, I refuse to believe that Abrams missed that melee. You know what I like?
That's true.
I can't help feel like his brain was too big for his skull and it burst through, and then unfortunately that caused him to die. You know, that happens sometimes. If that Molten Krill wasn't there, he still very possibly could have gotten the kill.
Very true, very true. That is an excellent point, Distinct. It was, you know, and when you're playing at this very high level, for these Oceanic players who are battling it out against each other, and you're making these constant micro decisions, you have to make statistical plays and play off of what makes the most sense at the time, and the most likely outcome that happens next. So you're absolutely right that I don't imagine that Abrams made a mistake there. It absolutely was the best play available to them at that time.
Yeah, and Vegas is in the chat, one of the best Deadlock players, and he agrees that Abrams did the right play. So
Abrams made the right play.
We're going to have to agree with him, because big fans also, by the way. But yeah, Abrams coming through, unfortunately, doesn't get that, but still great macro. But Mr. Worldwide getting the first blood in this situation is pretty big against OT.
Oh, Dynamo being aggressed on here by this Warden will get locked down and immediately taken off the map. Warden credited with that kill alongside the Ivy and this Viscous here. Ivy now being chased down a little bit and taking some poke from that Guardian, but should make their way out pretty comfortably inside of the ultimate. Mo and Krill had some potential for engage here, but maybe opting to not go too hard, knowing that the Warden and Viscous were around that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this game state, this is a for-money tournament, so everybody here, you know, you really want to win. OT obviously want the bragging rights to just maintain their top spot, and Mr. Worldwide want that salty run back from the earlier fight. They're going on this Paradox yet again.
Hayes ult, but trapped inside of Kelvin's ult. Does manage to pick up the kill though, and Hayes a little bit low health, but still alive and finds the next one. Paradox goes down, and the Hayes-Abrams combo find themselves a kill. Just think they've been playing with each other in this lane for so long, and they finally get huge value together. Now Abrams, Distinct, he's making a rotation over. He's using that teleport to support up and beef up the numbers that they have over in this far right lane. And it is going to be a big engage onto the Lady Geist here from this Viscous. Dynamo will get them out for a second, but the double stun out from the Ivy, and huge kills come down. Abrams picks up a double, and Ivy picks up the last one. Absolutely massive here for OT, Distinct.
Yeah, OT showing their pedigree there, turning that, but getting the TP over was absolutely massive. Not only, like, you know, this Lady Geist has had a pretty free time so far with all the pressure being put onto this Paradox, so they wasn't expecting the 4-man early rotation before, but exactly around 10 minutes. So that's pretty unfortunate there. But it seems like this Ivy will take the Urn. It looks like they're going to look for an early one. I mean, they can't really fight. This Paradox cannot stop this Urn, so it's going to have to be a 2 to 3-man group up at least on Urn, and depending that, I'm expecting OT to recognize that and push down some of these walkers. As you can see, they're doing that in this this Abrams Viscous lane.
Absolutely. We're at this game state once again. We always talk about it. Distinct. It's 11 minutes in. Bridge buffs are already done. And Urn has spawned Ivy, starting to make this rotation over alongside several members of OT to try to make the Urn play. Going to drop this one down for now, but still maintaining a position around it. Need to feel out what Mr. Worldwide are going to do before they try to lock that in. In the meantime, though, OT, they seem to have actually been baiting members of Mr. Worldwide over to the left side so that they can try and force a walker in the right here, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you see it a lot with the Urn in the high levels, and it seems like the Abrams is going to be here. Oh, nice push.
Down goes the Kelvin. It was a good push into the wall, straight into that melee attack here. It will be a chase coming out, though, from Mr. Worldwide. They've recognized some low health bars and an overextension here from OT. Might try to pick off this Abrams, but it gets back under this Guardian, and now it's enough for OT to continue to play this macro perfectly. They forced aggression over in that right Walker, and then straight over back towards getting that Urn, and now potentially locking a kill down into this Dynamo. Down he does go. Great rotation there. Huge macro play from OT. Distinct. Talk me through it.
I believe OT were able to pick up a Guardian at the very end there, a free Urn and a kill, and they only lost one Guardian. So that's not the end of the day. And that Guardian they lost was their 4th Guardian. So it was their 3rd Guardian. So that was a flex slot. I wasn't able to see underneath that Warden. So that is a flex slot over the Mr. Worldwide. And obviously OT do have their flex slot as well. But just a pretty net positive play there from OT. As we've seen, their hallmark is just fantastic macro. just doing things when you're doing other things. They seem to recognize when Mr. Worldwide have really like decided they want to push something and decided to counter push something else on the other side of the map. It's very impressive.
Really great macro play here. Mr. Worldwide are going to find a bit of counterplay, knock this Guardian down in the far left lane, and that's enough to unlock themselves a flex slot here. Very important to be able to maintain that and not fall too far behind in itemization at this point. So intelligent counter macro play there and continuing to play the map. Big grouping here from Mr. Worldwide as well. They might try to punish this Warden for his positioning, but Viscous and Hayes have grouped around it. And another Walker does go down in far right lane. Teleport out from this Mirage as well. They might be trying to group to look for a fight on Mr. Worldwide here, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't think they can. I think OT are going to have more. Yeah, they're going to have more presence here, especially with the TP.
No.
Ooh, and they're able to just chase it down.
But big singularity! Does there any follow-up? No one's here, Distinct!
Oh, no,
so
it's
huge.
tragic here. We've seen that all day. The Dynamo getting a 4-man singularity and not a man. And it seems like OT are going to be able to push down this left side Walker as well and maybe even chase down this 7 here.
Distinct, it hurts so much. You see such a massive ultimate come out and your team just aren't there. It was intelligently played still. It was a great disengage sort of tool and it's what he needed to do in that moment. But if there was maybe some more communication going on and the team had been more aware of what was happening, that could have been huge. In the meantime though, Viscous will come out and try to lock down this Mo and Krill, stunned out and taken down by the goo ball. In the meantime, the rest of the team are going to chase, looking for more into this Walker here. Look at that punch as well. It's going to lock this lady guys down. She will get back underneath the Walker, but still chased out by this Abrams. Dash into the Walker, stunned and killed. Abrams gets the pick, and they're looking for more. Paradox now left alone to defend inside of this Walker. Still finally respawning up are this Dynamo 7 defending against the Haze on the other Walker as well, but it's a hard position to be in. This Walker's likely to fall to OT, and it's going to push Mr. Worldwide into a dangerous position here where the map is starting to open up and flex slots are starting to become more and more common here for for OT.
Yeah, 25k souls at 14 minutes, 15 minutes nearly, is pretty rough here for Mr. Worldwide. Unfortunately, OT has recognized the win con in Sen X on this Paradox, and they've just decided to camp him, and it's really paid dividends for them. Just being able to group up and push down there and get the things there, but they're going to fight over this bridge buff here.
Wow, constant CC to make sure that bridge buff does go through. Knockdown used to prevent Paradox from finding big value in these fights, and as you said, Sen X is just being prevented from playing the game. Down goes Mo and Krill and this Dynamo as well. Lady Guys left alone, and the kill streak starting to come through for OT as they find more and more. Abrams chasing down, looking for this kill onto Kelvin. There's also a Mirage here. They want to find this final kill. Good ult from that Kelvin. As well as the wow, how can we
just
fire?
A delay for him? No, they're watching. They're waiting.
Tornado comes out and Poglet. He will go down.
And as you can tell, the Abrams just stealing kills here from the Mirage. It's tragic to see. They're going to take the Rejuvenator as well. The Ivy with the Stone Form, just for good measure. You'd love to see that. That's discipline, and that's what we've come to see from OT. They're going to pick up this right bridge buff as well, and most likely push down this last Walker in this lane here to pick up the flex slot. In a little bit, because they do have this Rejuvenator. It's pretty free. If you are Mr. Worldwide here, what are you thinking?
Oh boy, this is hard. However, it's still early game Distinct, and if I'm Mr. Worldwide, I'm going, okay, this is really rough, but it's not necessarily beyond the point of no return. If OT overcommit into a dive inside the Patron, trying to take Shrines a little bit too early, the game is not so far out of control yet that Mr. Worldwide can't defend. I think that you have to be careful around an urn like this. You want your objectives around, you want your walkers, and you want your Patron defending you, and playing around those particular very strong objectives, but if too early of an aggression comes out from OT here, they can be punished, and I think that's what Mr. Worldwide need to look for. But this Lady Geist is going to fall, and it's a free kill for the Haze.
Yeah, free kill onto Wilbo there, just picked out, trying to just get a little bit of farm, you know, just trying to do something even, you know, maybe even push down that Walker, who knows, like, your life at this point isn't, you know, worth a little bit. It's going to be way worse if you start dying in 5 or 6 more minutes, so may as well push out and get what you can now. However, I'm not liking the game state here for Mr. Worldwide. This is a bit rough, with OT just showing what they're made of and really walking down. I believe watching was really unfortunate for Mr. Worldwide, with OT being able to realize that this 10x Paradox is an absolute win con and shut it down.
Shut it down completely. Distinct. Hopefully, this is going to mean that Mr. Worldwide going into the second game, whether they win or lose this one, they're going to reevaluate that paradox and try to pull out a potentially surprise pick here. This Dynamo being aggressed on here by OT, looking to push into the Walker. There's only one place to be, and now with that Walker down, there's no places to be. Dynamo going to use that singularity once more to try to pull some people in, but in goes the Abrams, finds that stun, and looking for some aggression. He's being turned around on. A lot of damage there by the Dynamo, although the Moen Krill has already taken an early spill here as the base bosses are starting to fall, and it's going to give OT an opportunity to push in and maybe look for a Shrine Distinct, although it's very early, and that early dive could be what punishes OT for too much aggression.
Yeah, OT showing really great poise here, realizing that they probably could push in, maybe get a shrine, but more likely than not, 2 or 3 of them would die, and that would give a little bit of gold back to Mr. Worldwide. And as we've seen this entire game, OT have made it their mission to put them in a Venezuelan economy and just absolutely ruined them.
26,000 souls at 18.5 minutes distinct. It's a huge display. Did I say 26,000? Sorry, 37,000 souls.
Yeah, math is hard.
My apologies. Maths is hard, and I don't expect at 18, 19 minutes for there to be nearly 40,000 soul disparity.
But currently and as you can see, the kill disparity as well is pretty rough. Not only that, but the ability points, the action points are really hard. You're in a really bad spot here if you're Mr. Worldwide. Honestly,
and distinct. Honestly, none of this is against Mr. Worldwide either. They're still having quite a good game for the position that they're in right now. It comes down to OT having the knowledge of their opposition, and obviously a little bit more time to be a higher level and higher skilled team with a bit more experience. But because they knew that the WinCon was kind of this paradox for Mr. Worldwide, OT were able to punish that out so well with their early game gameplay and positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. And OT comes in with a plan every game. They execute that plan exactly how they say they were going to, and they don't compromise on it, which is something that I find really impressive and really admirable from this team. Whoever the IGL is obviously has a tight leash of his boys, and we love to see that. Just deciding that this paradox, no matter what, we're just going to go there and make her life a living hell. And now it seems like they're all setting up here for the bridge bus. Maybe looking for a fight here. This Abrams and this paradox, they're already, it seems like Mr. Worldwide are going to group up on the left here.
This is the opportunity now for Mr. Worldwide to start making risky plays, because if they don't make risky plays, they're going to lose the game. Viscous ult coming out immediately, and Abrams looking to punish said risky play, using that ultimate to try to lock down some damage onto this 7. He's going to get his own ult off and find some lifesteal inside of Kelvin ult as well, so does a good job surviving for the time being. Is Kelvin going to turn a lot of damage around onto the OT here? Abrams falling low, but managing to lifesteal up some of that damage. Turned around on, is this Moen Krill? Gets knocked down, and now the kills are coming through. OT have taken down the Moen Krill, taking down the 7, and the Dynamo is going to fall as well. This Ivy finding value across the map and should be able to chase down a little bit further, looking for this Kelvin. He's barely alive inside of this building here as Mirage is being chased down as well. Down goes one more as the Paradox falls. Lady Geist taken down 2, and Kelvin is the only person left here, and he can't even leave where he's currently standing distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, they had to try something, and Bridge Buff is probably... I mean, you prefer a Rejuvenator falling down to maybe try and get something, but Bridge Buff is as good as anything. Maybe you had a set play for it or something. Wasn't sure, but it seems like that they're just going to be able to push out here. Most likely get 2 shrines, with the respawn time as being very short because it is only 21 minutes in the game. Yeah. It might be a little bit difficult to push it down to weakens, but with the lead they have, it seems like it will be pretty easy. We'll see if they start to do that. No, it seems like they're going to push out and deny and get
the flex slot.
Get the urn, get the flex slot. Play it really safe. They understand that this is an important game. I mean, you go up 1-0 in a best of 3 series. You have all the pressure. All of a sudden, the other team is thinking in their heads, "Man, we got to win 2 out. We got to win like the next 2. They're only going to win 1. That's half of what we have to win."
That's true. That is true.
I don't know our strong point, but I can do that one.
Distinct. What it comes down to as well, though, is that if you're the highest level team in the region, as OT are clearly trying to show that they are by dominating this tournament, you have to maintain a certain level of discipline, and even if you think that you're going to win the game, you don't get to make lazy mistakes. You don't get to make decisions where you're potentially throwing a game, because A, you can throw that game. It doesn't matter who you're against. One team fight can still make all the difference. And B, if you're trying to be on the world stage and versing teams from across different regions, if you're not practicing that high level discipline, skilled plays, you're going to be punished later on.
Absolutely. but coming out from Mr. Worldwide here, because honestly, they've had a great run, obviously, this tournament as well. We shouldn't forget that being second. Well, no, not second. The best isn't over. They can win the next two, as I said. But at least, like, they're down 50k here, so they are going to be down 1-0. More likely than not. I'm willing to bet the win probability isn't below 99% right now for OT. We'll have to get our stats guy on that, but we will get that eventually. But it seems like this Moncrill wants to fight.
Well, and this Moncrill will be locked down and taken out. Bit too aggressive there as well. And Distinct, I'm just getting in some information now as well that Mr. Worldwide, this is something I didn't know, actually have 3 players from Asia. So actually quite a major ping disadvantage here for that team playing with so many Asian players. For the fact that they came into this, or are challenging for first place, at the very least they're going to get second place in this tournament, is really, really impressive for the fact that they're playing with a huge amount of ping Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't realize that either. The way they had been playing, you wouldn't notice, especially Senex on the hazes and the paradox on that. Really, I don't know if he's one of the players actually.
No, neither do I.
But anyway, still very impressive. But there'll be a free rejuvenator here for OT, and I'm guessing this will be the final push of the game here as they'll push up. There is a small possibility. I mean, they do have the dynamo. Like, there's always a chance, baby. There's always a chance. However, it might be, you know, slim and closing.
Senex is one of the Asian players, by the way, Distinct.
That is super impressive from him. I've been super impressed this entire tournament from him in particular on the Haze and the Paradox. Really not missing much, as you can see last game, and that's a pick up there onto Wilbur and Hoglet. And so, you know, that's pretty tough now. It's a 4v6 with Rejuvenator and a 40-second cooldown timer on a 54k deficit.
And look, Distinct, we're pulling back a little bit from discussing some of the commentary about the game, because it is getting to the point where this game is starting to run a little bit low, and OT are likely to push in to try to start ending this game quite quickly. The options are a little bit low here for what Mr. Worldwide can do. There's still defense potential here, and the potential to prevent this game from being a blowout. But realistically, if you're these players as well, you understand when a loss is potentially coming, and what you're doing now, if you're playing a MOBA, if you're in a best of 3, in fact, in most competitive games, you're going, okay, what do I need to think about for the next game? What went wrong in this game? How long, if I'm about to lose, how long can I waste out this game's time? Maybe I can get some kills, maybe I can defend it, but how long can I waste out here to be able to think about my next draft and what we do next, as OT are going to push in here and start to find those relevant picks, although 7-0 will come down, and it's doing a lot of damage here to OT's team comp. Mirage taking a lot of poke out, should fall, but it's not going to matter because the patron goes down first and the game is over, Distinct.
Yeah, well played by OT. They're really just maintaining their lead, coming in with a game plan and executing it to perfection. I felt like they know that Paradox was going to be first picked there. The way they treated it in that solo lane with the Abrams Haze, even trying to get, they weren't able to get that solo early gank. And you know, the couple of times they rotated over, the Paradox was just sitting on the tower, maintaining her farm, only like 200 or 300 behind, which, you know, isn't the end of the world when you're getting camped. But they kept hitting it and they kept hitting it, and eventually they paid dividends and they cracked through on that Paradox. And you know, Mr. Worldwide, as good as they are, weren't able to do much against that sort of game plan.
Yeah, you know, it was quite impactful the way that OT predicted what was going to come out from Mr. Worldwide. I don't imagine that it's entirely off of seeing one game on our broadcast either for the finals. It could have been, but I imagine that a lot of these teams have been scrimming quite a bit leading up to this. I believe there were scrims, in fact, leading up to today's tournament day as well. So a lot of preparation coming into this and a lot of opportunities to know what was going on in these games ahead of time and what some of the preference picks might have been. Very impressive that Mr. Worldwide have such a high ping differential and are able to compete for this first place spot in the Nemesis Pro League tournament. So really well played by them for the first game. It's not over yet though, Distinct. We still have a best of 3 on our hands here. So game number 1 is going to go to OT, but game number 2 could be anyone's, Distinct. If OT win it, they're going to take the tournament, but if Mr. Worldwide can take it, they're going to give us a drawn set. Let's send it on over to our desk with Jay Beto and Nuxel to break down that rest of that first game for us, show us the bracket, and maybe take us through picks and bans for game number 2.
I think Nuke's on mic, but yeah.
I'm here.
Well,
hello!
Okay. All right, good job. I was a bit worried. I heard some background noise, and I was a bit worried about the potential, loud mic that was going to come through. I didn't want to hurt our viewers' ears, but yeah, what a game. I will say, very statement game from OT for sure.
Yeah, 100%. We saw that lead come in a lot earlier than we have seen a lot of the other games, but that is by no means to a stroke of luck. That was absolutely all skill from OT's part, playing their comp
Yeah.
almost perfectly with what they wanted to do. They stuck to their game plan, they continued through it out, and then they closed out the game in a very quick manner.
Now, interesting to see here. I'm assuming that the loser of the game is who is picking side selection. That would make the most sense to me, but Mr. Worldwide then opting to take second pick is very interesting to me. Obviously, having a plan on their, on their side. Now, this is there's not too many picks in the game, obviously. It's a very new game, so take what I'm about to say with a big grain of salt. But there is still hidden pocket pick / cheese strats that you can bring out in situations like this, where it's the last game of the tournament, potentially. If your back's against the wall, Mr. Worldwide, for you, looking down the barrel of a 2-0, it's now to bring out anything that you've practiced that's a secret. Obviously, if there was 100 characters plus in the game, that's a lot different because you're able to bring out stuff that no one's prepared for. But still, there are some characters that we haven't seen yet. If you have a secret Grey Talon, as an example, for anybody, I'm not saying that it's, necessarily top pick, but something out of the ordinary, but not out of the ordinary, Neutral, is this top two so far, these first two picks. Haze on first pick and Paradox on second pick, with the Viscous follow-up.
Yeah, that I'm liking that they're picking up the Viscous early, but I mean, earlier in the day we saw the McGinnis-Abrams combo, which was probably the most out there combo that and like pick selection throughout the whole day. So I mean, you're absolutely right, but on the other side of things, if that's not the case, Mr. Worldwide, they need to play to their strengths. They need to get, the heroes that they all have practiced the most on, and they need. But the issue is OT probably know what they are. They've probably been scrimming together this entire time, these past however many weeks, months, however long it's been. So there's not a lot of it's hard to bring that surprise up, and especially like you said, when there's not a lot of heroes in the game. But we've got two carries coming in from OT's side, the Haze and the Mirage. Very strong picks coming out, but potential for, we've got another pick for OT here, but potential for Mr. Worldwide to get some very particular controllers that they would want to counteract these two, because seeing many more hyper carries outside of this, it starts to get, that little bit more outside of meta that we've seen a couple of the other teams do, but not to the best ability.
This pick does surprise me, Nixel, because at this point in the draft, we've normally seen either or Dynamo or even both locked in for one side. But right now, neither team willing to lock that in. This opens up the potential for that, one of those two, and a Kelvin on the side of Mr. Worldwide that we've seen with this Paradox so much. But you are correct. We do obviously need some damage somewhere in this draft. And what is still available? We've got a Shiv that we've seen, but there is the Mo and Krill as of right now. That's a lot of the utility for Mr. Worldwide locked in early, willing to let their carries get drafted a little bit later so that they have the opportunity to see what they're playing against.
We've got picks back over to OT after this Mo and Krill. I mean, we're expecting another control after seeing both of the as much damage as OT have brought, but then a Lady Geist. Ooh. Okay, that's really interesting. Goes to show that these guys are completely on another level with a lot of this stuff to see what they're prioritizing.
Yeah.
And at least at this part of the pick and ban process, but this is really interesting. Again, we're seeing that Mirage Ivy combo that. It really sucks for Mr. Worldwide, because that was such a testament last game. And it's almost becoming a testament to OT as a whole in the games that they've played. I'm maybe surprised to not see that
there it is
being picked out. I mean, happy to see that Kelvin there. But I'm surprised that we're not seeing at least one of those taken off of them. But I guess to do that, it would have had to be in the top 2.
I'm a bit worried here for Mr. Worldwide, Nuxel, as I think OT have the opportunity to get a dino of their own here if they so feel inclined. Maybe as well a Abrams, as we've seen that quite a bit recently. And Mr. Worldwide, what do they have left open here? Because if you draft a Dynamo here, then you're playing Lash against the Dynamo. You could also, opt in for a Shiv. Is that something that you want to do? Do you have enough damage to get them down to that execute range? But the Abrams, like I just said, locked in for OT, leaving up a last pick potential support for OT. But let's see where Mr. Worldwide go with their carry. We need some damage on the side of Mr. Worldwide right now.
They need the damage, but not only in terms of the character choice, we need that damage earlier on. And that's where something like the B-Pop, not maybe that carry, but that early damage is certainly there for him. And when you're looking at the pick potential that Mr. Worldwide potentially have, we still need more damage, but B-Pop is something that carries us just that little bit extra. Dynamo getting picked up
alongside the Dynamo that I talked about.
OT.
But there is the damage, Nuxel.
Yamato. Okay, I think that this has a lot of potential. This is very much I want to brawl. Like I can pick people off with the Paradox and the B-Pop, but I want to brawl as well. Yamato, the Viscous, the Kelvin, the Mo and Krill, like that is very much a brawly comp. But if they overcommit, OT are going to out macro them with the Mirage and with the Ivy. That's the scary thing.
Yeah, Nuxel, you got to be careful because Yamato inside of a Kelvin ult with a few, maybe 2 or 3 members of OT inside of that, the Yamato is getting kills in there guaranteed. But the Dynamo ult layered with the Haze, we've seen this quite often today. This is a very strong pickup, and again, I've said it previously. I'm not exactly sure if I would say the same thing this game about the Dynamo having the kind of onus on him to make the plays. I think that there is a lot of frontline and engaged potential from OT with the Abrams, with the Ivy, and with the Haze Dagger sleep potential as well. Obviously, we've got the support from the Ivy, can do, be very, very versatile. But on the other side, the Paradox swap Kelvin ult, the Kelvin ult Viscous ult, the Mo and Krill lockdown with any kind of follow-up, the Bebop pick potential, and obviously the Yamato carry that we've seen so far today in a few games. If the Yamato is able to get a lead, is able to have that time to land onto the targets that OT have, a Haze, a Mirage, a Lady Geist, got to be careful of that Lady Geist health swap. But if the CC chain is good, that ult not being able to get channeled, the Yamato might become a very scary part of this draft.
And Roberto, we're seeing so much, either the Dynamo and the Mo and Krill on the same team, or it getting picked on either side. It's not often that we're seeing games without both of them. But when you look at Mr. Worldwide's comp, I mean, I feel like you would prefer the Dynamo here. So maybe this was not as much foresight. Like in the early stages of the P's and B's, maybe they weren't expecting to go that Yamato. Maybe they wanted to do something else. But I feel like when you're looking at what they want to do, they need that AoE. And especially when you're comboing like a Dynamo and a Kelvin ult.
Yeah.
And then having a Yamato to just clean up there. That's amazing. That's the kind of thing that wins you picks and bans, having that foresight. But OT picking that up and picking Dynamo up last for them is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a confidence, very kind of shoulders up, head up high. we're gonna carry this game. This Yamato is going to do damage. It's going to be impactful. It's going to be what it needs to be. But will it get that? There is so much CC from OT right now. Every character has some form of shutdown onto this Yamato, onto this, Bebop, Kelvin, etc., etc. Not saying that Mr. Worldwide doesn't have CC of their own. They absolutely do. But I think that this draft is going to come down to execution. The thing that I'm worried about again, though, Nuxel, is the Ivy Mirage combo again. I believe you mentioned that earlier, but that rotation potential is devastating. And we saw some of those macro plays around, Guardians, Walkers, Earn, just getting kind of seesawed back and forth between, which we love to see, or I love to see in MOBAs all the time, where you're playing for the lanes, for the map, rather than playing for just kind of scrappy team fights. But Nuxel, this might be it for Mr. Worldwide, or can Mr. Worldwide bring OT to a game 3 situation? We're going to find out right now as we jump into our casters with Dice Heart and Distinct.
Thank you very much, Jay, Beto, and Nuxel. My name is Dice Heart, and I'm joined once again by Distinct Taste. Distinct, it's match point here for the Nemesis Pro League Tournament. OT have brought us to 1 game away from a win, but if Mr. Worldwide can reverse sweep here, we have more games on our hands, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing I'm going to be looking at early here is how this Paradox plays the lane after how Sedex was treated last game.
Oh my God, not as aggressively as this Kelvin is playing the lane right now. Deep dive in, looking for damage onto this Bebop Viscous.
Yeah, we love to see that. Decided, let's get aggressive early. No matter what happens, at least we can push them on the tower. Now, I am interested in Mr. Worldwide's team comp here. They did have the opportunity to pick up that Dynamo a little bit later in the draft, which I feel like would have been pretty big for their team with that Hyper Beam and that Calvin ult, but decided not to, and giving it to OT here. And the perma pocket pit, of course, onto Wilbo. I mean, surely at some point you just got to let him have it to see what happens, right?
Yeah, you know what? Let him play it. Why not? It's got to be. We got to see it. We got to see how the game can end, honestly.
Oh, a nice knock up there from Mirage.
Yeah, good damage there. Ivy going to turn it around with that transformation into the Gargoyle Stone form. Not quite going to find a first blood here just yet, Distinct. I think both of these teams are aware of the position that they're in and that they can't play over-aggressive, but just aggressive enough to try to find first blood, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the first blood bounty is, pretty big. It does help out quite a bit here. So they are going to try and kill. And yeah, just going to push down here, push up, really try and steal that farm underneath their own tower as Mo and Krill. Seems like they know that this is a very important game, so a lot of safety play here. The Paradox sitting on the tower, probably expecting a gank already. Anytime anybody disappears from that Mirage Ivy lane, they're going to be ready for it.
And Distinct, we're seeing that both of these lanes have the opposing teams pushing up and being aggressive right up until basically the tower line. So that first rotation is really going to be the most important part of where that first blood could potentially come from. Although we're seeing this Viscous being quite aggressive despite the fact that they're being pushed underneath that tower. So it could be a first blood in that lane. At the same time, though, this Kelvin is able to find long-range poke-off onto his opposing lane. The Mo and Krill, the Haze and the Dynamo taking a lot of damage under their Guardian right now, Distinct.
Yeah, great job from Mr. Worldwide to poke out on the tower there with those Calvin nades. And the Mo and Krill just disarm and stuff. It's really hard for a Haze Dynamo early to play against the Mo and Krill disarm. If the Mo and Krill times it right, he can actually steal a fair amount of your souls there on the orbs. And a nice pull.
Great pull into the knockback there with the bomb and a good bit of damage coming off onto really any target that this Bebop is able to find. It's always so consistent. Something I do want to talk about though, Distinct, is look at the souls that this Haze already has, 2,700. And that's coming from a little bit of lane soaking here, moving back and forth between a solo and the duo lane, making sure that they're getting as much of the farm as possible and splitting a little bit from both lanes so that they're able to get a lot of value. They're not able to really do it anymore. We're seeing that the Haze is being consistent in their own lane now, but they're going to be the first one with ult, and that can be quite impactful if they're able to find a position potentially onto getting a kill on this Kelvin.
Yeah, really smart by OT here to give that. Oh no, Calvin's getting going on here.
Oh, he is getting gone and he will fall down. Haze, he's not going to get the first blood. He's actually going to go to Dynamo, but does have the ultimate now available. Might be able to aggress onto this Mo and Krill, but still healthy is this Krill. He's going to stay alive for now, but the healing coming out from this Dynamo might create the aggressive position that this Haze needs to find value out of the lead that she's currently got, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. Haze first one with ult on the server, so, a very strong ult to have first. If you can get them out of position, if they've used 1 or 2 of their stamina bars, you could absolutely just melt them down super quickly, especially if you've got the knife up to just sleep them and get into a better position to get the full value out of that ult. The claw there, missing from Bebop, and it's a jump scare every time, even in an early game, and you know it's going to really hit you.
Distinct, I'm not in the game and I'm still absolutely terrified right now. As we are pushing a little bit further into this game. This Haze does have that lead still available, but the ultimates are starting to come up for multiple characters. And it's definitely an option here now that this Haze is less likely to be able to find quick and easy kills, and more likely that characters like this Bebop are going to be able to get involved in the game.
Yeah, but Dynamo ult is up on that Haze, so Haze is pretty much undiveable. Haze and Dynamo are undiveable. If
Oh,
they
this
go on
Geist is diveable, though, as the Mo and Krill is going to find that combo, and Yamato credited with the kill. Great rotation out from them.
Yeah, massive from Mr. Worldwide there to get a counter rotation, even though a little bit later in the thing. As we can see, both teams here understanding that rotating from lanes is the name of the game as Bebop gets that nice hook.
Bebop does so much damage in the early game. Down goes the Abrams. He was in the air. Hyper Beam came out. Paradox had already found the kill, but that's who you want to be punishing at this point, Distinct. Let's get open that tab menu just before these next few kills come through. I want to see these players' names as Disco Virtuoso is going to look for this. Oh, stunned out while he was in
wow,
the
Nico.
Down. Great play there from the Ivy, and punishment coming out onto this Bebop as well. He's looking for damage, but will go down. Abrams picks up another kill.
Yeah, and we've seen this Abrams just do a lot of work on this entire series, this entire tournament so far. And, you know, a great pilot here, of course, for OT. And this is going to pick up the farm here is this Calvin underneath tower. But, you know, already a 4K soul lead for OT here. It's interesting, you know, they've been playing it well. They've obviously got a different game plan here with the group rotations coming out from OT, as you can see, as they're going to push onto this Paradox here.
Yeah, looking for more aggression across the map right now, and this is an opportunity, though, for this Ivy Mirage to get involved, but I'd love to be able to see a great hook coming out from this Bebop, and ask it shall happen. Push back off the back of that Tornado as well, and this is a lot of damage coming out onto the Mirage. He might not have the potential to escape from this one. He's in the Kelvin ult, and down he goes. Distinct, I cast a curse to them.
No, well done by Bebop there. Able to... Mirage is a notoriously annoying person to hook, because if you hook him, he's going to instantly tornado away, and you do get knocked up by that. And most of the time, if you don't time it exactly right, you actually cannot get your bombs onto him. So, well played by the Bebop there to hold his bombs, to go onto the Mirage after he uses Tornado Bomb, get the knock up, and then the bomb onto it, and unfortunately, and the Calvin, just to secure that kill with the dome.
Yeah, absolutely massive to be able to happen there. And I love seeing good Bebop play. I hate being on the other side of it. It makes me sick. But you know what, Distinct? I love seeing the intelligent gameplay between teams who have players who have been playing together for a while. Seeing the Bebop get the pull, force the Tornado out of Mirage, and then Viscous follow up immediately with a punch back in. It was perfect gameplay between people who have been playing together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we know Disco's Viscous is kind of crazy. So it's exciting that he was able to get this game. It really does give Mr. Worldwide something comfortable, something they most likely know how to play around. And an ult coming out here, and it's going to be free.
Huge ult from this Dynamo, and chasing down, looking for that Kelvin down. He will fall. Credited with the kill is the Haze, and this is the lead that OT are looking for now. I was just thinking that we're in a bit more of an even game state. Good punch there from this Viscous, though. He will be punished out a little bit for it, take some damage for his trouble, but just continuing to show why he's such a capable Viscous player, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do get to see why this Haze and Dynamo are put together in the lane. Even underneath the Guardian at 8 minutes, the ult combo is still enough to pick up the double kill, and it seems like they're going to go in here.
Abrams has gone right through that tower, right through that Guardian, immediately parries and finds the kill onto Paradox. Down goes, I believe that's Senex one more time. If we can press tab here.
No, that wasn't Sen.
No, it wasn't Sen. Oh, no, it wasn't. You're right. Sen is on the Kelvin this time around. Hyper Beam coming out to secure this farm as well. And we're going to see a bit of a teleport coming out over towards the opposing side. Solo lane? No, they've cancelled that out. Never mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like they're just going to... Paradox has come in to decide to defend it a little bit. I believe this Guardian will go down, or OT have decided to give it up. Yeah, they have the heavy rotation here coming out from Mr. Worldwide. Seems like they still want to keep pushing this.
Yeah, this is an opportunity to push a little bit further forward. We know that OT have intelligent macro play, and as we're coming up into the 10-minute mark, Distinct, there are a lot of things that typically spawn on the map. We've got those bridge buffs that are going to come out, and we saw in the last game, and the game before that actually, that grouping from bridge buff can mean a 4-0 trade, as this Bebop going to find a hook one more time, and Virtuoso is here to try to punish, but this time the Tornado is a lot better on the mark, knocks up 2, and is going to keep the Mirage alive, Distinct.
Yeah, the Mirage, as we know, hooking onto it. you know, tornado knocked up in the air, cool. That's how Barrage, the Bebop interaction goes. And we know that every time. But we got 12 seconds here until the bridge buffs come up. It's going to be very interesting to see how both teams play it. It seems like Team OT will be grouping up for this left side one, while Mr. Worldwide are shading towards this right one.
Oh, surprised to see this Yamato walk away from that right one, but a team fight is going to break out here. Hayes punch back into place there on that bridge, but can this Dynamo get out? He was locked down by the combo for a little bit. Naturally, going to roll back into a good position here. Moen Krill a little bit too low to chase down here, but not for this Kelvin. Going to try to look for the 1v1 with the Hayes, although if anyone can take a 1v1, it is Hayes, and she's looking to turn this one around. Still in the area, though, is Virtuoso on this Viscous, and should be able to take a fight pretty comfortably and heal up his Kelvin. That cube is going to come out to keep the Kelvin alive for now. However, Hayes in position to take this 1v1. A few more bullets will do it. Hayes credited with the kill there, and still chasing for more distinct.
Yeah, no, well played there by OT as usual. Their macro play is tight and incredible. They're looking to kill out. Oh no, he's made it around a corner.
Straight into the wall. Moen Krill has to burrow away here. Chase back through that Guardian, trying to get back into the Walker range. Doubles back though towards the Guardian, breaks some ankles here as Ivy is going to pick Abrams up and look to lock into the kill on this Moen Krill. Still alive though, good bit of healing there for the Moen Krill.
Yeah, Moen Krill able to obviously go into the ground and burrow up and get a lot of heal, but it seems like they would still want to go on him. I feel like Ivy could have dropped a bomb there instead of picking up Abrams.
Yeah. But he picked up the Abrams.
On the Moen Krill, but you know, that's okay. We live and we learn. I'm assuming that there was a reason for that. Maybe the Abrams said he could kill him, and once they saw how much healing that Moen Krill had received from those minions, they decided it was a better idea to get out of here. Which would make a lot of sense. It makes sense for OT to be that tight with their macro play and even their micro play, which is what we've seen from them this entire tournament.
And distinct. A 13,000 souls lead at 11 minutes, nearly 12 minutes into the game is nothing to sniff at either. And, you know, before that had happened, before the bridge buffs were up, it was a lot smaller of a differential. Maybe between, I think, 4,000 and 6,000 souls was where that differential was at. The speed at which that changed when the bridge buff spawned up until this 12-minute mark is absolutely impactful and a sign of the micro and macro play that this team OT are capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you Mr. Worldwide here, you need to start thinking of ways to get back into this game, whether that be via the urn, as you are down enough that it would be on your side. But we have seen that OT do fight that urn, even no matter where it is. They will be there, no matter what. And it's interesting to play against. So Mr. Worldwide obviously needed to do something soon because they are just bleeding souls against this OT squad.
Yeah, and we saw distinct that bleeding souls against OT is not the sort of thing that OT are going to leave alone. Once you start bleeding souls, you don't just, oh, we'll be fine, we'll catch up in the late game. No, you will lose the game in 20 minutes. They will push that game down and completely end it as Moen Krill going to find this combo off onto the Lady Geist, but not taking too much damage off the back of the Yamato. Is going to switch health here with said Yamato, though, and immediately finding huge damage off onto the Moen Krill as well. Turned around on, though, by the Bebop. The bombs are good. Lady Geist will go down, but does manage to find the trade kill on the Yamato there, distinct. Huge play there.
Yeah, absolutely. Living long enough in the 1v3 for your Hayes to rotate over and pick up the one you got down. And obviously with this urn, the first one will be on the other side. And now if I'm Mr. Worldwide, I'm looking for the next urn spawn as soon as it comes. Oh, and a nice hook there, the Hayes.
Great hook. Hayes pulled back in and stunned by the Walker as well. But this Dynamo going to immune out some of that damage for both of them. Moen Krill will go down. Keeping that Hayes alive was massive as Kelvin goes down as well across the map. Absolute insane gameplay coming out from both teams, really distinct, but really intelligent stuff from OT. We can see really where they're, we've been talking a lot about their macro and how they've been moving around the map so consistently, but that micro play is just so well done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of Mr. Worldwide are playing fantastic, and it's kind of they give them their best shot, and then unfortunately, it seems like OT always have a counter for it with and the aim there, the aim
to be able to find that kill from this Mirage, and now forced to take the 1v1 here with Yamato, but it's never a 1v1 because here comes Abrams straight into the ultimate. Does go this Yamato looking to try to trade a few melee attacks here. There's a Haze in the area though, and that means that Yamato is going to fall. 3-kill streak for this Abrams, and they're pushing further and further into the lead. Distinct 14 and nearly 14 and a half minutes on the board. Let's press tab one more time so we can get a look at these players and their KDAs at the moment. As oh wow, Dynamo Singularity does come down, and it's going to mean a big punish onto this Kelvin here. Down he goes. Moen Krill falling shortly before as well. Distinct, the lead continues to push for OT.
Yeah, OT. I mean, you said it perfectly. It's never a 1v1 when you're playing against OT. There's always somebody around the corner, whether it be an Abrams ready to shoulder charge you into a wall, or it be an Ivy ready to stone form you, or Mirage ready to knock you up. It's just ridiculous. And it seems like, but Disco will get a kill here onto the Mirage.
Fantastic. Very necessary. We did see the Haze take a bit of a spill there as well. So OT, while they are still playing cleanly, they're not protecting themselves from every possible situation. And that's very important. Disco's still playing really well on this
Seems like
Biscuits.
they've got to go mid here. Seems like Mr. Worldwide have done a mid call here. It's very interesting here. They do have the Calvin.
Normally, I'd be very, very excited about this, and I'd be completely popping off about it, but I can see a Dynamo walking in. I can see an Abrams here. There's a teleport coming out from this Mirage as well. Where is the punish going to come from? The Rejuve is starting to land. Mirage is going to teleport onto the inside here. Great use of the cube there to protect that buff, but the Rejuve, it is going to go in favor of OT. They've stolen it away. Mo and Krill able to find a big knock up there. Haze getting so much damage off. The whole team of Mr. Worldwide have fallen. Only Kelvin is left alive, Distinct.
I mean, well played. A good try on the unfortunately rejuvenated does take a lot, as they are going to take this second to last walker with Lady Guys pushing down the last one on right, which will give them their third flex slot, and they're most likely they're going to get their final flex slot as well. I don't believe that they can push them. But they might just push back here to get bridge buffs and all the farm, knowing how disciplined OT is. No, they do want that last flex slot, so they will most likely get this shrine. But I want to talk about Mr. Worldwide's pull onto the Rejuvenator there. I understand that you're behind, but it's not sneaky. You can't sneaky pull it in that situation, and you've got to believe they're going to be there.
Yeah, you had to know that that was going to happen. And that, you know, obviously they understood the risks there in having to take that team fight. But, you know, it's a risk that you have to be able to take, and I like the opportunities. We've seen that Mr. Worldwide will continue to take constant opportunities and look for chances that are risky, but in that case, it was maybe just too big of a risk, Distinct.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, maybe getting it to half and then baiting at a Veil may have been better to try and get a pick and make it a little bit easier, but it looks like there might be an end of time fight here. Oh, big Dynamo Ult.
Oh, big Dynamo Ult is going to pull in so many members of Mr. Worldwide, and they fall one after the other. The Ivy managing to get that huge transformation, but all the kills going to that Mirage. He used that Tornado and found just so much value inside of the Dynamo Ult. No counterplay available there, as this second Shrine is going to go down alongside a few more of the base bosses, and Patron will be soon to follow Distinct. I wonder whether or not OT are going to stay in position here to try to finish off the weakened Patron, given that the respawns are going to come through quite quickly, or if they're going to reset and play that disciplined position.
They're just going to reset. It's OT. You know, we're at what their calling card this entire tournament has been discipline, and they're not going to stop now, even though they are this close to that juicy prize pool. OT just showing what they are made of, pushing in at 18 minutes into the patron arena.
Absolutely Distinct. This is the opportunity that they've been looking for. Still playing discipline. They're going to grab themselves this
They
and bring it on over.
not to, yeah.
No, okay, fair enough. Why bother? But they are in the position to be able to run away with this game, and Distinct picking up that urn. Look at what it's done immediately to Mr. Worldwide. They've had to rotate over to that side of the map, and they're being baited in. Look at how Dynamo, Geist, and Ivy are positioned. They're trying to force this fight around the Guardian now. Ivy way above here as Dynamo finds a big knock up there, and Bebop, he's going to get this Hyper Beam off, but it's too little too late as the rest of the team is starting to fall. Mirage will be traded out here for his troubles, but this Bebop is going to go down. He manages to find a bomb onto one, but the rest of his team are already dead. Distinct taste. They're pushing for the end. Mr. Worldwide want this done before the 20-minute mark.
Amazing work by OT here. Just making this work really well for them. And OT will be the champions of this weekend's tournament. Well played from the boys. Let's get another tab up here to see the final score of the final game. Wow, well done from everybody there on OT. And Mr. Worldwide, obviously, not to say anything about them, coming second is very impressive with the stacked bracket that we had. Just very impressed from both teams here.
Absolutely massive gameplay coming out. You're absolutely right, Distinct. We saw the very close game in the losers finals coming out between Mr. Worldwide and low-key chill team, and that really showed that Mr. Worldwide are a very competent and capable team. They deserved the position that they had to fight for that first place slot, and second place is still nothing to sneeze at. They're still going to get themselves some of that prize pool that was coming out. It was a total of $500, and we did a bit of a split between first and second place team. So Mr. Worldwide are not walking away empty-handed, but OT are going to walk away with the big buckaroos. First place for them in the Nemesis Pro League tournament. Congratulations to their team. And exciting games overall today, Distinct. We'll have a look at the bracket in just a moment to see the pathway that they had to take to get here and show everybody how it looked. And we might look at Distinct doing a little something. Give me just 2 seconds here. Let's have a bit of a look at that bracket. Can you talk us through some of the games that OT had to go through, Distinct, to get to this point?
Yeah, obviously OT coming in as a high seed here, starting in the second round, going up against Mystics. It was pretty clean, obviously, for OT. And then Squill Team 6, another team that we saw later in the finals, the loser bracket semi-finals against Loki chill team. They put up a really good fight there. Unfortunately, not such a good fight against OT. And then OT going into the semi-finals winner bracket, taking out Mr. Worldwide. And then, expecting and waiting. They were sitting there for a little while. Sometimes you can get a little bit rusty when you're sitting there waiting and just watching other people play. But OT showing that their discipline isn't affected by rust, really able to take the win in the 2-0 of the salty run back against Mr. Worldwide after they had made it through their entire lower bracket run. And I just want to say well played to everybody who entered the tournament.
Absolutely, well played to everybody who entered the tournament. We got to see the vast majority of teams playing. Only missed out on a small few who missed their opportunity to be on the stream. But there will be more opportunities in the future. Nemesis Productions are not going anywhere. We're going to stick out with the Deadlock team. Big shout out to Dicey and Horatio, everybody involved in that team, Slumbo as well, for their work, pulling everything together from the admin side. Of course, a big shout out as well to the rest of the Nemesis Production team, the people that you don't see here and the people you do see here. My co-caster, as at the moment for Deadlock, is Distinct Taste. Well done to him, and thank you for being here. We also had Nuxel and Jay Beto previously on the cast and doing a lot of work on the desk. Our eye in the sky, who you don't see, but we definitely hear from, is Nuke Ninja, who's been in the background for this very long stream, doing all of the work in the world to make this run for the nearly 9.5 hours that he's been putting the grind on. Redacted and Gangster Sexy, who are a big part of our production team, and put so much work in the background, and all the graphics that you see for everything here, done well by them. Big shout out again to the Deadlock Oceanic community for all the work they put in, joining us with all of this, for participating in the tournament, being here, playing, and being great sports about everything happening. We will have more Deadlock to bring you in the future, so stick with us down the line. There'll be plenty to come. Thank you very much to our audience and everybody else for being here. Distinct, any shout outs that I'm missing?
No, you nailed them all. Just shout out to the Deadlock community for being here, and obviously Nuke Ninja, the best spectator in OCE. That was his first time spectating Deadlock for 9 hours straight. Hopefully we'll never have to ask him to do that again. You guys have a good night.
Bro.